that press conference at 6 p.m. is going to make a statement on that. Having said that, look at the contours. The video released by the Indian Army had that music of triumphalism going with it. The fact that India announced a policy decision under which any future terror attack is going to attract the clause of war. I think there was already some kind of build-up happening. We had our, in the press conference, a statement coming in from the officers on the army side that if Pakistan so chooses, we can still de-escalate, but we will de-escalate only if Pakistan chooses so. So I think this was building up. As I said, we have to wait for that press conference at 6 p.m. when you are going to get the contours insofar as India's position is concerned. This is Donald Trump, and remember, Donald Trump has been mediating between Russia and Ukraine, and at least 3 or 4 times he has announced that we are close to ceasefire, but nothing happened. So I don't think militarily, just because an announcement has come from US President, it translates into change of facts on the ground, which of course have their own dynamics. If, for example,
Abhishek,
Pakistan is not listening...
Abhishek, just a quick a query here, because India's position has always been that we do not want a third party. We do not want any sort of mediation or coming in from a third party.
It is a clear case of overstepping. Exactly. It is not the job of the President of the United States to make a claim when we haven't even agreed. This is a matter which requires his intervention. Yes. I mean, with the greatest of respect to the American president, he has no idea about the ground situation. He has no idea about what's happening here. Till a few days back, he said that this is not for him to look into. And now he's congratulating both countries trying to be a global peacemaker. And I think this is beyond him. I strongly object to the fact that the US president is saying that he has sorted out the conversation between two countries. I think President Trump does not understand the importance of difference between back-channel talks or informal diplomacy or clandestine diplomacy or overt diplomacy. Somebody should
think this is typical Trump overreach?
This is typical Trump overreach. This is typical Trump overreach at a time when he does not have a mandate to do so. Yeah. And I think it becomes incumbent right now for the government to start the press conference, which we were promised at 5:30. Yeah. If this was a calibrated announcement, which I do not know anything about, then really we will hear, we will go, Republic will go by what our Prime Minister says. Republic will go by what the Foreign Secretary of India says and what the Indian forces says. Yeah. It is wrong for Donald Trump to go out and make an announcement, but this is typical.
And the fact that he's saying, and the fact, Arnab, he's saying that overnight negotiations, while we had the worst of fighting between the two sides.
Where are the negotiations overnight? Where are the negotiations overnight? Who has mandated him to have those negotiations overnight? Last night we were pummeling them back after they tried to send their drones. Last night there were people in Firozpur who were injured. Last night there were 36 places where they tried to do incursions, and we have hit them back. And a ceasefire is not a phone call. It is not like one of those things that happen on WhatsApp. I mean, Donald Trump should get real about the situation. I will completely go by what my government says.
And Trump has failed for the 5 months with Russia and Ukraine.
No, that's not the point.
He has announced 4 times.
Trump is too eager. Trump is jumping the gun, and I do not believe that this can be the kind of announcement that can be taken seriously as an announcement. And that's why I came on air to say this, that ऐसा नहीं होता है कि आप informally announce करें, you take a role for yourself, and 2 days back...
And Americans seem to be heavily invested because Secretary Marco Rubio is now posting, saying over the last 48 hours, Vice President Vance and
I don't buy this. And we will finish this. Let us not forget here, with the greatest of respect, that the United States of America was the country which threatened to send the 7th Fleet in 13 days. And therefore, we are an independent country. And he's trying to equalize this. How on earth can Trump equalize between what has happened in Pahalgam and what has happened thereafter?
It's a clear case of
It's a
overreach.
clear overstretch. I'm sorry, I'm going to have to go. You can take this forward, but we are going to be on conversation with our channels in the government.
Absolutely. So, Shravan, that should be the position, That should be the position, Shravan and Niranjan, because while Donald Trump has this habit of making an overreach, like it did in the case of Russia and Ukraine, 4 times he has unilaterally announced ceasefire, which has never become effective on the ground. The kind of diplomacy that the Americans are claiming themselves to have done over the last 48 hours does not seem to be translating into facts on the ground. And the facts on the ground are that the last 24 hours have seen the worst of fighting between the two sides, the worst of provocations coming in from the Pakistanis, the worst of escalation coming in by way of drone attacks and missile attacks. And for Donald Trump and the American Secretary of State to claim that, oh, there is ceasefire because we have negotiated. Let's wait.
We also want to bring
for
across
India to make an announcement.
Abhishek, we also want to bring and break Marco Rubio's tweet like we were putting out. He says over the past 48 hours, VP Vance and I have engaged with senior Indian and Pakistani officials, including Prime Minister Modi and Shabbaz Sharif, External Affairs Minister Dr. Jaisalmer, Chief of Army Staff Asim Munir, and National Security Advisors Ajit Doval and Asim Malik. He says, I'm pleased to announce the government of India and Pakistan have agreed to an immediate ceasefire and to start talking on a broad set of issues at a neutral site. We commend Prime Minister Modi and Sharif on their wisdom, prudence and statesmanship in choosing the path of peace. Now, Abhishek, I want to come back to you and ask you this question. This is something that was also seen earlier. We remember this is how after Balakot airstrike, similar statements and retorts were made by the US president. And now this breaking news coming in. Is this also going to be seen as Pakistan surrender? I'm going to introduce my panelists, Major General Rajan Kochar with us, Major Samarpal Tur with us, Shravan in the studio along with me. Abhishek, I want to ask you this and then to our guests.
Just give me a minute. I'm getting a breaking news development. Just confirming and getting back. Just speak to the guests. I'm coming back to you.
Abhishek is getting that breaking news. I want to go across to Major General Rajan Kochar. How are you seeing this development, sir?
Rhythm, I'm seeing this development in a slightly different perspective as it is being discussed. Back channel diplomacy has been going on since a long time, and the US has been speaking to Pakistan's leaders and as well as the Indian leaders.
But General Rajan Kochar, will India accept?
I just want to.
The reason I'm telling you why it is to be accepted is
coming in, sir. Sir, just before you come across, there is another Pakistan foreign minister now puts out a tweet. Pakistan and India have agreed to a ceasefire with immediate effect. Pakistan has always strived for peace and security in the region without compromising on its sovereignty and territorial integrity.
The perspective which I was actually making was this statement had to come from the US first, because if this statement was coming from India first, it means that we have backed out. It's important that to understand this perspective.
It's surprising. It's extremely surprising because for a country like ours, we've always maintained that when it comes to India-Pakistan issue, we do not want any third-party interference. That's been the long-standing position of our country.
Shravan, your point is well taken. Your point is well taken. But you have to understand here, when these two countries are not talking to each other, there has to be a mediator somewhere.
Okay. Why do we need a mediator?
For another Pahalgam to happen.
Okay.
Why do we need a mediator in the first place?
What's the point, sir?
And Abhishek has some more news, and sir, I'm just going to come back to you. First, Pakistan Foreign Minister's tweet where he says Pakistan and India agreed to a ceasefire with immediate effect. Pakistan has always strived for peace and security in the region without compromising, etc. But first, I want to go across to hammered by India. Pakistan agrees and declared a ceasefire. Breaking news coming in. I want to go back to Abhishek. Abhishek, you've got more details.
Well, yes, important developments, Rhythm. I've been gathering information. So it was the Pakistanis who approached the Americans that they want ceasefire. They sued for peace. The Americans came back to New Delhi and said that, see, Pakistan wants ceasefire, to which India said that if the Pakistanis want ceasefire, they have to demonstrate that they have to pull back from terrorism.
Okay.
And that
what are the conditions? Because, Abhishek,
Major Major General Rajan Kochar wants to make a statement here. Yes, sir.
Make a statement. I want to tell the Pakistanis that how can you say that ceasefire has been agreed
General
to?
Rajan Kochar.
There is no comment from India.
Well, in fact,
Ceasefire
Abhishek is getting us more details. Gentlemen, just hold on, because this is a breaking news situation right now.
General, this is a Twitter statement.
Okay, it's a Twitter statement.
It's not
yeah,
an official portal.
The question here is about,
Okay,
it's a long-standing position. We are just getting in about details. They've been hammered here. Look at what has happened. There is an ultimatum.
Breaking news coming in.
There is an ultimatum that was given to Pakistan.
Pakistan declares a ceasefire. Pakistan is sued for peace, and Pakistan ambassador to the United States approached Americans. The big news coming: India's response is also likely, but hammered by India. Pakistan declared the ceasefire. Plummeted by Indian forces, Islamabad scurries to announce a ceasefire. After India's precision strikes, Pakistan declares a ceasefire. After mighty Indian retaliation to Pakistan terror, Pakistan declares a ceasefire. There's also breaking news coming in on sources which Abhishek is getting us. The stoppage of fighting and military action between India and Pakistan was worked out directly between the two countries. The Pakistan DGMO initiated the call this afternoon, where discussions took place and an understanding was reached. There is no decision to hold talks on any other issue at any other place. Pakistan DGMO approached his Indian counterpart. The breaking news coming: the call happened this afternoon. The Indian government is going to be likely to respond at 6 p.m. But this is the clear truth, Major General Rajan Kochar. Hammered by India, Pakistan has declared a ceasefire. Plummeted by Indian forces, Islamabad scurries to announce the ceasefire.
Well, in fact, they've been, when we say Pakistan, remember, had absolutely no choice, General Rajan Kochar, because we have already seen what happened to Pakistan and the ultimatum that has been given here. It's important to point out here, India has made its position very clear. We are not here to have any talks with Pakistan. Let's be very clear. We are not going to have any talks here because Pakistan's DGMO. There's a breaking news now coming in. Let's go to Abhishek.
Rhythm, hold on, Rhythm. That's very important information I'm getting for you, Rhythm. This is breaking news development. It is Pakistan that sued for peace. Pakistan sent its ambassador to the United States in Washington, D.C., going to the State Department and to the White House and sought intervention of the White House. The Americans approached India. I'm telling you from people who were involved in the process, the Americans approached New Delhi and said that these Pakistanis have come to them crying, suing for peace. Would you agree? India said we can agree only on the condition that Pakistan demonstrates that it has stopped indulging with terror. It should be demonstrable.
The clear point here is that it is, as of today, it is certainly, it appears to be a unilateral act of ceasefire by Pakistan. That's the first point to understand.
Yes.
And they have been offering the ceasefire. Now that they have offered the ceasefire, obviously we will consider it. We are not a violent country. We do not want to harm any country or its people beyond a certain point.
We have put a condition, terrorism has to stop.
Condition that if there is a single act of terrorism after this, then it will be an act of war. So we've taken it to the brink. But the point is, the reality is this, that it is a unilateral, it is completely and entirely and totally a unilateral act of announcement of ceasefire by Pakistan.
Pakistan suing for peace.
Till this moment, they are suing for peace, they are begging for peace.
Begging for peace.
They are begging for peace. And now we will see what India does after this. It will have to be discussed, and the terms will have to be understood. The fact is, we put Pakistan firmly in its place. There is absolutely no doubt about it. Pakistan has very clearly and solidly run out of options. And I think it is the precision strikes of last night which have created a set of circumstances that Pakistan does not really have an option right now. They would have to sue for peace. Because if there had been one more round of precision strikes by India, we've already destroyed such significant bases that they would have nothing left to go to their own people with. So it's a unilateral act of ceasefire by the Pakistan. This appears to be more a Pakistani surrender to me. Then
that seems
else. You can give it any formality, but without doubt.
And on Indian terms.
It is a Pakistani surrender, and it is a Pakistani surrender on Indian terms. And I will be dealing with this tonight in my programs in the evening. Right now, we're looking forward to this press conference that should be coming anytime now. I'm rushing to the studio. Would you like to join me in 5 minutes?
Right. Thank you so much. Thank you. Back to you, Rhythm.
All right, if we could just break this once before till Arnab reaches the studio. There is more breaking news coming in. At 6 p.m., only the MEA is going to be briefing. There's going to be no Ministry of Defense briefing. Major General Rajan Kochar, your first thoughts?
You see this, the very fact you are saying that it's only the MEA who's going to come to do the briefing, and the armed forces part is out of the briefing, it gives a strong indication that India is also going to make a statement on the ceasefire, and most probably it will be in the positive direction.
Yes.
Because the United States has made a statement, Pakistan has come out with a statement, and now the statement of India.
That's
so
right,
I think it is going to be on the similar lines, and we are going to hear what led to the ceasefire is most important to know here. And I think in this 6 p.m. briefing, we will come to know the chronology of events, what have led to the ceasefire, and most probably it is on Pakistan's insistence, the way things were happening on the battlefield.
Sir, that's exactly what Arnab also just said. Pakistan scrambled to America in the wake of India's response to Pakistan's terror, especially yesterday after what they said. The morning briefing also said this. They tried to sow discord between communities in India. They tried a wanton campaign of targeting civilians and civilian infrastructure. They tried to even fire missiles towards Shri Amritsar Sahib. As I said, these were lame attempts to divide India, and they doomed.
But I have got one observation here.
Yes.
Can Pakistan be trusted? Because
exactly what
we had a ceasefire. We had a ceasefire in 2003.
Yes.
We had to review it again in 2021 because of frequent violations, including the medium and heavy fire was coming from Pakistan.
Yes.
So the big question is, can Pakistan be trusted?
That's
Can
right.
this commitment for terrorism...
Can Pakistan be trusted? Absolutely. And sir, just on that, I'm just going to update our viewers because everyone's asking me what's happened in the last 10 minutes of this bulletin. First, there was a tweet from Donald Trump in which he says that India and Pakistan are going to have a ceasefire, after which Marco Rubio, simultaneously there was a tweet by him and by J.D. Vance. And then there was a tweet immediately by Pakistan Foreign Minister, puts out a tweet where he says, the MEA briefing has started. Let's go across to that. All right.
Yeah.
Vikram Mishri, Foreign Secretary.
This is a landmark.
Director General of Military Operations of Pakistan called the Director General of Military Operations of India at 15:35 hours earlier this afternoon. It was agreed between them that both sides would stop military action on land and in the air and sea with effect from 1700 hours Indian Standard Time today. Instructions have been given on both sides to give effect to this understanding. The Directors General of Military Operations will talk again on the 12th of May at 1200 hours. Thank you.
And it was short. It is basically an announcement of an acceptance of the ceasefire that has happened here, right? And I think, and that's where the situation is placed right now. The government of India has made a very, very short statement after the statement of the morning, saying that there will be no fire from both sides from 5 o'clock this evening. All right. Now, the question is, we need to discuss the positioning of this. I think one fact is that the announcement of a ceasefire ideally should have been between two nations, or ideally it could have been made by, offer made by Pakistan, to which we agree, right? But of course, I must emphasize the fact that it has happened on our terms. It has happened after a day of precision strikes. It has happened at a time when we have hit Pakistanis extremely hard and deep in their territory, and we have absolutely, without doubt, demolished the air bases.
Absolutely.
Significant air bases where we show the firepower that we threw out earlier today, and therefore it is in the context of that that Pakistan's put out a plea saying we have no other alternatives. And they called the Indian side for a ceasefire. The offer, the most important point, there's another soundbite coming, is it? Okay, so the point is, I want to hear the words right now. Because it is the Pakistanis who called the Indians for a ceasefire. So the fact is...
Operations of India at 15:35 hours earlier this afternoon. It was agreed between them that both sides would stop all firing and military action on land and in the air and sea with effect from 1700 hours Indian Standard Time today. Instructions have been given on both sides to give effect to this understanding. The Directors General of Military Operations will talk again on the 12th of May at 1200 hours. Thank you.
Did he say there, Abhishek, the point is, did he say there that, Abhishek, can I have your attention, please?
Absolutely.
Did he say that the Pakistanis called and requested for a ceasefire?
That I know it from my sources that indeed that happened. In fact,
so the Pakistanis, the breaking news we are adding here for our grids to be completely clear, the Pakistanis requested a ceasefire.
Yes. I can tell you the
Pakistanis requested a ceasefire.
Yes.
We need to emphasize this thrice, 4 times. After the hammering they got, Pakistanis requested India for a ceasefire and the Indians then agreed. Is that the right way to put it?
Of events, after being asked by its government, Rizwan Saeed, the Pakistani ambassador in Washington, D.C., approached the White House begging for peace, suing for peace. This happened exactly 3 days back after the first of his strikes by India, where we dismantled the terror infrastructure. And that's what set the ball rolling. And the Americans came to New Delhi. That's what the series of events I'm being told. Americans came to New Delhi saying that Pakistan wants to sue for peace. They are ready for ceasefire. Are you agreeing? We said, no, we are going to agree only if Pakistan promises on our terms that it has to pull back from supporting terror.
So, no, the point is that Pakistani, after today, this morning strike, Pakistanis requested, formally made a request for a ceasefire.
Yes.
Which proves without a doubt that we clearly had the upper hand.
Yes.
We had the upper hand.
Yes.
And, then they requested for a ceasefire. This was discussed within government circles here. And the response was, if they are requesting for a ceasefire, they can be given a ceasefire. But on clear condition, 1 minute, sir, please wait. On clear condition that they understand quite clearly. We also made a very clear statement after the second point to be mentioned here.
Yes.
There are critical points. The second point to be mentioned here is that the ceasefire was agreed to by India.
Yes.
On the condition that after this, any act of terrorism would be seen to be an act of war.
Yes.
So this is the way the whole issue must be understood.
Yes.
Pakistan pressed and requested for a ceasefire. They opened channels through the Americans. They requested for a ceasefire. And upon the request for a ceasefire, India agreed to the ceasefire with certain conditions, which obviously are not going to be made public in a press conference. Now, Deepak Vora is walking in. Can we have him quickly seated here, sir, please? Now, Deepak Vora, we need to understand. Can we mic him up like within seconds, please? Thank you. Deepak Vora, I'm trying to understand this in full measure. Because what I understand is this, that this morning, when we were talking earlier this morning, we really hit the Pakistanis extremely hard this morning. I was in the studio and we were celebrating the hammering that we gave to the Pakistanis on various different fronts. And after that, the Pakistanis, through the Director General of Military Operations, requested the Indian side for a ceasefire, post the hammering that they got. And after this, obviously, there must have been consultations, and India agreed to the ceasefire after that. And then there's a very small and tepid press conference that we just had. How do you read this? Deepak Vora.
Thank you very much, sir. It's an interesting development. I won't say that I'm terribly excited about it because we don't trust the Pakistanis. I've seen many such peace agreements that have been signed by different countries under American or other pressure. They last for all of 10 minutes. But in this case, hopefully, because as you rightly pointed out, till 10 minutes before this announcement was made by President Donald Trump, the Pakis were boasting they would do this, they would do that, etc., etc. But now this sudden turnaround, they have to explain to their own people why they've agreed. So I believe what they're going to tell their own people is, oh, we were about to win. And then the Americans begged us to have a ceasefire because the Indians pleaded with them that India was being destroyed, etc. No. I believe the Chinese have played a role. The Chinese have told them that, look, you have exposed all the nonsensical equipment we've sold. Sir, we watch very carefully when Russian or South African or whatever equipment is being used in a conflict. We want to know how good it is.
But why did Trump make the announcement?
I'll tell you, sir. I'll tell you, sir.
Why did Trump make the announcement?
I'll tell you, sir, because he has very good relations with us. He wants to show that Pakistan is his supplicant. He wanted to take Pakistan away from China. Otherwise, the Chinese, probably the Pakistanis would have asked the Chinese, will you mediate? Of course, they know that mediation or whatever ceasefire means, both sides have to agree. So if you and I have a disagreement, he can't mediate unless we are willing to be mediated. So this is the important thing. I understand that Pakistan was, I believe, was completely exposed, completely isolated. Earlier they had said, I don't know which of their ministers, that we'll wait 1 week because Trump is coming to Saudi Arabia. What does that mean? What is Saudi Arabia?
I'm only concerned about the timing. The
announcement
being made on Truth Social isn't the greatest thing, is it?
I don't think it is.
The announcement on Truth Social is not the way to do it. And Trump would love to jump the gun because he would love to position himself.
But he always does that. He wants to play the role of king and kingmaker and kingbreaker. But I have no difficulty with this, sir.
Why the statement by you, Trump, has been made is because Pakistan was not willing to show to its people that Pakistan is buckled down. And it's for the audience of Pakistan to understand the people.
That is their problem.
That is their problem. So they wanted Trump to make this announcement to India, and of course this announcement will come from India.
You should actually see the sequence of it. Trump makes the announcement. 1 minute. Trump makes the announcement. Within seconds, Pakistan says it has offered a ceasefire. Yes. In other words, they have Ishaq Dar makes a statement. He lays down his arms.
And he speaks for India also.
He lays down his arms.
Sir, is the DGMO. We are missing out on the whole picture.
Yeah.
The PF gets decimated. The critical, in-depth Air Force bases get destroyed. They know they are vulnerable. They have nothing beyond this. DGMO calls up the Indian DGMO and they've coming to an agreement. Why? Because the Pakistan DGMO had a word with Rizwan Saeed in US saying, we have nothing after this. And that is how the dots connected. China was worried because it started getting cancellation orders from Africa.
Well, thank you for confirming this.
For PFs, for JF-17s and PF-15, the weapon arsenal that China was thinking will be sold.
Yeah.
And Turkey is out in the open. It's got a new enemy.
I think the Americans got in only after Pakistan went crying out. Now that's the story basically.
I mean,
have we given some kind of a rider that this is effective for a couple of days or something? No.
And will Trump take any guarantees?
So the rider is no act of terror henceforth.
No, but what guarantees is the US taking? I mean, on what behalf? And I do not see Twitter as a official medium of a statement. This trend should be stopped. A proper press conference should always be called for making major announcements.
No, but we have said so in our press conference, sir. It's not just Truth Social, sir. There are contacts made directly.
Yes.
Our ambassador in Washington would have been told. Their ambassador here would have come and met the foreign.
Sir, but look at the bigger picture. What guarantee is there that another Pahalgam will not take place?
There can be no guarantee.
You have had Mumbai, you've had Pahalgam, and now we'll have something again. It's a joke.
Sir.
I am not warmongering.
One minute. Summer. Just now the point is obviously there will be heated sentiments right now. I'm just looking at what it is. And it is a ceasefire announcement. None of us is extremely happy with the flow of the ceasefire announcements. And we need to look at this in perspective. Abhishek, you need to be active on this conversation, please. Yeah, thank you very much. Samar, this is not a defense conversation right now. It becomes a diplomatic conversation. Therefore, I want Abhishek to be more involved in this coverage. Thank you very much.
This is purely and purely Pakistan praying, begging before the Americans, suing for peace, saying, please stop the Indians. The Americans come to India and say, this is what Pakistan wants. We say, we have no problem. Only thing is, terrorism as a state policy has to stop. And henceforth, if any act of terror happens, it would be declared, it would be seen as an act of war, declared war.
Which we said before the ceasefire, to make it very clear.
Yes, absolutely.
No, but the point is, sir, the point is here, it has to be said.
My only problem is, why should Donald Trump announce that?
Abhishek, why should Donald Trump make the announcement?
I have a problem with that.
We have the upper hand. What conditions have we put?
Yes.
Have we put any conditions at all? Should the conditions have been put? These are relevant and valid questions which will have to be asked. And the question is, in due course, of course, but we have a kinetic situation here where they have dared to send in their drones across the entire border for 2 to 3 consecutive days. We have an upper hand as of this minute, and we are doing awfully well. And in this situation, the announcement of a ceasefire by Donald Trump, Donald Trump, if he's talking to India, should show enough respect. Should show enough respect to deal with India. And his announcement of a ceasefire is preemptive, and I must say openly, absolutely unnecessary. I have no qualms in saying this, sir. Now the question is, after that the Pakistanis announce, and that is what the Pakistanis want. Because but the country which has the upper hand in this situation should have the right to set appropriate terms, to have a certain nature of conversation on this subject. And of course, the diplomats will decide. I'm sure Mr. Jaisalmer has been doing his back channeling as always with the Americans, but that's not the point. The point is that Operation Sindoor, we have had the upper hand so far. And Operation Sindoor has been a huge, I give full credit to the defense forces of the country. For the huge success with our defense forces, I give them 1,000% success for what they have achieved. What they have achieved, of course, under the direction and leadership of the Prime Minister, is what no defense force in the country, in the world, has achieved in such a short time. We have shown our precision strike equipment. We have shown our air defense artillery. We have shown the Pakistanis we can hit where it hurts. We've also shown the ability to take a strong political announcement. Now, we can go back and forth on the nature of this messaging. And I'm not saying the messaging is appropriate. I am absolutely sure that the messaging could have been better. Could have been better. There's no doubt about it. But I'm going to wait for the MOD press conference this evening.
This is just
I'm going to wait to see.
from now.
1 minute, Saman. Yes. I am going to wait to see. Abhishek can be on air with me. I'm going to wait to see what happens and how this is put across, because we will get to know the details only when the 3 forces brief us this evening. Now, the Pakistanis, of course, will be heaving a huge sigh of relief. A huge sigh of relief. For them, this is a lifeline that they've got. For them, they haven't got a face saver, but they've got a lifeline. Their existence was under threat, and seriously under threat. We had them under our boots, Abhishek.
Absolutely.
We've had them under our boots.
I suspect.
And I think this will be remembered for a very long time by the people of India. That the United Armed Forces of this country put the Pakistanis under our boots.
In their place.
And we made them squeal, and we made them beg. And whatever we've achieved so far has been a huge military success. Following the military success by India, the Pakistanis have begged for a ceasefire. After being hammered by India, the Pakistanis have begged for a ceasefire. After 3 rounds of attacks, the Pakistanis have begged for a ceasefire. Could we have pushed them more? Could we have hurt them more? Could we have hit them more? Are matters to be discussed. 100%. And I hope and wish that they do in the future. But the question is that in the immediate set of circumstances that we are in, we have shown political leadership, and we have shown immediate and very strong strike capability. And that strike capability cannot be undermined. We must understand it is the Pakistanis who initiated the call to India. That call between the DGMOs, Pakistanis' call, which happened at 3:35 p.m., was a request for a ceasefire by Pakistan. And they begged for a ceasefire, and they requested for a ceasefire, and then they said we need to somehow make a ceasefire happen. And Jaisalmer has put out one tweet right now. Let me hear what he says.
Jaisalmer also.
What has Jaisalmer tweeted? Can it be fast, please?
Okay, as Jaisalmer is saying, India and Pakistan have today worked out an understanding on stoppage of firing and military action. India has consistently maintained a firm and uncompromising stance against terrorism in all its forms and manifestations. It will continue to do so. Sort of a piece of diplomacy, or not giving much by way of the contours of the understanding reach. This is diplomacy.
What is he communicating by doing so?
Sir, he's making clear India's position that we are ready for the ceasefire, but we haven't changed our position on terrorism. The basic issue remains. He has made that very clear, sir. What could be clearer than this in diplomatic language?
He's saying understanding. Hold on. He's saying understanding on stoppage of someone. Hold on. He's saying understanding on stoppage of firing and military action. There seems to be an element of temporariness to this. This is not permanent. We are going to wait and watch. That seems to be my nuanced understanding of the diplomacy that comes out of External Affairs Minister's statement.
All he has said is we are going to stop military action and the firing.
For the time being.
For the time, it doesn't mean we have signed a peace
And there is
deal.
a review on May 12th. Remember, the statement by the MEA said, by the Foreign Secretary said General Kocher, the statement by the MEA, by the Foreign Secretary said that there is going to be another round of DGMO talks on May 12th, which means from now, which is May 9th to May 12th, we are going to be in wait and watch mode. We are going to review, we are going to watch what Pakistan is up to, then only decide whether the ceasefire is permanent.
Yes,
Now-
this
now-
ceasefire is only the beginning. This is the first
Can I
step.
get some? Yeah, please.
Subsequently, you are going to see a number of discussions, a number of things will need to be sorted out, as Ambassador Vora is
The
saying.
ceasefire does not mean that we are going to bring back the revocation of the Indus Waters Treaty.
Correct.
We have
No.
not made a
Yes.
statement
No,
to that.
we have not
The
made.
ceasefire does not mean that we are going to let the waters run.
Nor will we exchange diplomats, sir.
Nor will we exchange diplomats, nor will we, open up the border, nor will there be a immediate
Arnab,
implementation, a reversal of all the steps that have
do
been
you
taken.
connect this-
Though I do not have a clarification on that officially so far right now.
Do
so
you
we can't
connect
be
this with the IMF loan given to
I just
Pakistan
mentioned
yesterday?
that. I just mentioned
No,
that.
I just want to.
I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't
Yes,
do that.
yeah.
See, the IMF
But then
loan,
India
I think it would be
abstained from it.
premature. No,
Why?
it would be premature. Now, 1 minute. Summer, I think you must understand the full context of the abstention that is in your full statement. In the IMF, you cannot have a no. At the most, you can have an abstention.
Yes,
so I think
yes.
we can't
Yeah, obviously.
explain it in those terms. Now, let me go back
he's
to the
right.
fundamental issue that we are at and how we are going to do this. Can I have Shawan on it? I'm told that the National Security Advisor is reaching 7 Racecourse Road. What we are awaiting right now are more details. Can Abhishek be on air, please? Thank you very much. So that I can get him to speak. Now, thank you very much. Abhishek, I need you to explain this. I need Shawan on air right now. I need Shawan to be put on right now, and NSA Ajit Doval is at the Prime Minister's residence, because obviously the ripple effects of the nature of the announcement will be there for a long time, and there's going to be a deep discussion on this. So, I think that we are in a sort of a holding position as a channel right now on this very subject. But we have very clearly said here that any further act of terror will be considered an act of war and will be responded to openly. This has happened at a time when Khwaja Yusuf is under pressure from the military, and there have been so many officials of the Pakistani armed forces, including that Air Marshal this morning, who said that if we continue to be hit like this, we have no defenses left. That must not be forgotten. And this has followed humongous action, ladies and gentlemen, humongous action by India. Yeah. India has targeted Pakistan's military infrastructure. We have targeted all their critical sites, command centers, weapon centers. Sir,
may I just take you back to 1999?
Yeah, go back.
May I take you back to 1999? They attacked, we responded, we hit them so hard that the fellow Nawaz Sharif went begging, Billu Bhai Clinton, bacha lo mere ko.
Yes.
This is precisely when you hit hard.
It's a repeat of that process.
In a boxing ring, when one fellow is lying, he's been knocked and he's on the floor. He's the guy who'll get up and say, bhai, maaf kar do.
Boss, I'm still stuck on this choice of words of Jaishankar. You know, you have to listen to it. He's saying understanding on a stoppage of firing and military action. This is very temporary. I think there is a nuance. Knowing Jaishankar, the choice, the careful choice of words he does, this is absolutely a case of India still in wait and watch mode. What we have from Trump is typically Trumpism. Yeah. This is typically Trumpist overreach by way of announcing, oh, fine, we have victory, we have everything. He has done that 4 times already.
With you and Shawan, hold this. Shawan,
he has done that already 4 times.
Any more details that you have on what we already know, Shawan?
All right, Shawan.
Well, as far as the Defense Ministry is concerned, there were certain contours that they have basically put out as far as what the ceasefire really looks at, because we have already seen Pakistan violating the ceasefire agreement that we had back in 2021. So there is nothing that that we can really trust them for. And the other part basically emerges that we as a country has always believed that we do not need a third-party mediation in the first place. So one thing is very clear. Ceasefire violation would also mean that you need to stop firing right now along the LC. As I understand, just now the report that I got was the artillery firing was still going on a short while back. So we do not know how exactly it's going to really work out. But one thing is very clear, that the government has made it very clear that any further act of terrorism will be seen as an act of war, and this something is being well defined by the DGMO. In fact, there are certain reports that have also been cited by the DGMO with regards to the multiple violations that have essentially taken place. So that is being well defined at this point in time. That's all that we have been told. We're waiting for that press briefing to take place with regards to the developments that have taken place so far.
All right, Shawan, we are waiting for... can you tell us, Shawan?
Shawan should join us here in the studio, please, very quickly. Shawan, can you rush to the studio because I'm going out to make a few calls. Thank you.
Sir?
All right, Shawan, can you tell us what time is the military, the MOD briefing, which is going to give us the military view of the developments, Shawan?
Well, in fact, I'm given to understand that should happen in a short while from now. The exact timing we haven't been given. In Abhishek, I'm just getting a quick call. I'll perhaps get some clarity on the call as far as when are they really planning to they do the press briefing, because importantly, there have been some developments in the meeting that took place following the DGMO level talks that have taken place.
Well, absolutely. And this is, remember, the kind of leadership we saw of Prime Minister really taking the lead and leading from the front in terms of coordinating all military action, taking those meetings, the CCS, which was the Cabinet Committee on Security, and then, of course, directly engaging with the military leadership almost every day. Almost every day for the last 10, 12 days, we had those pictures coming in of the service chiefs along with the Chief of Defence Staff and the National Security Advisor closeted with the Prime Minister, overseeing the minutiae of the operation, which culminated with those strikes on Pakistan's terror infrastructure on May 6-7, the night of May 6 and 7, as part of Operation Sindoor. Right, and more information, essentially what India has achieved in terms of Operation Sindoor. Before this ceasefire has been announced, India has shown Pakistan its place. India has shown its superiority when it comes to conventional warfare. India has shown better military strategy and tactic. India has shown that below the nuclear threshold, Pakistan can be taught a military lesson. India has shown that a certain Rubicon has been crossed, that if an act of terror happens originating from Pakistani soil, India is going to inflict costs. India has shown through Operation Sindoor that if a terror act happens, India would carry a policy of hot pursuit henceforth and go after the terrorists wherever they are, including, of course, where they are trained and manufactured literally, that is Pakistan. India has shown that below the nuclear threshold, India can really go to the brink and scare the hell out of Pakistanis. India has shown through Operation Sindoor that Pakistan army is a case of paper tigers. India has shown that the Rawalpindi generals are absolutely nothing when it comes to making them pay for their indulgence with terror. India has shown through Operation Sindoor that we have exposed Pakistan's fragile air defense. Remember, effectively, none of their machines, the war machine when it comes to air defense function, right from our smallest of drones to the biggest of our missiles. We had easy ingress into Pakistan territory, into Pakistan airspace, and we could easily go in and achieve our targets. So India has militarily achieved a lot. India has diplomatically achieved a lot. India has shown through Operation Sindoor that escalation can be controlled and escalation can be inflicted in a manner that the perpetrator of terror from Pakistani soil have no place to hide. India has also shown that key terror operatives can be eliminated. It was almost taking a leaf out of Israeli style of going after terrorism. India has shown tremendous amount of tri-services synergy with the manner in which Army, Navy, Air Force functioned. India has shown tremendous amount of joint warfare capability with the Navy holding Pakistan from the scruff of its neck, even as the Air Force carried out clinical operations, and the Army, of course, provided the bulwark and much of support in terms of making sure that there is no misadventure from the Pakistani side on the ground, providing the artillery fire and holding on Pakistanis on the ground. All these messages come out of the manner in which India has held on to its ground in terms of making sure that if at all in future terror happens, Pahalgam-like episode happens. Shawan joins me in the studios. Shawan, I think while the contours of the ceasefire is still to be known, we seem to be in a situation where Donald Trump has made an announcement like he's prone to make in many such situations. We will know the contours over a couple of days, but then there are already some lessons. But what are you hearing from your military sources?
Well, as far as the defense is concerned, they are very clear about one thing, that as the ceasefire violations that have essentially taken place and the fact that there was a ceasefire agreement of 2021, that agreement did not last for very long, particularly after this army chief actually came in. And there has been a clear change in the tact itself. Secondly, with regards to the act of terrorism, on that very front, there is no clarity as to how exactly will this be taken forward, because Pakistan is known to have changed this position time and again. And that's the reason why there is perhaps one reason why there has been a delay right now in the briefing that was also supposed to take place. Abhishek, you were asking as to what time. It was supposed to be at 6:15 this evening, but there seems to be some changes coming in. We've spoken to the IDS a short while back just to get a sense of what's happening, but we haven't got a clarity as yet. Major Samarpal Tur, as far as the military is concerned, military does not really trust. Military does not really trust the fact that Pakistan will live up to it. Military does not. The diplomats may understand this, but as far as the military is concerned, I can tell you this much, that they knew about this, that with General Asim Munir being at the helm of affairs in Pakistan, there is no way, there is no chance that they are going to adhere to any sort of agreement.
You see, Marco Rubio had spoken to General
the
Asif
MOD
Munir.
statement starting anytime now. The MOD statement is starting anytime now, possibly a minute. You can hold the conversation till then.
So,
go ahead, Major Tur.
What I'm saying is, General Asif Munir got a call from Marco Rubio, number one. Then the DGMO of Pakistan had a word with the Pakistan Foreign Minister, Rizwan Saeed. They knew that there has been irrecoverable damage to the Pakistan Air Force infrastructure.
Right.
That too, deep strikes. And after this, probably their air power would have been vulnerable. And we would have gained the advantage by taking out the Air Force.
They were completely back foot.
They were completely on back
From the military
foot.
point
Their
of view,
airstrips have been decimated.
So,
if you see, it's Rawalpindi, then you've got Chakwal, Murid Air Base, Sharkot Air Base, Sukur Air Base, Chunia Airstrip, Rahim Yar Khan Airstrip, Rafiki Airstrips. All their airports are gone. They've literally been hammered. There's been complete decimation of the Pakistan Air Force
Look at the
infrastructure.
sequence of events. Major Tur, look at the sequence of events, and Abhishek also, even before the operation actually began. You already had the Pakistan ambassador begging for some sort of a session or some sort of an understanding on this entire issue. In fact, there were meetings that were sought with the president even before Operation Sindoor actually took place, because Pakistan was very clear. Pakistan knew that something was going to come their way, and the retaliation, the retribution is going to be something that they cannot perhaps handle. And that's exactly what we are witnessing. In the last few days itself, look at what has happened. With 3 precision strikes that have taken place right inside Pakistan, their entire terror ecosystem has completely failed, or in the sense it has been destroyed. And for Pakistan, which has terrorism or terrorists have largely been part of their foreign policy. Their foreign policy has been defined by these very terrorists. And the non-state actors entire question that they had basically put up, that has also been demolished right now. Now, what happens thereafter? You've had the Pakistan ambassador seeking a meeting with President Trump even before the operation took place. You've had multiple ministers of Shabbaz Sharif's government literally coming out and saying that if India continues the way they are, we will be left no place. There'll be no place for us to go. They were weeping inside the National Assembly. You've had a Pakistani army official who's now become a politician weeping, literally weeping inside the National Assembly, begging India to basically stop. So let's understand one thing, that left with no other option, especially with the kind of strikes that have basically taken place, left with very little room to maneuver, you've had the Pakistanis dialing the DGMO. And let me make it very clear, the DGMO talks usually happen on a Tuesday. This has happened today. We're being told that there have been backroom talks that have been going on. But Abhishek, what were the backroom talks that we were talking about? Because late last night, Marco Rubio also spoke to General Asim Munir, and this perhaps was the first time. General K.K. Sinha is joining us on this broadcast. General K.K. Sinha, from the military point of view, I don't think so anyone would have been accepting it. I'm told that Jammu and Kashmir Chief Minister is speaking on the ceasefire violation.
नुकसान जम्मू शहर में हुआ है, लेकिन जम्मू शहर से बाहर अगर हम बात करें, पुंछ शहर को बहुत ज़्यादा जो है डेवस्टेट किया हुआ है। कल रात को रजौरी में बहुत नुकसान हुआ। टंगधार पहले दिन से निशाना बना है। तो जैसे मैंने अभी कहा, डीसीज़ को वाज़िया हिदायत दी गई है कि वो फौरी तौर डैमेज का जो है फाइनल असेसमेंट करके वो असेसमेंट हम तक पहुंचाएं, ताकि हम इन घरों को रिलीफ जो है पहुंचाना शुरू करें। इसके साथ साथ कई दिनों से अब हवाई अड्डा हमारा बंद रहा है। उम्मीद करते हैं कि सीज़ फायर के बाद दोबारा हवाई अड्डा खुलेगा और हमारे जो यहाँ से हाजी हज करने के लिए जिनको निकलना था, हम भेज नहीं पाए। इंशाल्लाह जैसे ही हवाई अड्डा खुल जाता है तो हम दोबारा हमारे अपने हाजियों को यहाँ से रवाना करना शुरू कर देंगे। भी आज आपने ऐलान कर दिया, वो हमने जो कीमती जानें गई हैं वहाँ पे हमने थोड़ा सा कॉम्पनसेशन का ऐलान किया है, लेकिन उसके साथ साथ अब
General K.K. Sinha, here in the studio also Major Samarpal Tur was saying, and something that, knowing the military well, they wouldn't have really accepted it. The military does not really trust any sort of ceasefire agreement because that agreement has never worked.
I mean, Shabbaz, just
good evening. Tur, please. Good evening, Niranjan. I was with you in the afternoon and I said that, the DGMO of Pakistan is dialing very frantically to the DGMO of India, asking, to just give them, probably he must be begging. Today, India has carried out, as per me, Operation Sindoor, 19 days surgical war. This is what I say, surgical war by India on Pakistan. As we hammered them so much, T7 major airfield has been knocked off. There, completely 9 targets of terrorists, which is unprecedented in the heart of Punjab. It has been hit so badly, more than 100 terrorists. Pakistan has kneeled down. If anything is happening, it is India, it is the Indian military might and India's might. They have kneeled down, begging. See, a country which can't do anything. All missiles failed. They're all, even when we were suppressing their air defense, even we have not got the, your air power superiority, we were on verge of that. And then our thrust would have gone. We have made the battlefield condition, we would have hit hard. I just heard Chief Minister your Jammu and Kashmir speaking that this area destroyed, that area destroyed. We have devastated complete Neelam Valley. POK has been absolutely. That is what we have to bring out. It is not that you start your airfield, all airfield is out of action. We have to be. We can't show our weaknesses like this. See, Niranjan, I'm absolutely very clear. It is a surgical war on Pakistan, 19 days. Take it. He has activated 1,400-kilometer war in our northern front and the western front. He started on 22nd, we concluded on 10th. It is worse than what they did in 71. 13 days war. It is 19 days war and surgical war with a complete Indian might. Complete Indian might. Army with integrated actions of ours. In the north, the army was on. In the center, it was the Air Force putting his everything we have thrown, including integrated air defense system, and the Navy blockade into the port of Karachi. So we can't show our weaknesses the way we are going and projecting it. This is no time. The Chief Minister is shown. I'm sorry. I felt very bad about it. He says Rajouri has been pounded. We have completely, General, visuals are coming. We have been in these areas. The complete area of Neelam Valley has been absolutely, what we have done it with our fire and fury. It is and same thing we have done it in POK.
Okay, we're just cutting to the briefing coming in.
I welcome you to this press briefing on Operation Sindoor and related developments. We have with us Commodore Ravi Nair, Colonel Sophia Qureshi, and Wing Commander Vyomika Singh to brief you. With that, I hand over the floor to Commodore Nair.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. As the Foreign Secretary had said, you're aware there's an understanding that has been reached to stop all military activities at sea, on the air and on the land. And the Indian Navy, Indian Army and the Indian Air Force have been instructed to adhere to this understanding. Since the tragic events at Pahalgam, you're aware that our responses have been measured and very responsible. Details of these have been shared with you over the past few days through our various press briefings. What has also happened is that there is a significant amount of misinformation that is being undertaken from the other side. And as a professional military organization, we thought it is also our duty to dispel those misinformation aspects, as also state the facts of the case as they stand. Towards that, I will now hand over to my colleague, Colonel Qureshi.
नमस्कार। अब मैं आपको पाकिस्तान की मिस इन्फॉर्मेशन कैंपेन के बारे में अवगत कराऊंगी। पहला, पाकिस्तान ने यह क्लेम किया कि उसने अपने JF-17 से हमारे S-400 व ब्रह्मोस मिसाइल बेस को नुकसान पहुंचाया, जो कि बिल्कुल गलत है। दूसरा, उसका यह भी मिस इन्फॉर्मेशन कैंपेन था कि हमारी एयरफील्ड, जो कि सिरसा, जम्मू, पठानकोट, भटिंडा, नलिया और भुज में है, ये उसका मिस इन्फॉर्मेशन भी बहुत गलत है। तीसरा, पाकिस्तान के मिस इन्फॉर्मेशन कैंपेन के मुताबिक हमारे एम्यूनिशन डम्प्स जो चंडीगढ़ और बियास में है, उसका डैमेज हुआ, यह भी बिल्कुल गलत है। हमने आपको मॉर्निंग ब्रीफिंग में बताया था विद फैक्ट्स एंड फिगर के साथ कि ये सारी चीज़ें बिल्कुल सही सलामत हैं। अब मैं आपको बताना चाहती हूँ कि पाकिस्तान के एक प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस में ये बात की गई थी कि उनके सीनियर मिलिट्री ऑफिसर्स, जो कि पूरी तरह से ये भ्रामक है और तथ्यों से दूर है, कि पाकिस्तान की ओर से ये झूठा आरोप भी लगाया जा रहा है कि भारतीय सेना ने मस्जिदों को नुकसान पहुंचाया। मैं इससे बिल्कुल स्पष्ट करना चाहती हूं कि इंडिया इज ए सेक्युलर नेशन और हमारी सेना भारत के कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल वैल्यूज की एक बहुत प्यारी झलक है। इंडियन आर्म्ड फोर्सेस ने पाकिस्तान को बहुत भारी नुकसान पहुंचाया, उनके मिलिट्री इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर्स को, चाहे वो लैंड एसेट्स हो या फिर उनके एयर एसेट्स। यही नहीं, इंडियन आर्म्ड फोर्सेस ने पाकिस्तान की एयरफील्ड्स स्कर्दू, जकोबाबाद, सरगोदा और बुलारी को बहुत नुकसान पहुंचाया। इसके अलावा पाकिस्तान के एयर डिफेंस सिस्टम, रडार सिस्टम, उनको भी एयर स्पेस में अनडिनेबल किया। यह भी बताना चाहती हूँ कि लाइन ऑफ कंट्रोल के पास पाकिस्तान के कमांड एंड कंट्रोल, लॉजिस्टिक इंस्टॉलेशन और उनके मिलिट्री इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर, मिलिट्री पर्सनल का इतना भारी नुकसान हुआ कि पाकिस्तान की ऑफेंसिव व डिफेंसिव कैपेबिलिटी को नष्ट कर दिया गया। अंत में मैं फिर से ये बात दोहराना चाहूंगी, इंडियन आर्म फोर्सेस पूरी तरह से तैयार है, सतर्क है और भारत की संप्रभुता और अखंडता की रक्षा के लिए पूरी तरह से कमिटेड है। धन्यवाद। जय हिंद।
Several attempts were made by Pakistan on spreading a misinformation campaign, as we have seen for the last few days. There were attempts made to say that our S-400 at a northern base was destroyed, which was completely false, and that it was destroyed by a JF-17. It was a false information. Also, that the BrahMos installation was attacked and it was destroyed was false. The destruction of airfields at Srinagar, Jammu, Pathankot, Bhuj, Nalia, etc. was also a false claim. The forward ammunition dump at Chandigarh and Beas are also fit and fine, and we showed you these in the photographs in the morning briefing today. Also, there was a certain different way of miscampaign that Pakistan conducted by its press conferences, which was conducted in a manner which was completely misleading and devoid of facts. Pakistan has been spreading fabricated allegations that the Indian armed forces have targeted mosques. Let us make this very clear here that India is a secular nation and the Indian armed forces are a reflection of our constitutional values. We hold every place of worship of all faiths in the highest regard. Our operations have been aimed exclusively at terrorist camps and facilities being used for anti-India activities. No religious sites, I repeat, no religious sites have been targeted by the Indian Armed Forces. Over the past few days, as we have seen, Pakistan all has suffered very heavy and unsustainable losses after it has given us an unprovoked attack on our installations. It has suffered losses in both land and air. There has been an extensive damage to the crucial Pakistani air bases like Skardu, Sargodha, Jacobabad and Bholari. In addition, a loss of AD weapon system and radars made the defense of Pakistani airspace untenable. Across the line of control, extensive and precise damage to military infrastructure and command control centers and logistics installations. In addition to that, 2 military personnel had led to complete breakdown of its defensive and offensive capability and also Pakistani morale.
In conclusion, let me reiterate that whilst we will be adhering to the understanding that has been reached today, that is the Indian Army, the Indian Navy, and the Indian Air Force, we remain fully prepared and ever vigilant and committed to defending the sovereignty and integrity of the motherland. Every misadventure by Pakistan has been met with strength, and every future escalation will invite a decisive response. We remain fully operationally ready to launch whatever operations may be required in defense of the nation. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you. With that, we come to the closure of this press briefing. Thank you very much.
You have Defense Ministry making it very clear that this entire operation, the most successful operation that armed forces have actually carried out has been Operation Sindoor, exclusively looking at demolishing terrorist organizations as well as facilities linked to all these terror groups. That was the sole objective of Operation Sindoor, which has been completely done in a successful manner. Ladies and gentlemen, 3 precision strikes that were carried out by India. The big takeaways over the last 3 days. Joining me in the studio is also Jaisalmer Paltur, and the very fact that today I believe that we are in a much better position, keeping in mind that we have been able to not only destroy the entire ecosystem, the terror ecosystem has been destroyed. The big news also coming in. The airstrips in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir, in Skardu, has also been destroyed. Now that's a big news coming in. I don't think so. This was said earlier in the day. Earlier in the day, it was the other air bases. So Jaisalmer Paltur, that's a breaking news coming in.
Yes,
now you have the Indian Army. That's the breaking news coming in Skardu. In Skardu, you have the airstrip has been destroyed by India. And that's a big news coming in, Jaisalmer Paltur.
See, this leaves the whole of POK vulnerable, because see, the Skardu strip is of very tactical importance and significance. So now that strip is gone, there are going to be issues in terms of logistics and supply chain management issues, and it was a very imminent threat.
Let me just once again play this out, because this is extremely significant of the achievements that have been made by the armed forces.
अब मैं आपको पाकिस्तान की मिस इन्फॉर्मेशन कैंपेन के बारे में अवगत कराऊंगी। पहला, पाकिस्तान ने यह क्लेम किया कि उसने अपने JF-17 से हमारे S-400 व ब्रह्मोस मिसाइल बेस को नुकसान पहुंचाया, जो कि बिल्कुल गलत है। दूसरा, उसका ये भी मिस इन्फॉर्मेशन कैंपेन था कि हमारी एयरफील्ड, जो कि सिरसा, जम्मू, पठानकोट, बठिंडा, नलिया और भुज में है, ये उसका मिस इन्फॉर्मेशन भी बहुत गलत है। तीसरा, पाकिस्तान के मिस इन्फॉर्मेशन कैंपेन के मुताबिक हमारे एम्यूनिशन डम्प्स जो चंडीगढ़ और बियास में है, उसका डैमेज हुआ, यह भी बिल्कुल गलत है। हमने आपको मॉर्निंग ब्रीफिंग में बताया था विद फैक्ट्स एंड फिगर के साथ कि ये सारी चीज़ें बिल्कुल सही सलामत हैं। अब मैं आपको बताना चाहती हूँ कि पाकिस्तान के एक प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस में ये बात की गई थी कि उनके सीनियर मिलिट्री ऑफिसर्स, जो कि पूरी तरह से ये भ्रामक है और तथ्यों से दूर है, कि पाकिस्तान की ओर से ये झूठा आरोप भी लगाया जा रहा है कि भारतीय सेना ने मस्जिदों को नुकसान पहुंचाया। मैं इससे बिल्कुल स्पष्ट करना चाहती हूं कि इंडिया इज ए सेक्युलर नेशन और हमारी सेना भारत के कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल वैल्यूज की एक बहुत प्यारी झलक है। इंडियन आर्म फोर्सेस ने पाकिस्तान को बहुत भारी नुकसान पहुंचाया, उनके मिलिट्री इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर्स को, चाहे वो लैंड एसेट्स हो या फिर उनके एयर एसेट्स। यही नहीं, इंडियन आर्म फोर्सेस ने पाकिस्तान की एयरफील्ड स्कर्दू, जकोबाबाद, सरगोदा और बुलारी को बहुत नुकसान पहुंचाया। इसके अलावा पाकिस्तान के एयर डिफेंस सिस्टम, रडार सिस्टम, उनको भी एयर स्पेस में अनटेनेबल किया। यह भी बताना चाहती हूँ कि लाइन ऑफ कंट्रोल के पास पाकिस्तान के कमांड एंड कंट्रोल, लॉजिस्टिक इंस्टॉलेशंस और उनके मिलिट्री इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर, मिलिट्री पर्सनल का इतना भारी नुकसान हुआ कि पाकिस्तान की ऑफेंसिव व डिफेंसिव कैपेबिलिटी को नष्ट कर दिया गया। अंत में मैं फिर से ये बात दोहराना चाहूँगी, इंडियन आर्म फोर्सेस पूरी तरह से तैयार है, सतर्क है और भारत की संप्रभुता और अखंडता की रक्षा के लिए पूरी तरह से कमिटेड है।
Several attempts were made by Pakistan on spreading a misinformation campaign, as we have seen for the last few days. There were attempts made to say that our S-400 at a northern base was destroyed, which was completely false, and that it was destroyed by a JF-17. It was a false information. Also, that the BrahMos installation was attacked and it was destroyed was false. The destruction of airfields at Srinagar, Jammu, Pathankot, Bhuj, Nalia, etc. was also a false claim. The forward ammunition dump at Chandigarh and Beas are also fit and fine, and we showed you these in the photographs in the morning briefing today. Also, there was a certain different way of miscampaign that the Pakistan conducted by its press conferences, which was conducted in a manner which was completely misleading and devoid of facts. Pakistan has been spreading fabricated allegations that the Indian armed forces have targeted mosques. Let us make this very clear here, that India is a secular nation and the Indian armed forces are a reflection of our constitutional values. We hold every place of worship of all faiths in the highest regard. Our operations have been aimed exclusively at terrorist camps and facilities being used for anti-India activities. No religious sites, I repeat, no religious sites have been targeted by the Indian armed forces. Over the past few days, as we have seen, Pakistan has suffered very heavy and unsustainable losses after it has given us an unprovoked attack on our installations. It has suffered losses in both land and air. There has been an extensive damage to the crucial Pakistani air bases like Skardu, Sargodha, Jacobabad and Bholari. In addition, a loss of AD weapon system and radars made the defense of Pakistani airspace untenable. Across the line of control, extensive and precise damage to military infrastructure and command control centers and logistics installations. In addition to that, 2 military personnel had led to complete breakdown of its defensive and offensive capability and also Pakistani morale.
Whilst we will be adhering to the understanding that has been reached today, that is the Indian Army, the Indian Navy and the Indian Air Force, we remain fully prepared and ever vigilant and committed to defending the sovereignty and integrity of the motherland. Every misadventure by Pakistan has been met with strength, and every future escalation will invite a decisive response. We remain fully operationally ready to launch whatever operations may be required in defense of the nation.
External Affairs Minister Dr. S. Jaishankar's social media post now. In fact, this is what the minister has to say. India and Pakistan have today worked out an understanding on the stoppage of firing and military action. Let's also make this very clear. The understanding of this ceasefire violation is basically limited to only military terms, and the fact that all the other decisions that have been taken as far as the abeyance of the Indus Water Treaty is concerned, to the High Commission staff that have been reduced, all of these diplomatic decisions that have been taken by India following the Pahalgam attack still remains. Now, that's the clarity that we're getting in right now with regards to how does the ceasefire agreement really stand at. And in terms of the negotiations that have essentially been done, we are being told that this was backroom talks that actually took place, and Pakistan literally was begging for peace. In fact, you've had Pakistan's ambassador to the United States of America seeking for a meeting with President Trump. This was even before Operation Sindoor actually took place. And thereafter, multiple statements have actually been made, starting with the Prime Minister himself in Pakistan and his own ministers. In the National Assembly itself, remember, you've had the Pakistanis essentially saying that, hoping that India would perhaps not carry on with the operation. Now, that is the reason why, remember, this ceasefire understanding has actually taken place. That's the big story that we're tracking at this.
At Amity, we are committed to building a stronger India through world-class education and research. to nurture ideal citizens who, together with the leaders of today and tomorrow, will make India a world superpower. Amity University, India's leading not-for-profit private university.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
विमल में गुलिस्तां की ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुले तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की इस जुबां में खुद को ऐसा डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं ना? विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला। MDH।
Is here. Is your home ready for the heat? Keep your roof cool and your home comfortable all summer with Roof Cool and Seal. पसीना मत बहाओ, बर्जर रूफ कूल एंड सील लगाओ।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
पाकिस्तानी और इंडिया ने जंग शुरू कर दी है। अभी बहावलपुर सिटी के अंदर मौलाना मसूद अजहर साहब के जो है मदरसा है, उसके ऊपर 4 मिसाइल दागे गए हैं। 4 मिसाइलों के साथ हमला किया गया है मौलाना मसूद अजहर साहब के मदरसे के ऊपर। हम अपनी अफवाज पाकिस्तान के साथ खड़े हैं, लेकिन मेरा सवाल है कि हमारी एजेंसीज कहाँ सोई हुई थी, हमारी अफवाज पाकिस्तान कहाँ सोई हुई थी जब ये हमला हुआ। मुजफ्फराबाद की भी खबर आ रही है कि मुजफ्फराबाद वाली साइड पे भी ये अटैक हुआ है, लेकिन सब
At Amity, we are committed to building a stronger India through world-class education and research to nurture ideal citizens who, together with the leaders of today and tomorrow, will make India a world superpower. Amity University, India's leading not-for-profit private university.
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
विमल में गुलिस्तां की ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुले तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की इस जुबां में खुद को ऐसा डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं ना? विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
The Director General of Military Operations of Pakistan called the Director General of Military Operations of India. It was agreed between them that both sides would stop all firing and military action on land and in the air and sea.
India hammers Pakistan, but the terror state goes crying to the White House, pleading for ceasefire in India-Pakistan tensions.
We will be adhering to the understanding that has been reached today, we remain fully prepared and ever vigilant and committed to defending the sovereignty and integrity of the motherland.
India has decided that any future act of terror will be considered an act of war against India and will be responded accordingly. It's most concrete proof, evidence of how Pakistan used civilian regions to engage in military conflict with India.
सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला।
Unlike in 2019 when we had hit Balakot, which was in the wilderness, and Pakistan got an excuse to say that nothing had been damaged or killed, that we had only killed some crows and pigeons and sparrows. This time we chose high visibility terrorist targets which have been around for decades, right? And they are command and control targets, terror training camps of big, very great magnitude. So that
Summer is here. Is your home ready for the heat? Keep your roof cool and your home comfortable all summer with Roof Cool and Seal. पसीना मत बहाओ, बर्जर रूफ कूल एंड सील लगाओ। पसीना मत बहाओ, बर्जर रूफ कूल एंड सील लगाओ। पसीना मत बहाओ।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Hello and welcome. You're watching the Saturday edition of This Is Exclusive. There may be a ceasefire agreement, but that doesn't stop us from showing the real face of the Pakistani army. Over the last few days, there has been a humiliating defeat that the Pakistanis have had. Operation Sindoor has destroyed Pakistan. It has destroyed Pakistan's air bases. It has destroyed its radar system. It has destroyed the entire ecosystem that was flourishing all this while. But ladies and gentlemen, this army is an immoral army. They've used civilians as human shield. And tonight on This Is Exclusive, we'll show you the other face. A face that you should never forget. That this is not an army that one can ever trust. All this and much more in this edition of This Is Exclusive. But first, let me take you through the headlines we're tracking at this hour.
The Director General of Military Operations of Pakistan called the Director General of Military Operations of India. It was agreed between them that both sides would stop all firing and military action on land and in the air and sea.
India hammers Pakistan, but the terror state goes crying to the White House, pleading for ceasefire with India.
Whilst we will be adhering to the understanding that has been reached today, we remain fully prepared and ever vigilant and committed to defending the sovereignty and integrity of the motherland.
India has decided that any future act of terror will be considered an act of war against India and will be responded accordingly. It's the most concrete proof, evidence of how Pakistan used civilian regions to engage in military conflict with India.
Pakistan military targets at Rafiqi, Murid, Chaklala, Rahim Yar Khan, Sukur and Chunya were engaged using air-launched precision weapons from our fighter aircraft.
India pummels over 11 air bases in Pakistan. Ministry of Defence confirms 100% precision strikes and no collateral damage.
Pakistani claims about activities that they have undertaken continue to be heavy on lies, misinformation and propaganda.
Ministry of External Affairs busts Pakistan's fake claims on attacks, fact checks propaganda with real-time images. Ladies and gentlemen, India and Pakistan may have agreed to a ceasefire, but the terror state modus operandi is one that cannot be overlooked. Tonight, we bring you the concrete proof, evidence that will put to light how Pakistan drags civilians into warfare, how the common man is used as human shields. A video exclusively accessed shows the Pakistani Fatah missiles firing position clearly located within a civilian population area, exposing a concerning tactic routinely employed by the Pakistani army. By deliberately placing artillery and gun positions in densely inhabited zones along the line of control, Pakistan aims to exploit the presence of civilians as human shields, making any counter-bombardment from the opposing side likely to result in civilian casualties. Ladies and gentlemen, tonight on This Is Exclusive, we're going to now take you through those very images and exact modus operandi of how Pakistan has been operating. Let me take you through the details that are coming in. Now, this is about the missiles that have been fired by the Pakistanis. These missiles were targeting Indian cities. Let me take you through the details of it. On your screens right now, this is the very location where the Fatah missile was actually launched. And thereafter, what we're going to show you is where it was being launched from. This was basically being launched from a civilian area. In fact, let me take you through some of the details that we have with us right now. Now, why firing from a civilian area basically gives some sort of a strategic advantage to them. That is because that perhaps would prevent a professional army like that of Indian Army from carrying out a counter bombardment. Now, the firing position is clearly in the civilian area. It may be highlighted that having a firing position within civilian area is purposely done by Pakistan so that any counter bombardment would basically cause some sort of a collateral damage. And Pakistan Army has this technique of placing the even gun positions on the LC in populated areas so that the collateral damage can take place. And the Pakistani army essentially does not care. It certainly does not care for civilian lives at all. Now, it's a carefully thought process of the Pakistani army, and because they don't care about civilian lives, and that is the reason why they've been non-stop targeting civilian areas here in India. They've used human shields. I'm going to give you multiple examples to show you the hypocrisy of this army. And I'm saying this, it is an immoral army, an army which does not care for their own soldiers, an army which does not have any rules of engagement, an army which does not really care for civilians. I doubt they even care for their own nation. The reason being is this. Once again, I'm going to take you to the details, what we are calling hammered and completely exposed. Now, we have to just make this change right now. Let's take this off. This what you're seeing right now. These are the interceptions that have taken place. Can we please go back to the first story right now? The story that we are bringing to you is that of how Pakistanis have essentially been using that same modus operandi. Now, Pakistan has basically deployed this artillery in a civilian area. Now, take a look at it. You have this firing that takes place not very far away from there are civilians who are basically present there. Civilians who are in those very areas. Now, what really happens? When a missile is actually fired, it basically is tracked by our gun radar locating machines. Now, when it does that, it also helps us to identify the very place from where the missiles have been launched. It also gives us the option that if at all we want to counter that, or perhaps carry out a counter bombardment, then it can be done. But if this happens, that it is in a location like this, which is basically inside a civilian area, then it prevents a professional army like that of the Indian Army from carrying out any sort of an attack. And that is how they've been using the humans as a shield. Civilians are now being used as a shield by the Pakistan Army. It's a tactically chosen area. Counter bombardment would cause civilians harm. Can I also have Iona speaking to me with regards to what we are bringing out next right now? Because this, as I understand, is a clear copy of the Hamas, the operation of the Hamas right now. Because if you see, this entire operational style has been copied from Hamas, and perhaps Hamas has been some sort of an advisory board of the Pakistani army, because they've had their meetings with Jaish, they've had their meetings with Lashkar-e-Toiba. So, of course, the Pakistani army must have also taken their advice from Hamas by carrying out what we believe is their same style of functioning, because they've chosen this. And these images that we have accessed clearly goes on to indicate the same. Now I'm going to show you the clear comparison between Hamas and the Pakistan army. There's not much of a difference. Hamas attack model and Pakistan replicating the same. Now, if you take a look at, these are all underground areas where the IDF, Israel's defense forces, were basically trying to find out where exactly, how they were basically operating. You have the Shifa hospital, which was also used for carrying out attacks against Israel. Now, this is the Shifa hospital in Gaza. This hospital was basically used as some sort of a launch pad. In fact, what you see right now, these are ammunitions on your screens, ammunitions, and the very fact that you have remains of these ammunitions that are being used, you have the IDF basically going inside and carrying out a search operation. Now, pretty much what we are seeing here, Pakistan basically is using the same very model. Their model isn't very different than what perhaps the Hamas has been doing. And there is a clear example of how both have actually joined hands. And there is also another information that we have. Before the Pahalgam attack actually took place, there were several secret meetings that were taking place. These meetings were of the top leadership of the Hamas. In fact, whatever remaining of the Hamas leadership, in fact, their meetings at the Jaish headquarters. In fact, you've had a convoy of cars going and giving a reception to a grand welcome, in fact, was given to several of the Hamas leadership, members of the Hamas, and they thereafter had multiple meetings. These meetings that took place between Jaish, Lashkar-e-Toiba and the Pakistani army. The Pakistan army Hamas operandi that we are revealing tonight. How Pakistan uses Hamas model to use civilians as a bait. Their entire operandi has been completely exposed, and we've just shown you those images right now. Comparison between Pakistan-Hamas model. And I'm not sure if we have Abhishek who's going to join us on this broadcast, getting us the latest details, but I'm going to stay with these pictures till the time I know what we are going next. Hamas's attack model and Pakistan's replicated that same very model, what you see right now on your screens. It's very similar. And what we are essentially looking at right now is the fact that when the Fatah missile was actually launched, this was basically launched from a civilian area. You can clearly see the civilians who are all present there when the firing took place. Now, contrast that with what you're seeing in Gaza. In Gaza, remember, the IDF has basically exposed how Hamas was living right within the civilian population, surrounded by the civilian population, and the fact that these underground guns, underground terminals were basically being utilized to their best of advantage, because they knew that perhaps, if at all, Israel basically responds. If Israel basically responds, then they would have a cover. And the cover would be this, that they can blame Israel for targeting the civilian population. And that's exactly what the Pakistani army has also done. Now, let me take you through more details that we've been able to put together. The details are of the meetings that have taken place, these meetings between the Hamas commanders and Jaish-e-Mohammed commanders, as well as the Lashkar-e-Toiba. And the fact that in these meetings that have essentially taken place, it is very clear. The clarity essentially emerging that there was an understanding between all of them, the Pakistani army too, and we have seen this in Pahalgam too. In Pahalgam attack that was carried out. In the Pahalgam attack too, the same Hamas model was used. Now, ladies and gentlemen, the fact that Pakistan army is essentially known as an immoral army is only because of this. For them, civilians do not matter. And it's a desperate attempt that they've basically made. Here on your screens, as I'm saying, that they were firing these missiles from a civilian area. What was the target? The target was these very civilians. Now, take a look at it. Here, this Fatah missile, that was the debris of these Fatah missile, was found from an agricultural land. And you have a civilian population around him. Look at here. You have locals who have been carrying this debris. So whom are you really targeting? You're targeting the civilians. For the Pakistani army, it does not matter. And you contrast this with us. Indian army, when they carried out a precision attack, the attack was so precise that it had only targeted the terror facilities. The entire ecosystem, the terror ecosystem, was basically being targeted. We were not targeting any mosques. We were not targeting any religious institutions. We were not targeting any children. We were not targeting any women. We were only targeting terrorists. We were only targeting terror facilities. And the Pakistanis have done something else. The Pakistanis were basically firing what? They were firing at us. They were firing using armed drones. In fact, take a look at this. Permanent remnants of projectile that was found in Sirsa. And this is the very missile that was basically fired from a civilian area. You have this missile, the Fatah 2 missile is what we are being told was basically fired, and this is what remains right now. And Pakistani missiles were all basically aimed towards only one thing. That's the civilian population. Of course, the military installations being one such. But interestingly, they've been exposed. They've been exposed how? By the Indian Army as well as the Indian Air Force. Over the last few days, during the briefing that took place of Operation Sindoor, you've essentially seen the modus operandi of Pakistan Army. They did not even call for any movement, no time, as far as their civilian airspace is concerned. That civilian airspace wasn't even stopped, wasn't closed. So what was Pakistan's ulterior motive? Pakistan's ulterior motive was this. carrying out drone attacks at multiple locations, 36 locations on the first day, 26 locations on the second day. And in both the cases, when this was actually happening, their airspace wasn't closed, which means that civilian flights were actually still flying. So if at all India wanted to basically retaliate, India would have to have thought twice, because if at all any of our missiles basically targeted the civilian airline, it would have created chaos. And take a look at it. 3 incidents where civilian airspace being kept open. All of it, the timing of it, at that very time when the drone attacks were taking place, you have had the flights also here. This is from Dammam to Lahore. And in fact, this was on 7th of May, 2025. This was at the same very time. A little after 8 o'clock is when the firing actually began. Can we please go back? Here, 7th of May, Wednesday, the flight Dammam to Lahore. Then let's take you to the second very day. You have Islamabad to Saudi Arabia, a flight that was still going on. This flight that you see was airborne when you've had the drone attacks taking place. And then, of course, the third day, which was basically last night, even after Indian Army basically exposed them. And in fact, we should keep the soundbite ready right now of Colonel Qureshi, who had exposed the Pakistani Army of using human shields. And take a look at this, Dubai to Sialkot, even after warning them, telling them that this is your real face, you've had the Pakistanis keeping the airspace open again last night when there have been civilian airspace was still kept open. In fact, I'm going to also take you through what was fired, but take a look at it. In Hoshiarpur, PL-15 missile was actually fired. And in Sirsa, there have been drone debris that have been found. In Bhuj, drone debris have also been found. And I'm going to tell you why this is quite important, crucial. In Jalandhar, drone debris have also been found. In Bhatinda, missile debris have been found. In Barber, again, missile debris that have been found here. Projectile debris coming in from Jaisalmer. And from Pokhran, projectile debris also coming in. Missile and drone debris that has been found from Amritsar. And from Akhnur too, it's the multiple missiles that have been found and they've been intercepted. Drone debris that have been found from Firozpur, and in Firozpur there were certain injuries that were sustained by the civilian population. RS Pura is also once again the drone debris that have been found. Now, just to give you a sense of what's really happening here. The Pakistani army on the first day carried out unarmed drone attack. The second day, they sneaked in armed drones, but not at all locations, in some certain locations. Third day, you have had a situation where the intensity has only been increased, and the armed drones that were basically found, these armed drones were basically targeting the civilian areas. I also have Colonel T.P. Tyagi is joining us on this broadcast. Colonel Tyagi, on This Is Exclusive, we are basically exposing this army, the Pakistani army, which I say it's completely immoral, because if you take a look at the images that we have accessed and the images that we are showing, the Fatah missiles that were basically launched, they were launched from a civilian area. I want you to help us understand, when you're firing from a civilian area, what does it mean? And a professional army like that of the Indian Army will perhaps be in no position to counter that.
Sir, I could not understand your question at all, but you want to say that what was the gain of Sindoor?
No, Colonel Tyagi, let me try and explain this to you again, once again. I'm not sure.
Yes, and kindly be short, short and specific. If the question becomes lengthy, you are unable to understand what you are asking. I will answer every question of yours, but be specific.
Colonel Tyagi, we are showing images of how the Pakistani army was basically firing from a civilian area. When you're firing from a civilian area, what does it mean?
There is something wrong in the... I'm not understanding what you are saying, sir.
Okay, Colonel Tyagi, well, in fact, we're getting in some more breaking news right now. Colonel Tyagi, we'll try and reconnect with you. The latest details now coming in of... In fact, MES sources now indicating that India and Pakistan have reached an understanding after the Pakistan side reached out to India. There are no preconditions and post-conditions. Indus Water Treaty remains in abeyance and all other measures remain suspended. India's position on terrorism remains the same. Now, this is again, you have Pakistan that has been completely hammered in the last few days. And they have now gone to the United States of America seeking for some sort of an intervention. And this entire ceasefire agreement has thereafter been drafted. Now, as far as the decisions that have been taken diplomatically are following the attack that took place in Pahalgam, that stands even today. So this is a military understanding that has taken place where you will not be opening fire. Secondly, what we are given to understand is that they are very clear on their position that has been taken. As far as the Indus Water Treaty is concerned, it is essentially going to be, it is still going to remain. Indus Water Treaty remains in abeyance and all other measures. Now, the other measures that were taken, one that is reduction of the staff in the embassy. That has been reduced to 30. Cancellation of visas, that still remains. Pakistani nationals have been asked to leave India. That also still remains. Now, these are some of the details that are coming in right now. Can I also have Abhishek on the phone line, if possible, getting us the latest details? In fact, MES sources now indicating that this remains. The Indus Water Treaty in abeyance still remains. There is no change on that. There is no change as far as the visas are concerned. The cancellation of visas still remain. The third is with regards to the staff members in the embassy. That too remains. So what is it that the ceasefire agreement really achieves? The ceasefire agreement is essentially on the condition that if at all any terrorist activity takes place from the soil of Pakistan, it is going to be seen as an act of war. Now, that's the position that India has taken, and it is a strong messaging that has been done by India. Well, that's all that we could pack in this edition of This Is Exclusive. Coming up on the other side, Forces First.
At Amity, we are committed to building a stronger India through world-class education and research to nurture ideal citizens who, together with the leaders of today and tomorrow, will make India a world superpower. Amity University, India's leading not-for-profit private university.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
विमल में गुलिस्तां की ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुले तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की इस जुबान में खुद को ऐसा डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं ना? विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
Here. Is your home ready for the heat? Keep your roof cool and your home comfortable all summer with Roof Cool and Seal. पसीना मत बहाओ, बर्जर रूफ कूल एंड सील लगाओ।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
विमल में गुलिस्तां के ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुले तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की जुबान में खुद को ऐसे डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं? विमल बोलो जुबान कैसी?
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
Of different weapon systems, because you cannot risk putting all eggs in one basket.
ये मस्जिद तैयबा मरकज उमर करा के अंदर ये नुकसान है।
Not risk putting all eggs in one basket. Risk putting all eggs in one basket.
Mentor here, and most
some
of the
visuals I can see some
are near the LOC.
No. This is a long shot. I can see in the sky there's somebody who shot something to light.
Summer is here. Is your home ready for the heat? Keep your roof cool and your home comfortable all summer with Roof Cool and Seal. पसीना मत बहाओ, बर्जर रूफ कूल एंड सील लगाओ। पसीना मत बहाओ, बर्जर रूफ कूल एंड सील लगाओ। पसीना मत बहाओ, बर्जर
At Amity, we are committed to building a stronger India through world-class education and research to nurture ideal citizens who, together with the leaders of today and tomorrow, will make India a world superpower. Amity University, India's leading not-for-profit private university.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
विमल में
पसीना मत बहाओ, बर्जर रूफ कूल एंड सील लगाओ। पसीना मत बहाओ, बर्जर रूफ कूल एंड सील लगाओ।
Director General of Military Operations of Pakistan called the Director General of Military Operations of India. It was agreed between them that both sides would stop all firing and military action on land and in the air and sea.
As India hammers Pakistan in Operation Sindoor, the terror state goes crying, pleads for a ceasefire.
Be adhering to the understanding that has been reached today. We remain fully prepared and ever vigilant and committed to defending the sovereignty and integrity of the motherland.
Forces ready for any eventuality. India makes it clear that henceforth any act of terror will be declared an act of war. Most concrete proof, evidence of how Pakistan used civilian regions to engage in a military conflict with India.
Pakistan military targets at Rafiqi, Murid, Chaklala, Rahim Yar Khan, Sukur and Chunya were engaged using air-launched precision weapons from our fighter aircraft.
India pummels 4 key Pakistani air bases. That number is increasing. 11 targets hit. MOD confirms 100% precision strikes, no collateral damage.
Pakistani claims about activities that they have undertaken continue to be heavy on lies, misinformation and propaganda.
MEA Pakistan's fake claims on attacks fact checks the propaganda with real-time images. About 2 hours back, we received the information that India and Pakistan had decided to go in for a ceasefire after being hammered by India in the last few days. 3 rounds of hammerings for Pakistan after precision strikes on the terror targets, after their air radars were hit, and after 6 of their air bases were hit, 9 locations in all in the last 24 hours, Pakistan has decided to call for a ceasefire.
Military Operations of Pakistan called the Director General of Military Operations of India at 15:35 hours earlier this afternoon. It was agreed between them that both sides would stop all firing and military action on land and in the air and sea with effect from 1700 hours Indian Standard Time today. Instructions have been given on both sides to give effect to this understanding. The Directors General of Military Operations will talk again on the 12th of May at 1200 hours.
Whilst we will be adhering to the understanding that has been reached today, that is the Indian Army, the Indian Navy and the Indian Air Force, we remain fully prepared and ever vigilant and committed to defending the sovereignty and integrity of the motherland. Every misadventure by Pakistan has been met with strength, and every future escalation will invite a decisive response. We remain fully operationally ready to launch whatever operations may be required in defense of the nation.
अब मैं आपको पाकिस्तान की मिस इन्फॉर्मेशन कैंपेन के बारे में अवगत कराऊंगी। पहला, पाकिस्तान ने यह क्लेम किया कि उसने अपने JF-17 से हमारे S-400 व ब्रह्मोस मिसाइल बेस को नुकसान पहुंचाया, जो कि बिल्कुल गलत है। दूसरा, उसका ये भी मिस इन्फॉर्मेशन कैंपेन था कि हमारी एयरफील्ड जो कि सिरसा, जम्मू, पठानकोट, बठिंडा, नलिया और भुज में है, ये उसका मिस इन्फॉर्मेशन भी बहुत गलत है। तीसरा, पाकिस्तान के मिस इन्फॉर्मेशन कैंपेन के मुताबिक हमारे एम्यूनिशन डंप्स जो चंडीगढ़ और बियास में है, उसका डैमेज हुआ, यह भी बिल्कुल गलत है। हमने आपको मॉर्निंग ब्रीफिंग में बताया था विद फैक्ट्स एंड फिगर के साथ कि ये सारी चीजें बिल्कुल सही सलामत हैं। अब मैं आपको बताना चाहती हूँ कि पाकिस्तान के एक प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस में ये बात की गई थी कि उनके सीनियर मिलिट्री ऑफिसर्स, जो कि पूरी तरह से ये भ्रामक है और तथ्यों से दूर है, कि पाकिस्तान की ओर से ये झूठा आरोप भी लगाया जा रहा है कि भारतीय सेना ने मस्जिदों को नुकसान पहुंचाया। मैं इससे बिल्कुल स्पष्ट करना चाहती हूं कि इंडिया इज ए सेक्युलर नेशन और हमारी सेना भारत के कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल वैल्यूज की एक बहुत प्यारी झलक है। इंडियन आर्म फोर्सेस ने पाकिस्तान को बहुत भारी नुकसान पहुंचाया, उनके मिलिट्री इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर्स को, चाहे वो लैंड एसेट्स हो या फिर उनके एयर एसेट्स। यही नहीं, इंडियन आर्म फोर्सेस ने पाकिस्तान की एयरफील्ड्स स्कर्दू, जकोबाबाद, सरगोदा और बुलारी को बहुत नुकसान पहुंचाया। इसके अलावा पाकिस्तान के एयर डिफेंस सिस्टम, रडार सिस्टम, उनको भी एयर स्पेस में अनडिनेबल किया। यह भी बताना चाहती हूँ कि लाइन ऑफ कंट्रोल के पास पाकिस्तान के कमांड एंड
In the last few days, the visuals that we've been getting you of how India has hammered Pakistan in round 1, round 2, round 3. Take a look at these pictures, ladies and gentlemen. From the precision strikes, look at this, for example, day 3, this morning, that video that you see of the Noor Khan base in Rawalpindi, of how we struck in the garrison town of Pakistan. We struck their air base in Pakistan's military headquarters. Listen to this video.
अटैक हुआ है नूर खान बेस पे, बिल्कुल घर के सामने। अभी एक जहाज गुजरा है और ये नूर खान बेस के ऊपर अटैक हुआ है। भाईजान नूर खान बेस में आके गिरा है। ये अटैक हुआ है नूर खान बेस पे, बिल्कुल घर के सामने। अभी एक जहाज गुजरा है और ये नूर खान बेस के ऊपर अटैक हुआ है। भाईजान नूर खान बेस में आके गिरा है। ये अटैक हुआ है नूर खान बेस पे, बिल्कुल घर के सामने। अभी एक जहाज गुजरा है और ये नूर खान बेस के ऊपर अटैक हुआ है।
Take a look at this video. This video of how our BSF hammered Pakistani terror launch pads in Sialkot. This morning, not just precision strikes on their air bases, we destroyed terror launch pads. This was a video proof of just this morning, ladies and gentlemen. Look at that. That was our response to Pakistan using their bases, using their military installations, using their army camps as terror launch pads, and that is how we responded. Our forces, this was a video released by the BSF, not just the army, not just the Navy, not just the Air Force, even the BSF, giving it back. Let's show you the other videos. All the videos that have been documented in the last few days showing you why Pakistan went begging for a ceasefire. In Lahore, a Lahore resident shot this video, and in this video confirmed that there were explosions in Lahore as well. Smoke scene explosion reported. Even Pakistan didn't know what hit them earlier today. And this is a video that came in. Let's play it out.
भाई वीडियो सबसे पहले बने ये भाई धमाका होयो हिन सुंदर इंडस्ट्रियल स्टेट में पता ना है कोई ड्रोन गिरो है कि कहाँ रोड़ो है। अभी अभी धमाका होयो, हम फैक्ट्री पहुंचा यहाँ अभी। अरे किथे आर को ते होया क्या परा होया है? अब परा होया ना भाई, इन्हें रात उनके एयरबेस तबाह कर दी इंडिया की। भाई वीडियो सबसे पहले बने ये भाई धमाका होयो हिन सुंदर इंडस्ट्रियल स्टेट में।
Look at how our forces responded to them, ladies and gentlemen. How we gave it back. This is video number 15. Just this morning. In Sukkur Air Base, Pakistan, a Pakistani shot this video confirming that the Sukkur airport, the Sukkur Air Base had been struck a critical airbase for Pakistan, a forward base, and listen to how even Pakistanis admitted it was such an embarrassment.
बचत थी वाह दरा दरिया पूरा घर लुड़िया सखर एयरपोर्ट ते स्ट्राइक वाह बचत थी वाह दरा दरिया पूरा घर लुड़िया
Look at this video, ladies and gentlemen. This is from day two of Operation Sindoor. Playing out this video, we reported that there was an explosion in Lahore. And then it turns out that India had destroyed the radars of the Pakistan air defense. How we had struck their air defense radars, not just in POK, inside Pakistan territory. Deep inside Pakistan territory, in Lahore, we had struck their air defense radars. In Bahawalpur, we had struck the terror camps of the Jaish-e-Mohammed's headquarters. This was a video that came in. When the story broke, we just knew that as an explosion at a cantonment town, but later it emerged that we had disabled their air defense systems in Lahore. Look at this video, another video confirming, where a Pakistani national himself says they were all practicing 1, 2, 3 and firing something from this particular range, but then down came an Indian missile disabling an air defense system. Listen to this video.
इंडिया ने अटैक किया हमारे घर के बिल्कुल पास वाल्टन एयरपोर्ट पर ये शॉट आ रहे थे कह रहे थे रेडी स्टेडी पता नहीं अपने मैं उसके बाहर आया मैं तो वैसे भी मिसाइल था फिर आया अल्लाह अकबर ये शॉट आ रहे थे कह रहे थे रेडी स्टेडी पता नहीं अपने मैं उसके बाहर आया मैं तो वैसे भी मिसाइल था फिर आया अल्लाह
वीडियोस कटिंग
लो जी इंडिया ने अटैक किया हमारे घर के बिल्कुल पास वाल्टन एयरपोर्ट पर
We have in our possession, this is the most defining videos, ladies and gentlemen, of the Markaz Subhanallah. Markaz Subhanallah. This is where we struck Masood Azhar's headquarters in Bahawalpur. Explosions overnight, minutes after we struck in that precision strike, breaking through the domes, the minarets at the Markaz Subhanallah, the headquarters of Masood Azhar. These were the pictures that came in of Pakistanis themselves shooting the video, shocked, standing on the road, not knowing what hit them. The Indian Army, the Indian Air Force had struck them. Take a look at this video. I want to play the video out just to show you how shocked these Pakistanis were. As those videos came in on day one, ladies and gentlemen, another Pakistani national driving captures the moment of a strike. Look at this particular video. Even he doesn't know what hit Pakistan.
अभी वीडियो कैच होगी नहीं होगी वाली के वाली भाई हाँ देखना वाम कैसे आ रही है वहां से अभी वीडियो कैच होगी नहीं होगी वाली के वाली भाई हाँ देखना वाम कैसे आ रही है वहां से
The day we struck them in the precision strikes, this is Muzaffarabad. Huge explosion as India had struck another terror camp. Look at that. Look at these videos. Series of explosions. We had hit 9 targets on day one, 24 strikes. 9 targets, 24 strikes. This is how our forces hit them. Look at this. This is Muridke. In Muridke, the headquarters of the Lashkar, the headquarters of all these terrorists that were struck on day one. This was one video that came in from Muridke. Take a look as they admit that the terror headquarters of one of the terror groups had been struck. This is in Muridke, Pakistan. Listen in.
ये मस्जिद तैयबा मरकज उमर के अंदर ये नुकसान है, ये नुकसान, ये 9 नंबर, ये मस्जिद तैयबा मरकज उमर के अंदर ये नुकसान है, ये नुकसान, ये 9 नंबर।
And then this video. Similarly, as more and more Pakistanis were just trying to wake up to the reality of our forces and how we had struck them without them knowing, without their air defenses even having a clue of what had struck them, another loud explosion captured on day one as we struck every terror camp, every terror headquarters. Take a look. And then this video, where a terror camp has been struck. This is in fact Markaz Subhanallah. This was this was in Bahawalpur. And it's a 1.5 minute video, ladies and gentlemen, 90-second video, where they admit it's been hit and they have a full conversation about it. Listen in.
Hello. Oh, beta, baad de vich karna yaar, apna baad karna. जी भाई ना मरकज दे विच होए ने सारा तबाह हो गई मरकज। हाँ जी हाँ जी बहुत ज्यादा होया जगह। हाँ जी ओ यार सबर मैं भाई करना तेन बाद च ਉਹ ਆਂਦੇ ਨੇ ਸਾਡੇ ਬੰਦੇ ਵੀ ਉੱਤੇ ਨੇ। ਉਹ ਹੈਲੋ ਭਾਈ ਉਹ ਭਾਈ ਕੋਈ ਹੈ।
Some more breaking news now coming in, ladies and gentlemen, as we focus on how we hammered Pakistan, and Pakistan begged for a ceasefire. Their ambassador went to America. We are exposing them one story at a time. This is proof of Pakistan exploiting civilians, taking cover of civilians, taking cover of people of Pakistan who are their human shields. Take a look at this video. This is one of their weapon systems. And this was a video that came in earlier of their weapon systems being fired at a civilian population next to a civilian area, so that even if there's a retaliation, even if there was a drone attack, even if India's precision strike hit them, it would be in a civilian area with collateral damage. There's a video that we had access. We broke that on top of 7 p.m. In a few minutes from now, we'll get you that video as well. After several ceasefire violations, after suffering major losses to its air defense systems, in fact, the number of locations that we have hit Pakistan in, 11 critical military installations that have been hit just in the last 2 to 3 days. Pakistan, that it effectively lost its air defense systems. They were struck in 6 air bases in the last 24 hours alone, and they knew that they were helpless. And that is why, with all their airfields hit, the airstrips damaged, none of their planes could take off from at least the forward airstrips. And that is why they went begging to America to intervene. Here's what happened.
3 days. 9 terror camps obliterated. 100 terrorists neutralized. And after countless ceasefire violations, it looks like a hammered and rattled Pakistan went running to the US with a begging bowl. At around 5:30 p.m., US President Trump boasted that India and Pakistan have finally agreed to a ceasefire. It wasn't long after which Secretary of State Marco Rubio tweeted asserting the same. While India has also officially declared the ceasefire,
the General of Military Operations of Pakistan called the Director General of Military Operations of India at 15:35 hours earlier this afternoon. it was agreed between them that both sides would stop all firing and military action on land and in the air and sea with effect from 1700 hours Indian Standard Time today. Instructions have been given on both sides to give effect to this understanding. The Directors General of Military Operations will talk again on the 12th of May at 1200 hours.
India has asserted that we are still keeping a close watch.
Whilst we will be adhering to the understanding that has been reached today, we remain fully prepared and ever vigilant and committed to defending the sovereignty and integrity of the motherland.
All eyes are now on the DGMO briefing on May 12th.
Pakistan itself has been left wondering how our missiles, how our drones reached Rawalpindi. Our forces have outsmarted Pakistan in what has been a high-stakes air defense. Battle for the last 3 rounds started on the 5th, has continued until this morning. We've infiltrated deep inside Pakistan territory, not just POK, we went deep inside Pakistan territory, flying past Lahore, flying into Islamabad, and we've struck their airbase today. Take a look.
और एक गाड़ी बड़ी गलत गुजरी है, बच गई, शुक्र है। जब गिरा ना आग लगी, गाड़ी गुजर गई है। मैंने भी सोचा, मैं कहा नहीं यार, ये बड़ा रिस्क है। नहीं यार, स्पीड में हुआ वो।
अटैक हुआ है नूर खान बेस पे, बिल्कुल घर के सामने। अभी एक जहाज गुजरा है और ये नूर खान बेस के ऊपर अटैक हुआ है नूर खान बेस पे, बिल्कुल घर के सामने। अभी एक जहाज गुजरा है और ये नूर खान बेस के ऊपर
और एक गाड़ी बड़ी गलत गुजरी है, बच गई, शुक्र है। जब गिरा ना आग लगी, गाड़ी गुजर गई है। मैंने भी सोचा, मैं कहा नहीं यार, ये बड़ा रिस्क है। नहीं यार, स्पीड में हुआ वो।
That's it on this edition of the news, ladies and gentlemen. Arnab is live in just a few minutes on his take on Pakistan begging for a ceasefire. Stay tuned.
At Amity, we are committed to building a stronger India through world-class education and research to nurture ideal citizens who, together with the leaders of today and tomorrow, will make India a world superpower.
Amity University, India's leading not-for-profit private university.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
विमल में गुलिस्तां के ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुले तो जी लग जाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की जुबान में खुद को ऐसे डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं? विमल, बोलो जुबान कैसी?
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
Unlike in 2019 when we had hit Balakot, which was in the wilderness, and Pakistan got an excuse to say that nothing.
Summer is here. Is your home ready for the heat? Keep your roof cool and your home comfortable all summer with Roof Cool and Seal. पसीना मत बहाओ, बर्जर रूफ कूल एंड सील लगाओ। पसीना मत बहाओ, बर्जर रूफ कूल एंड सील लगाओ।
जयशंकर के साथ में एक हाई लेवल मीटिंग, प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी इसकी अध्यक्षता कर रहे हैं। ये तस्वीरें ताजा हैं और हम आपके सामने इसको लेकर आए हैं। तो भारत और
So these are pictures from 7 LKM where this top level meeting is going on as we speak. Again, we have seen these meetings taking place at least one a day, sometimes twice a day, and seems like serious deliberations happening about how to take things forward given the kind of mobilization we had seen, given the kind of military victory that was handed to the government by our forces. And Pakistan taught a lesson. Remember, the entire terror infrastructure, including headquarters of Jaisalmer and Lashkar-e-Taiba Hawa, have been removed. But it seems that international diplomacy took over, and the government of India had to negotiate a ceasefire with Pakistan, with some role of the Americans and some role of the Saudis. Those were the visible roles, in fact, with the Saudi Minister of Foreign Affairs Minister making an unannounced visit to New Delhi day before yesterday, who also traveled to Islamabad yesterday, and in fact spoke to all the leaders involved, including our and Pakistani foreign minister over the phone today, following which there was a statement from the Saudis seeking de-escalation.
Similarly, in the case of Americans, we had seen how Marco Rubio got into the act, spoke multiple times to the Pakistani leadership, including both the Prime Minister and Deputy Prime Minister, Shabbaz Sharif and Ishaq Dar, respectively. And interestingly, today in the morning, he posted that he had spoken, the American Secretary of State had spoken to Army Chief General Asim Munir also. And it seems that there was a lot of back channel happening because suddenly we had in the evening at around 5:30 p.m., Donald Trump, President of the United States, announcing a ceasefire between India and Pakistan. Interesting. There would be maybe, we will have to try to understand why India has India moved from its position that there is no third-party role. Otherwise, the announcement could have come from New Delhi or Islamabad and not from Washington, D.C. and from the American president. So that nuance there perhaps missed a bit in the flurry of activity, or maybe like it happens typically Trumpist, he just made an overreach the finality of the agreement. Subsequent to Donald Trump tweet, of course, to post, of course, we had Marco Rubio coming out about his dialogue with all the sides. And then, of course, Ministry of External Affairs, they're announcing the ceasefire, which I believe is being discussed in this meeting that's taking place as we speak.
From the Republic Media Network headquarters, it's time for Arnab Goswami on The Debate. Arnab Goswami on The Debate.
On the show tonight, it's forces first always. The Army, Navy and Air Force hammered Pakistan and we must celebrate their victory. And at 9 p.m. tonight, ceasefire or no ceasefire, it can never be business as usual. Never be business as usual with Pakistan. And so, ladies and gentlemen, we've had this unexpected announcement of a ceasefire this evening. But there are a lot of facts which we have about what happened and what led to the ceasefire, which I want to share with you over the next couple of hours. But first, let me give you my frank view about Donald Trump's announcement. I think it's inappropriate, unnecessary, and as usual, Donald Trump has tried to give the impression that he's the peacemaker here. Donald Trump must know that he's not the peacemaker. And if he's worked a little bit of the back channel, then in typical Donald Trump style, to try and appear to be the global peacemaker on Truth Social is an easy tactic for him, but not something that has true substance. All Donald Trump wanted to do was to take credit. And that's why he tried to preempt everybody by making the initial announcement. But we know the facts, don't we? Donald Trump didn't bring peace here. It's not because of Donald Trump that Pakistan came begging for a ceasefire. It's not Donald Trump or the American army that hammered Rawalpindi. It was the Indian army. It wasn't Donald Trump who took revenge for Pahalgam. It were the Indian armed forces who we are so proud of. It wasn't Donald Trump. Donald Trump is just fighting China. It is the Indian army which effectively destroyed the credibility of Chinese weapons. It isn't Donald Trump who pummeled the air bases where the drones were being fired from. It was the Indian army which successfully destroyed the breeding grounds for terrorists. And therefore, I believe that all that Donald Trump tried to do was that after we hammered the Pakistanis, destroyed their air bases, struck their terror camps, hit multiple locations, 9 terrorist camps day 1, 4 locations the second day, and we can run the visuals of that, 6 locations as of early this morning, after our weapons destroyed the Noor Khan air base, after we destroyed and crippled the HQ-9 air defense system, which was Chinese supplied, and proved to the world that the biggest swarm drone attack on us turned into a Diwali night when we put out our air defense artillery against their loitering munitions and destroyed them and brought them down to dust. Ladies and gentlemen, I don't have much to say about a US president who's just too keen to take credit, but I know and you know and we all know, ladies and gentlemen, that it was Operation Sindoor, which was an absolute success. And for that, we must forever be in debt to our army, to our navy, and our air force. We don't need an American president to come and say, I brought peace. You didn't, Donald Trump. Don't make your own story about it. The camps of the Lashkar-e-Toiba, Hizbul Mujahideen, and Jaish-e-Mohammed were not destroyed by the US Marine Corps. They were destroyed by the Bharatiya Sena, by the Indian Army, the Indian Navy, and the Indian Air Force. Americans can say what they want, but the world knows the Americans always did business with those who call themselves mujahideen and used them every single day, knowing fully well that they're entertaining and they're in bed with terrorists, but the Americans always did that. And now an American president wants us to believe that he had a role. But no, it was the Indian Army, Navy and Air Force which led this operation. We are the ones who killed hundreds of terrorists, including the relative of Masood Azhar. We did. This is our operation. This is our victory. Donald Trump doesn't even know where Murid is, which we bombed. Donald Trump doesn't know where Muzaffarabad is, where we destroyed a special operations group training site, where the Pakistan intelligence agencies regularly on a daily basis train the LET and the Jaish-e-Mohammed recruits. And so I will say repeatedly tonight, forces first, no compromise. My heart, my soul, every beat of my heart is for the Indian Army, for the nation and for the forces. And to the forces, therefore, tonight we must all come together and say, thank you for destroying the Abbas camp. Thank you for destroying the Barnala camp in Bimbar. Thank you for teaching these jihadis a lesson. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for destroying the Markaz-e-Taiba in Murid-ke. Thank you for putting fear into the hearts of those Pakistani jihadis. And that's why I was infuriated when I saw a Truth Social post. No, Donald Trump, you didn't. We brought the Pakistani army down to dust, because our Air Force is far more accomplished than any other nation's. Our Air Force, our army, we destroyed the Noor Khan Air Base. Did Donald Trump do that? No. We destroyed the Rafiki Air Base. We destroyed the Murid Air Base. This morning, we destroyed the Rahim Yar Khan Air Base. This morning, we destroyed the Sukur Air Base. We destroyed the places, and we'll celebrate it for the rest of our lives, what we did. Every single day, our heart must beat for the forces who achieved this, because this is incredible. When I saw the images this morning of the way in which the latest strikes targeted the radar stations, command and control centers, ammunition depots, aerial strike capabilities, and this morning, ladies and gentlemen, this morning, I heard a Pakistani air marshal go on a Pakistani channel and say, we are rattled by the strength and determination of the Indian forces. We have no option. We have no option. Please don't. When I heard him say that, I said, we won. And for that victory, my heart will always beat for the armed forces of the country. Ladies and gentlemen, our armed forces have destroyed and neutralized Pakistan's air defense systems. And then Pakistan caved and begged and begged and begged and begged for a ceasefire. And let there be an eternal debate on whether there should have been a ceasefire or not. These are political issues. But the fact is, Pakistan had to run here and there, helter-skelter, begging and pressing for a ceasefire, which is why this afternoon they made a phone call saying, give us a ceasefire. Can they deny that? Did their DGMO not initiate the phone conversation to our DGMO saying, let's have a ceasefire? Now you and I can debate for eternity on whether that should have been accepted or not, and on the modalities under which it should have been accepted or not. But the fact is that if there's a group of people in this country who want to say Donald Trump brought about a ceasefire, then they're lying to you. This ceasefire was brought upon in a situation where the Pakistani army admitted it cannot fight the Indian army. Ladies and gentlemen, when their entire ADF failed, when across India they were littered across the Western Front with pictures of Indian children playing with the shells that were bombed in the sky, when all those images of those drones being brought down will be in my mind forever. And for every such visual, every such moment, every such successive victory that I have felt as an Indian when I've cheered for our forces, I will be forever grateful from the bottom of my heart to the Indian Armed Forces for what they have done. They forced the Americans to try and claim that they brought about a ceasefire, but isn't it the Americans who got a call from the Pakistanis? Aren't they the ones who initiated the call? Ladies and gentlemen, isn't their ego hurt? Asif Munir, take that visual. Take that visual as a representation of how we deal with you. This was supposed to be a Fatah 3, picked up by ordinary people. And now they'll put these munitions up maybe in their homes to decorate their homes, so that generations of Indians remember the crushing defeat that the Indian Armed Forces delivered to the Pakistanis over the last 4 days. So every single moment, I don't know about you, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to celebrate what our armed forces did. The rest will be history. The fact is, when the Pakistanis called us for a ceasefire, it is because the Indian Armed Forces had an absolute upper hand and the Pakistanis knew it. It is in those circumstances that a call was made. Not just because Pakistan could not afford a war economically, but because they had no heart or ability to fight a real war with India. And that is the real context. I know a lot of people will go around next few days establishing the context. For me, there is just one context, ladies and gentlemen. Just one context. That our armed forces delivered us a huge success. A huge success. The ceasefire is a very bland way of trying to put an end to the story. The story is simply this, as far as I'm concerned, that an army of Pakistan that could not aim at its targets, that had a broken arsenal, that hit innocents, and in frustration targeted a Gurudwara, is nothing but a TikTok army. It's drama. It's exposed. And it lost. Ladies and gentlemen, let's debate.
Nine terror camps wiped out in the duration of half an hour. This was India's strike one.
देखना हम क्या कह रही है वहाँ पे अभी वीडियो क्या होगी
In its second strike, India retaliated to Pakistan's escalation and hit Pakistan hard in cities like Lahore and Sialkot. Since Pakistan ignored the warnings and continued targeting civilians, India struck 6 air bases of Pakistan. Evidence on your screen. In a matter of 2 to 3 days, India brought Pakistan on its knees. Their army veterans went on record to expose their weak position.
मेरे ख्याल में तो सूरत हाल परेशान से परेशान कुन होती जा रही है बिकॉज डी-एस्केलेशन नहीं होने वाली इस तरह से जब तक कि अमेरिका प्रेशर नहीं डालेगा। और याद रखिए 4 दफा इंडिया ने आप पे पूरा अटैक करने का प्लान बना लिया था और उसकी 16 लाख की आर्मी है, आपके पास 6 लाख है। नो अमाउंट ऑफ जज्बा विल सेव अस।
India exposed how Pakistan used a Saudi civilian flight as human shield.
Pakistan's irresponsible behavior again came to fore. Pakistan did not close its civil airspace despite it launching a failed unprovoked drone and missile attack on 7th May at 8:30 hours in the evening. Pakistan is using civil airliners as a shield, knowing fully well that its attack on India would elicit a swift air defense response. This is not safe for the unsuspecting civil airliners, including the international flights which were flying near IB between India and Pakistan.
Republic got concrete proof of how Pakistan is dragging civilians into the warfare. A video exclusively accessed shows the Pakistan Fatah firing position clearly located within a civilian population area by deliberately placing artillery and gun positions in densely inhabited zones along the line of control. Pakistan aimed to exploit the presence of civilians as human shields, making any counter-bombardment from the opposing side likely to result in civilian casualties. Exposed on a global stage and hammered by India, Pakistan rushed from China to US and finally begged for a ceasefire.
Director General of Military Operations of Pakistan called the Director General of Military Operations of India at 15:35 hours earlier this afternoon. It was agreed between them that both sides would stop all firing and military action on land and in the air and sea with effect from 1700 hours Indian Standard Time today. Instructions have been given on both sides to give effect to this understanding.
Ministry of External Affairs sources tell us that the Indus Water Treaty remains in abeyance despite the ceasefire agreement. We hit them with diplomatic strikes. We hit their air bases.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we do not have confirmations yet. There are some reports about ceasefire violations, but I must add here that we do not have any confirmations of ceasefire violations in Akhnur or those areas. There are some reports about air defense systems being activated, but that is not on record yet. We'll have to check with our sources. Ladies and gentlemen, now the point is this. We have a ceasefire. And we have the right visuals on air, please, because the visuals which are so significant today are of what we achieved this morning, of what we achieved in Rawalpindi, about the drubbing that we gave to the Pakistanis right up to this morning, General Bakshi. So I want to get your first comment on, I began my program this evening by saying I am in a debt of gratitude to our forces. I don't trust Pakistan, General Bakshi. I don't trust that they will have a ceasefire because all they've done is violated the ceasefire endlessly over the years. But I want your reading of what has happened after the magnificent performance of the Indian Armed Forces this morning and how you view the present situation, sir.
Arnab, first of all, I'd like to salute the Indian Armed Forces. Salute our boys, our air warriors, our sea warriors, our land warriors, all of them. I'd like to salute them from the bottom of my heart and thank them for their endless sacrifices. You know, I think the nation owes a great debt of gratitude to them, and it should be expressed openly and without restraint or, recertitude. I think it would do very well for their morale if the nation acknowledged this debt of gratitude openly. Openly, I'm sure it will be. Number two, Arnab, in the annals of modern warfare, the 2025 India-Pakistan conflict of just about 4 days duration will go down in the annals, in the staff colleges and the academies as an excellent case study. It shows us the application of the RMA in two critical domains of warfare. One is air defense and the second is drone warfare. It has shown us some excellent, highlights. I'm very happy to state that in the domain of air defense warfare, we have put up a stellar performance. 3 days Pakistan kept banging its head against our Iron Dome, India's Iron Dome. And we performed better than the Israelis have done. And that's saying one hell of a lot. Not one Pakistani drone, not one Pakistani missile, not one Pakistani rocket got through. Except one at Firozpur, where it killed, I think, or wounded some civilians. Right? Arnab, it was an invincible wall. A wall composed of the layered packages of S-400 Triumphs, you know, the Akashes, Akash 1 and 2, the MR SAM, long range SAM, the Barracks, you know, the V-Shorads. It formed an invincible package. I think only the United States, perhaps the Russians, perhaps the Israelis can claim, you know, as good a record. Let me be very straightforward. In Ukraine, their intercept rate was 70%, 3.5 years of war. In Russia, the Russians achieved a rate of 85%. You know, Israel achieved a rate of 97 to 99%. We got a clean 100% interception. Now talk of the offense. Every single of the 24 missiles fired by India on the 7th of May on the terrorist camps hit. As one Pakistani YouTuber said, every one of our missiles hit their target. And then we fired again, you know, yesterday night. And every single missile hit the target, whether at Rawalpindi, whether at Sargodha, whether at Rahim Yar Khan, whether at, you know, any of their major air bases. Every one of them hit the targets. The Chinese, you know, HQ-9, HQ-16 surface-to-air missiles failed. The Chinese radars failed to detect, right? The Chinese standoff beyond visual range missiles, the P-15s, they were duds. How many of them have our, you know, civilians seen splayed out on the damn fields? It has been a PR disaster for the Chinese arms industry. PR disaster. But you know, Arnab, it was very important that when we retaliated to the Pakistani escalation in Pahalgam, you know, it should have ended in.
But can we trust them?
A clear victory.
My question is, can we trust them? Can we trust them, Abhishek?
I don't think.
Can we trust the Pakistanis, Abhishek? Not to send the drones, not to have the ceasefire violations. Can we trust them?
It's not in their DNA. It's not in their DNA.
No. Can we trust the Pakistanis?
Can they trust us?
We can never trust them.
Can they trust us?
Can they trust us? Why do you say that, sir?
You know, Arnab, that is precisely what I'm saying, right? It is a ceasefire. It is not a peace agreement. It is a ceasefire. It is not a peace agreement. You see, I want to tell you that in 1973, General Ariel Sharon of the Israelis had gone halfway around, half surrounded the Egyptian Third Army.
So I would watch very carefully. No, I would therefore.
After he broke that ceasefire.
Bakshi, militarily speaking, haven't we lost the momentum?
Just one minute. The question is here, sir. The question is right now, we have to be very watchful over the next few days. You agree, Marshal Bhadoria? Because I don't trust the Pakistanis. You know, the Pakistanis can violate a ceasefire, they can turn around tomorrow, and they will test us under cover of this and issue denials because they are a liar country. If this enables them or emboldens them,
very much so.
Yeah, you know, then what is our response going to be?
No, we have to watch very carefully, like you said.
Should we have had a conditional ceasefire?
They can trust us that should they do anything, we would respond robustly.
But we had a momentum.
Yes, we had the momentum.
We had a momentum.
But
do we have the momentum?
Let us understand that we always said that we don't want the escalation. We are responding to their acts. Our objectives were achieved in the first day when we struck the terror camps and the terror infrastructure. Thereafter, because they were doing these acts militarily, we responded with a lot of calibrated response. If it had escalated, we were ready for any level of escalation.
No, my point is I don't know this situation. I have never, in all my life, ever taken the Pakistanis at face value, and I never will. Samar, I can't. I mean, I don't know. If you take a Pakistani at face value and you believe it, you think he is going to believe in a piece of paper, will he, Deepak Vora? You tell me.
Trusting a Pakistani is akin to committing suicide.
Precisely.
There's no question about it.
Precisely.
So moreover, it's a ceasefire. So ceasefire violations are taking place almost every day. Even as we speak, There are places, I can't name them because let the confirmation come, but it's a ceasefire. And who's been violating the ceasefire? It's up to the audience to answer that.
No, the question is that they have committed ceasefire violations. For them, ceasefire violations, they will promise not to have a ceasefire violation for today, because they want a quote-unquote de-escalation because their army and then their air force bases were destroyed. And, you know, at that point of time, therefore, should we have had a conditional ceasefire, Saurabh? You know, we have apparently put a condition. We are told source-based, but I don't have an official statement yet that the ceasefire includes a guarantee that they will not use their soil for terrorism, which is exactly what Musharraf was forced to say. Musharraf was forced to say.
Yeah.
After Kargil, he was forced to go on record and say that I will not use my soil to be used for terrorism. Have we got that this time?
This time it's different. You know, we have a 5-0 now, and now our army, our armed forces and the families deserve full credit for doing what we have achieved. We have etched a new strategic doctrine today, and every Indian should be celebrating it, because we have made the world to realize that any time there is a terror attack coming from Pakistan.
No, my point is, Saurabh, all this is good. All this is good spin doctrine. This is good spin doctrine. No, let me be very straight. My audience knows I don't mince my words ever. My belief is, first of all, I am upset, Saurabh, that Donald Trump, I'm sorry, I don't blame my government, but Donald Trump announces this.
I will, let me tell you the real story. So I'll tell you. What really happened was that the Pakistanis went crying after India met its strategic objective. They not only used their diplomatic channels, but they also tried some business contact. I cannot name them because of some reasons, but I will tell you. They went
name them, Saurabh, name them.
They were forced, and India put certain conditions. Based on that,
but
we only
Saurabh, 1 minute. Can I just hold you? See, listen here.
Yeah.
It's in the statement, not in the statement of intent. If it is 1 minute, just 1 minute.
Some things you cannot say.
1 minute. Saurabh, this is too public a matter. Let's say this country, our two countries have been in a state of war effectively for the last few days. I mean, this has not been fun and games going on. Now, if you're saying that there's a condition attached that they will not carry out an act of terrorism, no condition means anything if it is not in paper, in writing. Secondly, if it is a conditional ceasefire for a few days and we're going to watch how they behave, then that too, Saurabh, I'm sorry to say, should have been put on paper that we have agreed to a ceasefire for 4 days, 5 days. Depending upon how they behave. Now, we don't have conditions attached to a ceasefire, nor do we have a time frame. Let me get another view on this. Let me get another view. What do you think, Deepak Vora? No, 1 minute.
I will agree with...
No, I agree that our forces have achieved their objective. I agree our forces have achieved their objective with political support. But, it's a simple question I'm asking. We have Pakistan by the scruff of its neck.
Yeah.
We had Pakistan by the scruff of its neck. Let's wring it a little bit. I would have wrung it a little bit.
Yeah.
You know, the question then is, Deepak Vora, should we then even from now force them to issue some conditions? Because even now we have a huge advantage over them.
Well, there's no question about it. Some kind of document will emerge. There'll be a briefing the day after tomorrow. Yes, there will be. And in that briefing, our people will make it very clear that we've reviewed the ceasefire. We believe this has happened or that has happened. So I wouldn't be terribly disappointed today, because my intention, and when I say mine, it was Government of India's, is to save the lives of our people, civilians, as well as to prevent damage to property. If we are able to do that and achieve that, and we have already achieved, as you yourself has rightly pointed out, our major objectives, which was to smash their terror infrastructure, their military installations, their ability to carry on the war. Having achieved that, I think a ceasefire, which is the first step, is fine. So we are not talking of a peace deal. We've come to no agreement. We've just said a full and immediate ceasefire. That doesn't mean that it is going to continue forever. Immediate doesn't mean eternal, sir. Well, you know, we worded very carefully what we say. So we've agreed to this. Let's see what happens. If required, if they break the ceasefire, we have every reason.
I would say if they break the ceasefire even once.
We give it even hard.
I'm only saying this, Commodore GJ. Point is, if they break the ceasefire even once, what should be our response this time? Commodore GJ. Because it can't be that, oh, we violated it in the past, this is par for the course, is it?
No.
It's not. General GJ, what do you think?
Yes. Arnab, I fully agree with you that we shouldn't have lost the momentum, and in future we should enter into a full-scale conflict with Pakistan. And let me make it very clear that the diplomacy
to me too.
Or whatever talks behind the channel or back channel talks goes on, they goes on well in our favor because the military behind the diplomats, because the power projection given by the Army, Navy, Air Force, it is a military power only and one only which makes a difference and gives strength to the diplomats to make the opponent agree to their terms and conditions. If you don't have a strong army or strong military behind you, diplomats, I am sorry to say, cannot do anything. So even the success of the diplomacy is a function of the military power.
Excellent.
And I just also want to add to what you were mentioning earlier, that we shouldn't lose sight of the silent service, Indian Navy, which is behind, which is not visible to the media, that when the Indian Navy puts its flotilla, the battle group led by INS Vikrant, outside territorial waters of Karachi, when there was a presence of 20 to 25 warships, the frigates, the destroyers, the cruisers, missile cruisers with the guided missile systems, state-of-the-art delivery systems. And not only that, the submarines blocked all the approaches.
No, my point is, if they were to send the drones again, and let me say, I do not have any official confirmation of drone sightings or official confirmation of ceasefire violations as of this minute. But were they to do so, what would that constitute now, General Dayal? Were that to happen?
Arnab,
I'm not being a pessimist, but I'm just being a realist. We must be prepared because we can't trust Pakistan.
Arnab, let's be realistic. I mean, first thing is that, look, what we have achieved, firstly, we have at least done, let's look at positive. Give me 2 minutes, please. I've just joined you late. Firstly, let's look at positive. The positive part is that we have crossed the barrier from POK to their Punjab, and we have struck there. That means we have learned to cross the IB and strike. That is the positive part. Second positive part is that we have sent a very strong message to the international community that what we are capable of doing. Third part is that which I've always maintained, is that moment we bring our military power into play, Pakistan will agree to anything that is required.
But what if they agreed to this time? What if they agreed to this time? No, what if they agreed to this time?
No, they have not agreed to anything.
So if they have not agreed to anything, then where are we? Are we back to square one?
They have taken a window. Give me one.
I will.
They have taken a window, and that they were looking for this face-saving window, which somebody has provided, and they've scooted out of it.
But why should we provide face saver?
I'm coming to that issue, and let me come to that issue. Larger issue is that, which me and General Bakshi have been saying since 2019, that the pains that you have suffered, these two generations, that pain, the third generation, fourth generation will continue to suffer because we built a momentum
and lost it.
Then we had not built the full momentum. We have not even mobilized our land forces. Today we can talk with complete war. We have reacted to him, everything. He did Pahalgam, we went and struck. He again did something, we went and struck. And his military power, which has been reduced, which we say has been degraded, that is recoupable. What is not recoupable is to draw his land forces and punish them, destroy him 80 to 90%. Till you do not demilitarize Pakistan, you will continue to face this. This is my belief.
But that's what I'm saying. My point is, therefore, my point is, that is my precise point.
And if we do again, we will do the same thing again. You will again fire. And has he stopped at Has he stopped at LOC? No. Has he stopped?
So I want to know what is the timeline for this. 1 minute. I want to know what is the timeline for this. And it's only a relevant question that I'm asking, which the whole world is asking today. My timeline is this, sir. 1 minute. Pakistan says we'll have a ceasefire. They behave for 24 hours. 1 minute. Or they behave for 1 week. Or they behave for 2 weeks. Right? After 2 weeks, or one day, or tomorrow, or now, they violate the ceasefire. They send drones again. Or they violate the ceasefire in other ways, like they always do, with heavy artillery, mortar shelling, in which our people die, are injured, and we have seen the visuals of the bloodied people in Firozpur. So my question is, what are the rules of engagement then? What we can't just say it's over.
30 seconds.
I mean, Indian-ized matters.
No.
We can't just say it's over, sir.
30 seconds. Arnab, me and Jan Bakshi will be again asking for a full-fledged war, and there will be many intellectuals in this country who will again say, let's punish him, and punishment is enough, and they will again go.
Having gone this far, question is, could we have got some concessions? On record concessions.
On record, political leadership may give you, but their military deep state will give you no concessions.
They won't give us concessions.
Sir, what guarantee?
But let's get Jail Bakshi. Yes, Jail Bakshi.
You know, Arnab, because these are future plans, I wouldn't like to... let me give a hint. In...
Yes.
In 1971, we delayed our offensive by 8 months to December. When the Himalayan passes close, China, if it wants, still cannot intervene. Right? Cannot intervene, even if it wants to. Because the snow covers the passes. The ground is hard for maneuver. You don't have a short window so that the monsoon can come and disrupt. I think people can be smart enough to take the hint. Prepare for that December window as if nothing has happened. Okay? Pakistan behaves, well and good. If it does not, prepare. Get more of the Rafales. Get a squadron at least of the stealth fighters. Get at least another 300, 400, 500 ATAGs, right?
But that is a
and then go when you are fully ready.
Okay, that is a good way of looking at it, General Bakshi. I don't deny.
This time was not optimal.
From your military hat that you're wearing,
but have we defined?
Mr. Bhadoria, may I get you? You've been sitting here very quietly. Air Marshal Bhadoria, your assessment, sir. Sorry.
No, I think we should look at current situation objectively. That whatever we wanted to avenge Pahalgam, we did effectively. Point one. And it has been done in a manner that we have never acted before. Kind of, Bhavalpur, Muridke, we've had this, for decades. They are building up their infrastructure. We had all the we never attacked. So we changed the game in terms of, this fight against terror and took it to their heartland. We exposed them to the world. We got what we wanted. Okay. Now, thereafter, they got onto this military action. We always gave it back in some multiple, successfully, night after night. Last night was in a big way where their bases were stuck. We exposed their air defense. Strength of our air defense came out. I think we were on top. We had the momentum. If we had continued, we would have certainly shown them what we are capable of. I think Pakistan has used US Connects after US Secretary of State has spoken to.
We have US Connects too, sir. We are doing a deal with them.
No.
We have more leverage on the Americans.
I think Asif Munir was spoken to and shown the right way. US Secretary of State, when he spoke to Army Chief, I think he has showed him the right path and to get on track. Only then this has materialized. Otherwise, he was the one haywire.
Is it believable?
Now, the fact is today, 1 minute, today, 1 minute,
Two more comments.
Sir, 1 minute, sir. You have the Pakistani Prime Minister, you have thanking Vance, thanking Marco Rubio for facilitating.
We are not thanking anybody.
They are not thanking Prime Minister Modi.
No, Pakistan may be thanking, but today things have changed. We must see before ceasefire what has happened today. Indian government has declared that any act of terror will be seen as act of war. Please don't.
I'm very happy with that, but could that have been linked? Could that have been linked to the statement of the ceasefire?
Yes, you will see ceasefire. I'm sure they would have done, a proper this thing. Let that come out. But see this very carefully.
This is unidirectional statement.
No,
this is not part of the deal.
Important issue is
this is not part of the deal.
Important issue is that Pakistan Army and ISI is fully involved in supporting terrorism. This has been exposed to the world. World knew it, but nobody was giving it.
Exposed. Who didn't know?
No.
Sir, all the time
they all knew. Nobody was taking action.
Sir, Pakistan
Today they
was
have
looking
taken
for
action.
this window from day one. The day Saudi Arabian foreign minister landed here, they were looking for this window. Sharif brothers have got business. Their son lives in Jeddah, works business there, Saudi Arabia, elder Sharif's brother. So they were looking for a window. We have given them a window now. That's one way to look at it.
Don't look at this. We have given them a window. If they had not, let me ask you, if they had not sent the drones first day, would we have done anything? We wouldn't have responded, no? So they did.
So what if they send the drones tonight? What if they send drones tonight? And what if they send drones tomorrow? What if they send drones 1 week from now?
Then they violated and we should respond.
Then how will we start all over again?
We'll need to. We will need to.
We'll need to start all over again.
We will need to.
But that's why I'm saying momentum is lost.
And
Pakistan will try to malign India's image by saying that.
Someone 1 minute. So Saurabh.
Arnab, we will double down on our efforts because I agree with Air Chief Marshal. We have created a new strategic doctrine that we have hit now inside.
Okay, Saurabh, let me ask you a question. Saurabh, all of these words are very highfalutin, my friend. I tell you what, the strategic doctrine is very great. Let me ask you this.
Yeah.
Why did they get the IMF bailout yesterday? If the Americans are here for peace, yet there are ways to broker peace and there are ways to wager peace. In this context, Abhishek, my question in my mind is, you want a ceasefire? You want India to stop pummeling you? You agree to terms or America stands with India and also abstains and this IMF loan does not happen?
Yeah. But unfortunately,
if they got the IMF loan as well,
Americans have to understand that this is a state which
I'll tell you what
about
which
there. So we are reporting.
Let me be
1 minute, sir. We are reporting. I'm sorry. I'm getting some news here tonight. I'll have to get Gursimran because we are told that in Akhnor, Rajouri, Poonch and some areas there have been ceasefire violations. Now official sources are saying we cannot confirm. Official sources are saying we cannot confirm.
But live
we are getting news of some ceasefire violations. Now we'll have to see whether we get official confirmations of that. But we have heard, there was some report, there's a drone sighting, there's some report there is air defense artillery which is in play. And therefore, one minute, we have to therefore take this seriously. And therefore, we are in a fast evolving situation. If this is true, ladies and gentlemen, then we have to be extremely careful of what the Pakistanis have done. And therefore, I'm repeatedly saying tonight, that while we have been told there are possible ceasefire violations which have happened, we need to get an official confirmation of whether these ceasefire violations have happened. If this violation is happening, and if there is, we are also told there is heavy Pakistan artillery firing tonight. There are reports, we can take it on the grid, reports of ceasefire violations, reports of artillery firing, government sources, no confirmation from government sources to any artillery firing or ceasefire violations. So we are reporting all sides. We are just a very objective channel. We are getting information. We are saying that we do not have an official confirmation of this information, and therefore the grids are to be very appropriate. No official confirmation of ceasefire violations. No official confirmation yet. of ceasefire violations, and therefore we are in a particular situation where we have to look at what's going on. And I'm sure that if Pakistan is violating the ceasefire violations, we are told that there is nothing. The government sources say there is nothing so far, but I have to now get more from the ground. So we are going to get Gursimran and the others to get some information on it. And what we are saying is that there are reports, and our Hindi channel also saying that there are reports that this ceasefire is being violated from the Pakistani side. And if the ceasefire is being violated from the Pakistani side, then it's a very, very serious matter. And even if today, if Pakistan had to behave well, they should not be doing heavy artillery firing. And we have to be very careful about this. Because if it's a commitment, General Bakshi, it's a commitment on all sides. Gursimran is with us. Gursimran, what information are you getting? Gursimran, 1 minute. Let me get it from Gursimran. Gursimran, what's happened? What is your information? Gursimran.
Arnab, there is a ceasefire violation that we can confirm from the sources in the Indian Army as well as the Border Security Force. It has been reported on the international border on the line of control. In the line of control, it is in the Akhnur sector, it is in the Palamwala sector, in the Sundarbani sector of Rajouri, it is being reported, and so does in the Poonch. Apart from this, on the international border, there have been ceasefire violation that has been reported in the Arnia international border. This is in the Trewa areas, Budwar post of the Border Security Force, where the BSF has been fired upon by the Pakistani side, and now BSF has retaliated effectively. As we speak, the firing is underway in the Palanwala area, which falls in the Akhnur district. The target is the civilian area, though the civilian area has been evacuated, but the heavy artillery fire is being used by the Pakistani side to target the Indian locations. That is what we are also getting a confirmation from the officials on ground, as well as the locals, those who are there, because not everyone has left the place. The male members are still there for the cattle and everything that they have kept. So
what are the army sources telling you? What are the army sources telling you? What are the army sources telling you? What are they saying? They're not officially confirming anything.
Sources they are not officially confirming, but they are not denying it completely. Their sources are telling us that yes, there have been ceasefire violations that are taking place, and even the drone attacks, the drones have also come and sirens have been activated.
You are saying there have been drone sightings?
As well as
are you saying there have been drone sightings?
Yes. Yes, there have been drone sighting. I can confirm, because the district administration in Udhampur and district administration in Akhnur, they have placed a a complete blackout in the area, and now the efforts are being made to destroy these hostile drones that have been seen in the area.
So you're saying there have been drone violations?
That's what he's saying.
Yeah. Drone violation. I'm just reconfirming it multiple times, because then we are in a very serious situation. Yes.
I can confirm you from at least 5 sources, and even for the people of the Udhampur can confirm, because the area has been put under the blackout. Same is for the Akhnur, because there are 2 vital installations. In Udhampur, we have the Northern Army's command, that is the headquarters, and in Akhnur, we have 1 base of the Indian Army that is cooperated by the Indian Air Force as well. So there has been the detections. Even there have been other sectors for which I'm yet to get confirmation, but for these 2, I have got the 100% confirmation, with which I'm saying that the drones were spotted, after which the air defense system has been activated.
Okay, so Pakistan is provoking along the LOC again.
And then, which means the ceasefire does not hold.
Right? No. Which means they're violating.
Brokered by Americans is already broken.
Yes, so then we have to look back at the situation, and therefore the situation develops extremely quickly here tonight. That Pakistan calls for a ceasefire. Yeah. We agree to the ceasefire. Yeah. And now we are, this ceasefire violation is happening all over again.
Or no, is it again the civil versus military divide? Because the Pakistan army perhaps wants a war, itching for a war. The military leadership caved in under American pressure, and now the military really, some local level commander deciding, okay, fine, I don't care 2 hoots about Pakistan.
Can this be a local level commander decision, General Bakshi? Can this be a local level commander decision after such a high level announcement? And the BSF is countering the violations. Yes. Yes, please, General Bakshi.
It's quite personality based, the personality.
Yes, sir.
The personality-based kind of a situation with the local battalion commanders, depending upon how aggressive or how tame he is. I have seen many instances where the local Pakistani commanders try to show daring do, try to ignore orders coming from Islamabad. They always used to tell us, "Tumhara hukum Delhi se aata hai."
But General Bakshi, if there has been a violation today,
tamasha takes place on the line of control.
General Bakshi, what I'm saying is, if there has been one violation today, do we say that the agreement that happened at 6 o'clock was announced is still valid?
No, it's not.
Is it valid? Deepak Boraji, if this has happened, is it valid?
No, Arnab, wait one.
General Bakshi and Deepak Bora.
Wasn't it immediate and total?
Your point is absolutely valid. Arnab, sorry.
No, sir, I was just saying it was immediate and full ceasefire. But that's been violated. It's no longer, therefore, it's neither immediate nor full. Now we reserve the right to do what we want.
Srinagar also opened up.
This is what I'm trying to say in diplomatic terms, in international.
Absolutely.
It's an international, well, it's not an agreement, but it was an acceptance by us that we'll stop the being done from loading. That has gone. The conditions that were attached to it, immediate and full, those conditions no longer apply. Therefore, whatever we've agreed to no longer applies.
Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to go into a short break and I'm going to come back. When I come back, I'll put out the full story as it exists. I'm getting some reports from Srinagar, also not confirmed. Also not confirmed. Ladies and gentlemen, we are back to an evolving situation. I'll have to see whether we get an official confirmation of this from the government. I'll be back soon.
Time for a quick breather. Arnab will be right back with the debate.
सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जलजीरा मसाला।
विमल में गुलिस्तां की ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुले तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की इस जुबान में खुद को ऐसा डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं ना? विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
विमल में गुलिस्तां के ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुले तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की जुबान में खुद को ऐसे डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं? विमल, बोलो जुबान कैसी।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला। MDH।
विमल में गुलिस्तां की ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुले तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की इस जुबान में खुद को ऐसा डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं ना? विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
At Amity, we are committed to building a stronger India through world-class education and research, to nurture ideal citizens who, together with the leaders of today and tomorrow, will make India a world superpower. Amity University, India's leading not-for-profit private university.
विमल में गुलिस्तां के ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुले तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की जुबान में खुद को ऐसे डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं? विमल, बोलो जुबान कैसी।
विमल में गुलिस्तां के ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुलें तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की जुबां में खुद को ऐसे डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबां कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं? विमल, बोलो जुबां कैसी?
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
विमल में गुलिस्तां की ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुले तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की जुबां में खुद को ऐसा डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं ना? विमल, बोलो जुबां कैसी?
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
विमल में गुलिस्तां की ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुले तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की जुबां में खुद को ऐसा डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं?
From the Republic Media Network headquarters, it's time for Arnab Goswami on the debate. Arnab Goswami on the debate.
Well, welcome back, and I'm just going to be in breaking news mode right now because it appears that there have been major ceasefire violations, and I've got the reports right now. We're going to get Gursimran live. We're also hearing blasts reported near Srinagar. We've got Zinat with us in Srinagar. We've got Gursimran there, and the BSF is fully hitting back right now. And there have been drone swarms reported. It's back to square one, ladies and gentlemen. It appears these are visuals from Udhampur. The air defense artillery, which was alert, is catching the drones. We need no further confirmation. I hope the government puts out an official statement. They should put out an official statement fast. And there our Gursimran is with us, ladies and gentlemen. Right now, further ceasefire violations by Pakistan. Gursimran, explain these visuals. What just happened? Gursimran, Udhampur
yes,
visuals
there has
coming
been
with us.
ceasefire violations, sir. The ceasefire violations have started this evening when Pakistan resorted to the artillery firing at the Indian Army locations. It was in Aknoor that first ceasefire violation has taken place, to which Indian Army has retaliated effectively. Apart from this, the Palangwala sector has also faced the ceasefire violations from the Pakistani side. Heavy artillery has been used there as well. Even there was a drone spotting close to the border that was also repulsed by the Indian Army. We are told that in the Pragwal sector also there was a ceasefire violation, but that was for a brief period using the small arms. In the Budwal post, that is here in the Arnia sector, in the international border, there was ceasefire violation from the Pakistan side that was retaliated by the border security force. This the locals have also told us, and we have been witness to this.
This is the point I want to make is what Gursimran is telling us. Gursimran, 1 minute. What information we have is, and look at these Pakistanis. We had a press conference at 6 o'clock. They started the violations at 6:30. We get the visuals at 8:55. We're on air at 9. And something is happening in Srinagar too. And maybe we'll get more from our Jammu and Kashmir bureau chief. Yeah, Zinat, what's happening in Srinagar, Zinat? Zinat, what's happening?
Srinagar. Explosions are being heard in the entire Srinagar. The blast-like sound continued for around 2.5 minutes. There has been a rush of security forces deployed around the Dal Lake. We are hearing the firing from the Hawala downtown. There are the reports that the airstrike was conducted in the Badami Bagh area. Although we are yet to confirm we are yet to get the
airstrike was conducted in Srinagar.
Yes, in there are drone attacks that are carried. We are picking
drone
up,
attacks in
we are waiting
Srinagar.
for the-
I think we
are
must
waiting
rush
for
our
the
crews
official
immediately to the
confirmation in
area.
this regard. But yes,
We must rush our crews immediately to the area. We must get our stringer. And get the visuals and know what's happened in the Badami Bagh area. Please, yes, please. I hope I'm not holding you back because I need you to be on the move right now.
So we are picking that this is the area of the cantonment of army where these sounds were heard. In fact, the J&K police is also, the Rambagh police is rushing towards us. Meanwhile, some fire shots were heard from the Shankaracharya area in the downtown itself. This bang, the loud explosions continued for around 2.5 minutes in Srinagar city. Although people were having a sigh of relief after the ceasefire agreement was announced after a mediation from the US government, Donald Trump. But now we are again seeing a panic has been created, and this has again escalated a situation in the Srinagar city, and Srinagar itself is witnessing a blackout in multiple areas of the Srinagar downtown as well as in uptown.
Yeah, absolutely. Now we are hearing some other reports coming in, and
I can confirm that a drone has been taken down in Baramulla, which means it was in our airspace, and the air defense systems had to intervene.
Yeah,
this is a clear case of not just ceasefire violation. This is a drone.
Again, we are hearing the blast-like sounds. Again, the blast-like sounds are being heard, and we are picking up. There has been. It is again the UN office side area, which is again.
Can you be quiet? I can't hear. Just give me a moment. Yes, please tell me.
Are being heard. The continent.
There is Rakshita in Srinagar has a report live. Zeenat, you move to the area. I'm staying with you. Rakshita, over to you. What's happening around you?
We are hearing incessant blast right now. We just spotted one of the lights in the air as well. We just spotted the interception as well. This is continuing for the past 15-20 minutes. There was a breather in between, and as we speak, while Ziad was speaking, we'll just go upstairs and show you. We'll try and go upstairs and show you.
You go up.
And this is another, what we understand, a drone attack on Srinagar, and it's happening across Srinagar as we speak. We just saw
I'll stay away from the live pictures for a moment. You can tell us what you're seeing. I'm not going to show the visuals, but I'm just trying to tell you one thing here, Rakshita. Just keep the camera on yourself. We don't want to capture any live information, but the fact is we have visuals from Udhampur, we have visuals from Jammu, and there are certain situations. We are also hearing about ceasefire violations in Poonch, and ceasefire violations in Rajouri, and ceasefire violations in Akhnur. And this is all at a time when we had just started celebrating that there is a ceasefire, and this is happening again. So there is obviously some Pakistani tactic that's going on here, because this is now ground reporting that you're seeing. Omar Abdullah himself is tweeting tonight what happened to the ceasefire. There are blasts that have been reported all over Srinagar. We do not know the details. Our reporters are going on the ground. Viewers, Zeenat is on the move. Gursimran is live with us. Just tell us all that you are hearing. Gursimran. Gursimran, what else are you hearing?
Arnab, it all started at 6:15, 6:30. There have been ceasefire violations that have been reported in the Akhnur sector. This is line of control. It is in the Palamwala, that is line of control. It has been reported in the Sundarbani, line of control. It is in the Rajouri district, and also on the international border. It is in the Arnia area. To be very specific, to be very precise, it is Budwal post, from where the BSF was targeted, and it was retaliated effectively by the border security force. This has happened in the 4 sectors in totality. 3 along the line of control and 1 along the international border. Apart from this, there has been a complete blackout, and the air raid sirens that have been placed at 2 locations. First is the Udhampur district, where the headquarters of the Northern Command of the Indian Army is, and the second location is the Akhnur area, because very close to a vital installation of the Indian Army, from where Indian Army operates their key operations. There have been a drones activity that was spotted. It was a hostile drone, after which the air defense system was activated. And there was loud sirens that were heard. So this is the situation. At 4 places there have been ceasefire violations, and at 2 places there have been hostile drones that have been detected. So clearly the situation is plus minus like what it was yesterday. Nothing has changed on ground, Arnab. There have been ceasefire violations from the Pakistani side. Indian Army is giving them befitting reply. BSF is giving them befitting reply, and also the drone attacks have been launched today as well. Are being made. The districts of Udhampur and the subdivision of Aknoor, they are still under total blackout. Reason being that the threats are still there. The air defense systems are trying to neutralize these threats that are there. So one thing is very clear, that what Pakistan committed, they have not gone by their words and they have violated the ceasefire. And what we are witnessing on the borders, even the one of the cabinet minister of Jammu and Kashmir, Satish Sharma, who comes from the...
Please switch off your light, thank you. Switch off your light, thank you. Switch off your light, thank you. Take him off the screen. Now, I'd like to go across to our, please, because we don't want you to become a target. Now, thank you. We have another reporter live with us. Can the producers please be active on the story? Arawat, what's your location? What are you hearing? Arawat from Baramulla. Arawat, Baramulla में आप हैं वहाँ पे कोई खबर?
There is a drone.
Yes, absolutely. We are here in the Baramulla right now, and we have also been told from the sources that the drone was spotted in the Baramulla, and the same drone has been shot down by the forces in the Baramulla town, and the drone was approaching towards the sensitive locations in the Baramulla. But we have seen the alert troopers has foiled the drone attempt in the Baramulla. But yes, we have seen that the sirens have been also alerted in the Baramulla. And also, we have seen that the blackout has been called across the Baramulla town, and also we are moving towards the safer locations as of now. And right now, we have seen that the sirens are still going on in the Baramulla district. Also, we have seen the drone was coming from the line of control Uri towards the main town Baramulla, and where the sensitive locations are. But we have seen that the alert troopers has foiled the drone attempt, and the drone has been shot down in the Baramulla. But yes, there are the reports from the line of control areas that Pakistan has violated the ceasefire violation in the Kamal Code area and other areas of the Uri sector. As of now, we are getting the reports from the sources there as we are traveling back from the Uri.
It's a serious situation that has developed all over again. I mean, my understanding of the situation is that if there are ceasefire violations, in Sundarbani, if there are ceasefire violations across multiple locations by the Pakistan army, if there are drones that have been sighted in Gurdaspur, if there are drones that have been sighted in Srinagar, Badami Bagh area, then General Bakshi, where I don't see the guest. Can I see the guest? Then only I'll know who's on air. General Bakshi, what in your view is going on? Can I continue to have my reporter on air and also put the information in, please? Yes, please. General Bakshi. General Bakshi.
Yeah, you know, Arnab, Donald Trump had negotiated a ceasefire between Russia and Ukraine for a month. And from day one, it broke down and the fighting has intensified. So why are we surprised? Why are we surprised? I think we give it a day or two to gauge Pakistan's intention. It is the Pakistani DGMO who had asked for this ceasefire from our DGMO.
But maybe there is is there something else in the works? Is it that their civilian leadership agreed to a ceasefire?
What the hell are you?
And I want to go back to 1 minute. So I want to go back to Rakshita. Rakshita, just without keeping the frame, can you tell us what you're hearing? Rakshita is in Srinagar. Rakshita, yes, Rakshita, what's the update from Srinagar?
Once again, right after we spoke to you and when we went upstairs, we again saw that multiple explosions we could be heard from several directions, not just one. And right in front of us, we could in fact see the drones being intercepted. And this was not just one, but it was the bangs were incessant, and it went on for some time, for a few seconds, and then we also saw the way sighted the drones, tried to capture it. Of course, we can't show it live, but yes, we have just witnessed this, and all blackout. It's a complete blanket blackout right now as we speak in Srinagar. unprecedented in the past 3 days. We did hear such explosions in the morning, in early morning today after 5:45. We woke up to those. We in fact were live that time.
Just dim your lights,
also
Akshita.
but
Thank
this
you.
is something.
Dim your
Okay,
lights. This is
after
the
the
evolving
ceasefire
situation.
violation-
Dim your lights. That's a standard.
Light condition.
Can you? I know you are in a safe location, but dim your lights when you speak to us. In these times, you can never be too careful. And I want to go to Zeenath right now. Zeenath is also there. Akshita, Zeenath, what more information are you getting? Zeenath, I saw her live. She's on the move. Even if she's on the move, I can go across to her. I have Arabat, I have Gursimran, I have Abhishek also with us from. Switch off the lights, Abhishek, please, for God's sake. You do not have to switch on your lights to go live. For God's sake. Now, can I repeat that point, please? Thank you. And I have Soumya from Srinagar as well. Soumya, can we show the multiple locations, the 4 screens, and we still take our graphics and our video with it, because I want to see all our reporters there who are live, because I won't understand who to go across to next. Soumya, what's happening? Soumya? Soumya? Multiple explosions. I can tell you that Soumya said she heard 10 to 12 explosions. 10 to 12 explosions in Srinagar.
Can we get a live?
Soumya, are you there?
Some blast heard we again. Yes, we heard multiple explosions. Again, you can see there's lighting there in the sky. You can see there's a movement, some sort of movement here, some sort of lighting, multiple movements. And 15 minutes of time, we heard multiple explosions, multiple. As I speak, again, there's explosions. As we speak, there are noises that can be heard.
I can't hear her audio is to be clearer.
A span of just 15 to 20 minutes.
Okay, 1 minute. There is a lot of ambient sound around you. You fix that. I'll come back to you. Rakshita will hold it till then. Rakshita, now tell us, for ground reports. Can I have Rakshita, Gursimran, Arawat, all live, 3-4 windows, please. Can we do that, please? Ladies and gentlemen, there's a breaking news situation. There have been multiple ceasefire violations within hours of the announcement in Delhi that we agree to the ceasefire. It's happened within.
Somebody did not clearly.
Somebody did not clearly like the ceasefire.
Yeah. And that somebody is there in Rawalpindi.
Yes, Abhishek.
Somebody is there in Rawalpindi.
Somebody who's been hammered this morning.
Yes.
Somebody who hasn't shown his face in the last 5 days. Yeah. Has Asim Munir gone rogue?
Asim Munir has absolutely gone rogue. That seems to be the case, because this cannot be the handiwork of a local
Abhishek.
commander.
Yeah.
This kind of battery of armed drone swarms coming in from, Punjab to Jammu and Kashmir, this cannot be the handiwork of one local rogue commander. This is entire army gone rogue. Basically, Asim Munir saying, Donald Trump, take a walk. We are going to do what we are going to do. And whatever is left of their reputation that's been put in tatters by the Indian Armed Forces, they are going to focus on salvaging that, even if it means that Pakistan is going to get more bloody nose. That seems to be happening, because this ceasefire violation is nothing else but Asim Munir telling Donald Trump, go take a walk.
I said 10 minutes back. Now this is getting very serious. Arawat is there with us. I can see, I think Arawat, Baramulla, same situation. Baramulla. Srinagar, same situation. Jammu, same situation. All across this entire area. And ladies and gentlemen, right now there's a blackout right from Punjab, Firozpur, right up to Pathankot, and there is a blackout in Srinagar as well. Something has gone terribly wrong for all the people who wanted negotiated settlement to this kind of an issue. And you remember, I began by saying at 8 o'clock today that I can't believe that Donald Trump doesn't know Pakistan. our intent. And I think I've been proven right here, because I very clearly that Donald Trump thinks it's like with a click of the fingers these things happen. These things don't happen like Donald Trump. You were wrong to try and announce this. You were wrong to try and think you can bring about a negotiated settlement. If anybody can negotiate with India, it's India. It's Bharat. On Bharat's terms, it's the Indian army which should be allowed, to call the shots in this. Trump should now stay out of it. Let's settle it now. This is an unfortunate situation. I'm also told that there has been a blackout in various areas. There are 12 blasts here in Srinagar. Rakshita, I have Abhishek also with me. Abhishek. Also in Srinagar, can the light get switched off every time I take his name? The light does not have to be switched on.
Please switch off the lights.
Thank you. Camera persons. Yeah, thank you. It's all right. Viewers will understand. Those in ambient light, it's fine.
Sorry.
Otherwise, lights off. Yes, Abhishek, tell me. Abhishek, tell me.
It is very clear, Arnab, that the ceasefire has been violated. As of now, the ceasefire, which was agreed at 5 p.m., has been violated very clearly. The place where I am staying, we and I our team we could very clearly see at least more than 30 shots being fired in the sky. We could very clearly witness the incident. This is not even at least 4 hours. I can clearly hear the shots being going out even now. This is the 32nd shot which I'm hearing now. And it second shot which I'm hearing now, and it is very clear the intention of the Pakistan isn't against India. It is
and Omar Abdullah has announced that there is no ceasefire. He says the air defense units in the middle of Srinagar. And this is breaking news, ladies and gentlemen. The air defense units in the middle of Srinagar have just all been opened up, and the Chief Minister of Jammu and Kashmir has said this officially. So we are moving extremely fast into a situation right now. It's a complete turnaround. We have blackouts across the entire western border. The situation is developing fast. I'm going to stay with my reporters. I do not know who my guests are. And Omar Abdullah has also put out a video right now. And so are we confirming here tonight, ladies and gentlemen. It's a blackout in Rajasthan. It's drone attacks. There have been drone attacks drone attacks by the Pakistanis in Jammu. And now I'll show you the video put out by Omar Abdullah, full frame. This is the video that has been put out by Omar Abdullah, ladies and gentlemen. Just watch this.
3.
Ladies and gentlemen, Pakistan is attacking Srinagar tonight. Pakistan, this is the news. Pakistan is trying to target Srinagar tonight. There is a very evil, demonic, Machiavellian intent. Either it is the Pakistani army which has gone rogue, but I don't want to give anyone the benefit of doubt because I do not believe there is any real separation between Shabbaz Sharif, Khwaja Asif, and the Pakistan army. General Dayal, please. General Dayal, you're seeing this. You're seeing this, ladies and gentlemen. It's just broken out. Yes. Yeah, General Dayal, General Dayal.
Arnab, firstly, we must not say anything because Pakistan is still run by Munir. And who is rogue, who is not rogue? He is the rogue. And you don't trust him. He's not trustworthy.
Yeah.
So the situation continues. But 2-3 things I just want to add to you. Arnab, the ceasefire in 1965, 71 and even Kargil spilled over by a day or two in this world. And second important thing,
Sir, please.
in your statement you have said, statement, Arnab, in your statement you have said, a terrorist act will be considered as an act of war.
Sir,
you did not include your LC. No, your statement is incomplete.
Sir, please, please.
Yes, your statement is incomplete because you have just defined terror, that an act by terrorist will be considered as an act of war. You did not say that firing across LC will be considered an act of war and India will take action with physically in Punjab. You should have such terms and conditions. It was not there. If not required, then he will continue.
It's over, sir.
It's over.
If it said an act of terror.
No, if you have not done, then...
Wait,
Wait. Two windows. 1 minute. He is, 1 minute, one minute. You can speak to him directly, sir. I'll get you on the screen. 1 minute. You can speak to him directly, sir. Yes, sir. No, you can reply to him, sir.
All
Please.
I wanted to say is, sir, that before the so-called ceasefire, we were fighting at each other. We were fighting. We were doing what we have to. The ceasefire came in for a few minutes. It's gone. We resume what we were doing, sir.
Listen. It does not mean that we agree to a ceasefire without considering LC as part of the ceasefire. Is it included in your statement?
No, 1 minute. Yes, sir, please.
We could consider
what he's saying is to hell with ceasefire.
To
hell with the ceasefire.
Yes, of course. So what... goes ahead with the ceasefire. So
even if we don't say it, they have said to hell with the ceasefire. It's the Pakistanis who said it.
If I may, and for the audience,
war continues.
Sir,
war absolutely continues.
You have to now escalate the ladder. If
Sir,
you do not escalate now, then you can continue.
Sir, if I may, for the audience who's watching this broadcast, a ceasefire is an agreement between two or more parties to stop aggressive action, often due to mediation by a third party. It is a temporary or permanent stoppage of war, distinct from an armistice. It is.
Sir, I want to tell
temporary
you a
obliquity,
particular
temporary.
context, and the context is this.
It is
that please understand, sir. The Supreme Court has given Asif Munir today the powers to arrest civilians. They have approved a military crackdown on dissent. Munir needed it. Now civilians can be tried in military courts in Pakistan in the given situation under the cover of this. So, strengthened by that, are we heading towards a coup? We have to witness a new video is coming in from Anantnag. 1 minute, let's see the new video. So the political leadership of these are visuals from Anantnag. Sir, these are our air defense artillery responding in Anantnag, which means that there have been targeting all over Abhishek. Yeah. So my point is, sir, 1 minute. Sir, 1 minute, just 1 minute. Sir, Abhishek, how do you analyze this?
I'm wondering. This is Anantnag. This is deep inside.
That means the terrorists, those who are lying, they are activated, and I'm shocked that they can activate with these drones. I'm quite sure that these drones have not come from across IB. There are terrorists. This is what has been happening around Moscow, and this is what they've done. In the jungle, there hides these guys. They've got these things, and I think they have activated all this in deep areas. I mean, they could not have come from the IB or from the LC. So these could be the possibilities that there hides terrorists which are hiding. They are equipped with drones, and at the right time, they have today started in deep areas like Srinagar.
So, but there has to be an explanation for what's going on. On whose orders is this happening?
On Munir's orders.
On Munir's orders.
Because you did not destroy their. Did you touch the Jaisalmer Mohammed chief? Did you bring the HM chief? Did you bring the LET chief? No, they are still there.
Shawan has updates. We have a complete update from the newsroom right now. From Shawan Sen. Shawan, can you be on constantly, please? We've been asking for you for the last 10 minutes, Abhishek and I. Tell us exactly the full summary of what reports you're getting, confirmed and unconfirmed, because Army is not confirming officially, but it's now out in the open. Abhishek, Shawan.
Well, in fact, while they haven't officially put out anything, but the first report that we have got is that the ceasefire violations reporting time was around 6:30 this evening. That's when the sirens also went off. In fact, the two locations we were told is one in Akhnur, and there is also reports that have also come in a little After the ceasefire violation actually began, we're told that there was also movement. The first drone sighting that has also taken place. In fact, they have used artillery firing along the Akhnur sector, and that has basically continued for a while now. In fact, this has happened, intermittent firing that has actually taken place in Akhnur. That's what we're being told. As far as the drone movement are concerned, there are at least 2 locations where the sightings have actually been made.
Has there been any statement from the Pakistani side that you're getting? Because you see this statement about the ceasefire. Donald Trump makes the announcement around 5:30? Yes, sir. Around 5:30. The press conference is supposed to happen at 5:30 here, but then the press conference gets pushed to 6. At 6 o'clock, even before our press conference is to start, around 5:45, Mr. Dar, the civilian foreign minister of Pakistan, makes the announcement. You have information. Break, please.
There is no ceasefire. Ceasefire is done with, and Donald Trump can actually, according to Asimone, take a walk, because even we had to tell our forces that, okay, you have free hand, go after these ceasefire violations. I think BSF would respond now. There is no ceasefire whatsoever.
No, the point is, I completely I'm agreeing with you on that, and that is the known fact. What is not known is who is masterminding this. Mr. Dar said, we welcome a ceasefire. Do you think Mr. Dar, the foreign minister of Pakistan...
Munir doing to Shabbaz Sharif,
pardon me, what do you say?
Musharraf did to Nawaz Sharif.
I feel that this is moving towards some kind of a military takeover in Pakistan. There is nothing 100%. Else that can be the fact. And now we have information out here, ladies and gentlemen, that there has been heavy shelling that is still going on in Akhnur, in Rajouri. There is shelling in Kalal. Udhampur is under a drone attack. There is an urgent blackout that has been put out by the district magistrate of Barmer. And ladies and gentlemen, there has been some active contact. Yes. I'm told, cannot confirm it, but active contact means something. We are also told that the Udhampur Air Force Station has been targeted. The Udhampur Air Force Station has been targeted. I do not know what situation there is, but we need to be told. There needs to be an official press release on what has happened in Udhampur, because if the idea was to make us lower our guard, if the idea was to make India lower its guard, sir, and that is my point of severe concern tonight, that we have to analyze the entirely evolving situation in perspective. We don't want to look at things in isolation, and that's why I began 8 o'clock by saying that, for God's sake, Donald Trump, you don't know the South Asian region. You do not know this part of the world. You just want credit on...
You don't know Pakistan.
Yeah. Military. The district. Okay. Now, we are told the DC Amritsar has said that since there are reports of ceasefire violations,
Pakistan
we will remain on alert today.
Cryptocurrency. Pakistan is a crypto country.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely.
Someone needs to get that message.
I need to go back to our reporters. I need to go back to our reporters. Yes, Zinat has an update from Srinagar. Zinat, your location, what are you seeing? Zinat, over to you. Zinat.
See, Arnab, we are heading to the We are heading towards the 15 Corps headquarters in Srinagar. This is the Badami Bagh cantonment area, the military-based hospital in the Badami Bagh itself. In fact, the roads leading to Badami Bagh, we are picking that they have been closed, but we are still trying, because around 100 drones were spotted hovering in the sky here. There is
100 drones.
Fire. In fact, the air.
So this is a more intense attack than yesterday.
100 drones, yes.
No, 1 minute. There's 100 drone attack.
Absolutely. It is a complete
Has there been any bombings? Have there been any bombings?
See, it has been thwarted. All attempts have been thwarted. We are picking that they tried to target the 15 Corps headquarters, the army base headquarters in the Srinagar. In fact, the drones were also spotted in Shupian, Kulgam, and also in Avantipora. One can see here. See my VJ Mubashir is showing the deployment of this is the road that leads to Badami Bagh. Right now, no movement is being allowed. The civilians.
No, that's not true. That's
are being stopped here. The deployment of
move away from that. Thank you very much. 1 second. Commodore Bikramjit Singh, for your first comment on the evolving situation here, sir. Please, it's moving very fast, sir. Sir,
please, excuse me for this, but I'm still processing this information. On the first hand, you say DGMOs talk and you are looking at a ceasefire, you're discussing this, and on the other hand, you're going on the offensive. So this, I mean, Pakistan cannot be trusted for what it is saying or has ever said in the past. And this is another example which is trying to, fortify the same sentiment across the globe. So this is something which is, absolutely not acceptable
across the country. I mean, we shouldn't lose the momentum.
Definitely, the understanding was that we were rather going to, go all out. This is what was my understanding today. Afternoon meeting, PM met the chiefs. I was thinking that the briefing would be to escalate. And then around 3:30, this phone call has transpired.
No, unfortunately, we lost the momentum to the Pakistani forces.
Exactly.
And we lost the optics to the Americans.
No, the fact is that Shabbaz Sharif had a meeting with Zardari. There was political unanimity between the two parties that are controlling Pakistan right now. At that point of time, Trump made a statement at 5:30, very carefully calibrated. Dar made a statement. And Dar was looking very weak but very hopeful about it. We agreed on their terms on the assumption that there is still a civilian government in charge in Pakistan. So I think where our mistake has been is that we assume the civilian government is in charge in Pakistan, whereas the reality is that Shabbaz Sharif is just a puppet. Now, if in that is the evolving situation, and suppose the Pakistani army goes and says to Shabbaz Sharif, it may be your ceasefire, it is not. Now, there's been a ceasefire violation in Pakistan. Court also. If he says this is your ceasefire, it's not a ceasefire. But General Bakshi, hands up before. Bakshi, yes, please, sir. Yes, please, sir. General Bakshi.
Sorry to be disturbing. Drone attack in Nalia, Kutch also. I'm getting these pictures.
Drone attack in Kutch.
Nalia, Kutch, which means a repeat of.
Tell me where is? Can you tell me the location?
I'm getting pictures. Nalia,
You've got a picture from there.
Yes.
We've seen pictures of a drone attack in Kutch right now being reported.
I'm sending. So this is.
Please can you share the visual quickly?
I'm sharing.
Tell me the importance of that location.
This is an Air Force base, Nalia in Kutch.
So all Air Force bases, military installations being targeted by drone attacks.
Continue to be targeted.
Yes, sir. So tell me, sir. Abhishek, tell me the location.
This is Nalia Air Base in Kutch, which is again facing a drone attack, which means this is happening around the country, from Kutch to Kashmir, like it happened yesterday, like it happened day before yesterday. Somebody in Pakistan has not agreed to the ceasefire.
There has been an attack on an Air Force base area in Kutch. Now the question is this, that if this is the videos on, ladies and gentlemen, there's a video from Kutch. Have a look at that. Abhishek,
yes,
this was your video which you put out. I can't really see
pictures.
Small screen.
There's a small drone there. You can see that. This is Nalia Kutch pictures coming
armed drone attacks that are happening everywhere. So, there has obviously been, I don't even want to give the benefit of doubt that there has been an agreement. I believe that these disagreements amount to nothing unless I'm told that there has been a military takeover. I will then hold Shabbaz Sharif to blame, and I will hold the Pakistani government to blame, and Khwaja Asif and Dar to blame for making us take them at their word. We have more reporters coming in. Let me. I just want to stay with the reporters for a while. Just 1 minute. Thank you. I want to go to our reporters. Arawat, over to you, Arawat. In Baramulla, how is the situation there now?
We have seen that the drones are moving towards the sensitive locations in the Kashmir Valley. We will not reveal the exact locations where the drones are heading, but yes, our forces are aware that the drones are moving towards the sensitive locations in the Kashmir Valley. And also we have been some reports from the North Kashmir, Baramulla, that drone has been shot by the forces.
We were told, Shawan, you have some information about Northern Commander coming under target again. Shawan.
Well, in fact, I've just got a confirmation that this is more than what we have seen over the last 2 days. In fact, in Akhnur sector, in Khor, there has been heavy, intense firing that has taken place. So much so, we are being given to understand our guards were a little down, and when the ceasefire violation has actually taken place in Akhnur, in Rajouri, and as far as Jammu region concerned, a drone sighting has taken place in the over Badami Bagh cantonment. That's the 15-core cantonment in Srinagar, where we are being told that a drone sighting has actually taken place. The numbers much more than what we were told in the first 2 days of drone sightings that have taken place.
Well, therefore, this becomes the biggest ever drone attack in 3 days, right?
It's a repeat of what has been happening over the last 2 days.
In 3 days I was told by Pakistan.
Abhishek, this is more than what we saw in the first 2 days. The numbers, the areas that they have opened fire, and at the same time, simultaneously, they have also carried out.
So we have said then General Bakshi, it was said any future act of terror will be a declaration of war. This was said by the government. This is beyond terror.
Look, Arnab, 1 second. Arnab, we were also told that the Pakistani DGMO has picked up the phone, spoken to the Indian DGMO, has asked for this ceasefire, right? If he is going to violate the ceasefire within minutes, there is no ceasefire. Who's stopping us? Who's stopping us? Go for it. Go for it. Simple. Who's stopping you? You know, the Donald Trump had a ceasefire declared between Russia and Ukraine.
Diplomacy should happen
on day one. No, 1 second. Day one, that ceasefire broke and the fighting intensified. So let it intensify. I mean, what's the harm? What have we to lose? If Pakistan asked for a ceasefire, so we said, okay, if he wants to break the ceasefire within minutes, give it back. Who stopped you? Who's tied your hands down? Which agreement do we have to go to the United States to say we are sorry or we want your permission? No, sir. We don't need anybody's permission.
But I think that the fact is that over the last few days it has been shown.
But if he violates, break the ceasefire, go for it. Don't stop anything you are doing.
I'm only trying to analyze this. General Bakshi,
go for it.
General Bakshi, I'm just saying, I'm trying to analyze this.
No, I'm saying go for it.
Sir, if this ceasefire had been effective, if, then wouldn't Asif Munir's neck have been on the line, because he has completely failed. Yeah. He's missed his targets. The quality of Pakistani weapons he's responsible for is abysmal, right? Yeah. Yeah, and even we have Gujarat Minister Harsh Sanghvi who has also issued a statement right now that several drones have been spotted everywhere. So there are multiple confirmations coming in, ladies and gentlemen, and therefore, Operation Sindoor continues. This is an ongoing operation. I am absolutely
Basically,
sure.
Munir has put Shabbaz Sharif's neck on the line.
The point is, let's be very clear here. If this ceasefire would have held, Munir would have lost his job because he would have been asked, what were you doing? Yeah. Why did you fail? Yeah. And so Munir is obviously doing it either in concert or defiance. We'll know in the next few minutes. We will know. You just have to watch what is happening in Pakistan. You have to watch what is happening in Pakistan. Sir.
He is exercising the powers that are bestowed into him, which he has also bestowed in himself. Because he is the de facto dictator.
So I would not be surprised, sir. I would not be surprised if using these powers he arrests.
I'm saying resume the air attacks tonight.
He can, but he can and put somebody who's close to him as his prime minister.
Because his target is power.
Yeah, power.
He's looking at his own chessboard.
See, at present,
his target is power. He may or may not have a victory.
Arnab, at present, he may still would like to exercise it indirectly, the way he's exercising it. Or
we are in a dangerous situation, sir.
He may bring another face there in place of Shabbaz Sharif. It doesn't matter.
Arnab, one second. Arnab, 1 second, please. Arnab, 1 second. The Director General Military Operations, Pakistan, takes his Asim Munir. The Director General Military Ops, Pakistan, takes his orders from Asim Munir. Okay? He reports back to him. If he spoke to our DGMO, asked for a ceasefire, and if he's doing this, well, there is simply no ceasefire. You don't have to tell him. You just have to send your aircraft, your Rafales, with more of
Chandigarh up, please.
Give it to him.
Can we have Chandigarh
Why do we have
to
stop? What momentum have we lost in one day?
Chandigarh up, Lalit up. Okay, which reporters are live right now? See, we can keep speculating, but
give it back.
I want to ask Jen Bakshi one issue.
Sir, can I just go to a reporter for a while?
All yours.
So Rakshita is live. Rakshita, what's the latest with you? Rakshita, more locations, more reporters. Can I have all my reporters up out there? on the small windows.
We continue to hear explosions. They have, touched right now, they have faded a little. What we know that they have faded down a little, but just few minutes back, again, another round of drones. You can't sometimes make out if it's the stars in the sky or it's the drone. But yes, we do see some red lights in the air just a few minutes back. And it continues on. Now, what's happening in the day, it happened in Avantipura where we were there, Avantipura Air Base, in Srinagar Airport, and across the valley in Uri and Anantnag and Shopian as well. And now it's happening once again, right after the ceasefire was announced. We see that they are coming with double power. You see that they're doubling down on the drone attacks, and they have been intercepted. We have seen it with our own eyes how they are being intercepted by the air defense system in Srinagar. The air defense batteries have been up since last 2 days. We've seen Srinagar airport has been the most vulnerable. The air base has been the most vulnerable. Since morning we are witnessing such, we are in fact hearing such sounds. And once again here as we stand, there is a complete blackout. And yes, there are some explosions that I heard. And remember, it's in multiple directions. That means that it is happening across Srinagar.
So there are massive violations by Pakistan, right? Okay. Okay. Now the thing is, the thing is, we have to evolve this situation out there. I just give me a moment here because I'm live right now. If Abhishek, you're going to hold it with the reporters. Yeah. I need to go out and make a phone call in just a while. Right now, the fact is, we need to understand what's happening here. If Asif Munir is trying to do this, if Asif Munir is trying to create a situation out here, then I think we cannot begin to isolate between Asif Munir and the rest of the Pakistani government. Yeah. We cannot do that.
Yeah. Obviously, somebody has not listened to Trump, and that's what's happening. But let's focus on what's happening from the ground. I think, what are these pictures?
I think Pakistan must be completely punished. We also have to be very, very careful out there. There are pictures from Gandarbal
as well. The sky lighting up, Arnab. See, look at these pictures. I mean,
the sky is completely lit up. See, this is not possible all over without this being a very planned operation by the Pakistani army. Abhishek, will you hold it? Will you hold it, please, for it? I'm just getting, sir.
I'm looking at pictures.
Sir, Abhishek, please be alive with me.
I'm looking at pictures coming in from
Abhishek,
across
keep it moving fast. Can Shawan come on air right now also with Abhishek and hold it for a few minutes? Ladies and gentlemen, I have to speak to some sources and come back.
So you said on the first day, delay, deceive, destroy. That's exactly what they have been doing. No. They have delayed it because of ceasefire. They prepared themselves. Now they've deceived us by sending in drones, and we will do the destroying now.
No, something has happened. Something is amiss. I mean, the fanfare with which the Americans really came out, the president announcing, the Secretary of State announcing, and then you had Pakistani Deputy Prime Minister announcing. By the way, remember, Ishaq Dar is related to the Sharifs.
Abhishek, there's also some more news now coming in. The sightings have also taken place in Rajasthan now. Drone sightings in Barmer. And as far as Pathankot is concerned, in Pathankot there is a complete blackout. Drones have been sighted in Pathankot too. Remember, the airbase as well as the military installation seems to be once again the target of the Pakistanis.
See what I was trying to...
Abhishek.
Well, absolutely. And I believe you want to make a point,
Abhishek, what I'm trying to say is that, look, we do not know exactly what transpired between the two DGMOs.
Sorry, yeah.
Knowing the Pakistanis, they articulate their words.
Yeah.
He must have used the word like Janab, Kabant to kijiyega. They say, you know, it is how they play with their words. Yeah. I mean,
You mean to say they never mean what they say?
They never mean what they say. And believe you me, whatever is happening now could not have been planned after declaring ceasefire. That means it was well planned.
Absolutely.
It was well planned and well thought out in the morning today. Today morning, Munir has cleared this operation in detail.
I believe we would agree with that. I'm coming to you, Komodo sir. I'm coming. Okay, Major. More information.
Men are dishonored, honored. These are not honorable people.
More information. Shawan, over to you. More information.
Well, in fact, now you have a total of 4 states where drone sightings have actually taken place. It is much more than what we have seen in the first 2 days itself. Now the latest coming in from Barmer in Rajasthan, where air raid sirens are already underway as we speak. As far as the ceasefire violation is concerned, we are being told that along the western border, particularly in Rajouri, in Samba, there has been intense firing as we speak right now. Earlier, it was intermittent firing. Now there's continuous firing. That's heavy artillery firing which is going on. So this is a clear violation right now. Simultaneously, the drone sightings have taken place. As far as numbers are concerned, drone sightings are more than 100 right now.
That's a huge one, Shawan. That's what you're saying is huge, that 100 drone sightings have happened. I have, for example, information that at least 3 drones in Kutch area near the Nalia base have been shot down, which means the air defenses are working fine. But the fact of the matter is somebody, of course, did not listen to Donald Trump. I believe you wanted to make a point to General Bakshi, sir. General Bakshi, you wanted to...
General Bakshi, sir, I mean, I was of the opinion that, look, we really do not know what transpired between the 2 DGMOs. Knowing the Pakistanis, which I wanted to that time ask you, sir, knowing the Pakistanis, they twist their word. They use sometime Urdu, they talk like that, and I'm sure across LC you must have seen them many more, then I can speak on it. They use words like that, Janab,
I think what you mean to say,
kijiyega, and we take it as if he's pleading, is that...
Just paraphrasing.
It could not be, sir. I mean, it could not be. What exactly has transpired between all the leadership, the details are not yet known. We do not know exactly the nature of agreement between the leadership.
General Bakshi, sir, essentially what General Dayal is saying is that there is honor among thieves but not among Pakistani generals.
Absolutely. There is a Pathan saying, which if you allow, I will twist a little. Trust a snake before you trust a harlot. Trust a Pakistani before you trust a snake. Right? So, if this is the way Pakistan is going to behave, no problems. No problems. Start your what you did last night. Resume what you did last night and give it more of the same till cries uncle again and goes back to Donald Trump so that he gets another from Donald Trump also. Na? Last night he was in pain. He was in agony. We heard Air Marshal Noor Khan crying almost कि हम इसको रोक नहीं सकते. This is beyond us. We can't handle it. Please stop it. America is not coming in. The world is not coming in, etc., etc. Okay. So you still have the spunk to do these piddly drone attacks. Not one of them have gotten through so far. So how are you impressing us? Maybe you thought that you will achieve surprise. You will tell us, oh, ceasefire, and we'll start opening the champagne bottles, right? We aren't opening champagne bottles, boy. We are on the alert, right? And if this is the way you want to do it, we'll play the game. You'll get more of the same, cry uncle, because your air defenses are not working. All right? That is evident to the whole of mankind.
Yeah.
Right? Your HQ-9 or HQ-16 SAMs aren't working. They can't stop our aircraft. You want to get kicked in your butt, you'll get it. Give it to him, man. Give it to him. Oh, who the hell says this is such a sacrosanct ceasefire that we can't breathe, that
like we can go in tonight? Sir, we can go in tonight, we can get the momentum back? You're saying, sir, we can get the momentum back?
Go in tonight, go in.
Wait a minute. All that I'm saying is, in garb of this...
Where is the momentum gone, yaar? Kal raat ko to hit kiya hai.
Nowhere. I'm saying you can get the initiative, you can take your initiative. That's how battles are fought. I mean, you regain the initiative without any problem. If you are strong, you can dictate terms. All that I'm saying is, sir, see in the garb of these 3 hours, in so this euphoria, so what if suppose we have lost few lives on LOC,
I just want,
don't you think, sir, that's more painful, and should we trust even one bit Pakistan ever?
I think we need a confirmation from Pakistan, Abhishek, on whether there is a divide between the army and the civilian leadership. If it is not, I think you'll have to make some phone calls. Yeah. And I am letting you go to make...
But I'll find out.
No, you have enough sources across the world. The dangerous thing about being Abhishek Kapoor is that you know too much and you reveal too little.
No, not really.
Which in critical situations, viewers, it's useful to have an... Like, people have Brahmos in their arsenal, we have Abhishek in our arsenal. But I need you to make the phone calls.
I'll make phone calls.
So that you can be free. I think Shawan will be live with us. Yeah, sure. I've made some phone calls, you make some phone calls. Then we will get our act together and put this together. Now, till then we have Shawan with us. Shawan, now we are hearing you. Abhishek, can you be back in 5 minutes, please? Shawan, what are you hearing right now? Right now, what we'll do is we will just stay with the news. I'm not going to just 5 minutes break. We're gathering all the news in very developing situations. So I want to understand, Shawan, what your sources are telling you, and also with the flow of information that we have here, there is a complete blackout which is there across all of Kutch, which means that Pakistan has chosen its targets. There's a military mind behind this. And what the military mind in Pakistan wants to do is damage our air capability ahead of something else, which means they have something else planned. And since they have played their card, and they will expect us to hit back, then in that case, they may play their cards very quickly, General Bakshi. Because, you know, they have seen our ability to respond.
You know, Arnab,
sir.
Arnab, there are certain empirical military facts.
Yes, sir.
Fact 1, their radars failed to detect our aircraft. Fact 2, their HQ-9 and 16 surface-to-air missiles of Chinese origin failed to destroy or damage any of our aircraft. We got through to our targets. So, if Pakistan wants more of the same, the technical parameters haven't changed in 2 hours. Give it to him. What are you stopping for, man? Give it to him. Nahi akal aayi, nahi samajh aaya, abhi fir samjhate hain na. All their drone attacks have been stopped. So it is much ado about nothing. Right?
But I have another question now. I have another question. Sir.
Up my ass.
General Bakshi, it's a family channel. You're using very intemperate language, but everyone on, please. These are one of the viral moments that General Bakshi gives us once in a while. That's why we love him, we adore him. He's as he is. Now the fact is, Commodore GJ, one serious analysis we must
love
take.
You too.
Love you too, sir. The thing is, sir, this is. The one man who has egg on his face tonight, Commodore GJ, is a man called Donald Trump. He couldn't do a ceasefire with Russia, Ukraine. He could not do a ceasefire even with Netanyahu. Yes. He thought he had done a ceasefire here, and we complied. Now, what will he do? Which wants to take that? Which of the two commodores? Can I take him first and then come back to you, sir? Commodore GJ, what do you think? This becomes... Okay, Shavan is breaking news. Shavan.
Well, just reports now coming in. Cover fire is also been given for an infiltration bid in Sundarbani is what we are picking up. In fact, it is at multiple areas where infiltration bids are taking place. It's typical of the Pakistanis. Cover fire, when there is intensive firing going on, you would expect them to carry on with their infiltration bid, which happened day before yesterday. Now I just got a confirmation coming in that it's the reports coming in from Sundarbani also. Drone sighting that have actually taken place in other states like in Rajasthan, in Barmer is the latest that I'm also getting in. But there is also one more report coming in. Some explosions have also been heard in Pakistani cities. So that's also important to point out. That reports now coming in of an explosion that has taken place in Islamabad and Lahore. So there is some sort of a retaliation. Now, we do not know right now whether at all this is a retaliation coming in from our side or this is some sort of a false flag coming in from the Pakistani side.
Yeah, and we've got as usual a stupid tweet by Mehbooba Mufti, who's still saying that the ceasefire was a fragile hope, and even right now warmongers and detractors who thrive on conflict, who fear peace than and blah, 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 compassion, wisdom, peace, silence the drums of war. Why doesn't she just keep quiet and stop revealing a pro-Pakistani mindset at times like this? Ladies and gentlemen, we have Lalit up also. We have got to stay with our reporters for 5 minutes as I promised here. So can we put all the reporters up on different locations? Lalit from Pathankot. Lalit, latest from you. Lalit.
If we talk about here in Pathankot, there has been a blackout. Let me show you the visuals here. This is the city of Pathankot. The complete district is in a complete blackout from the past half an hour. But if we talk about the violation here right now, no such violation has not been found here in Pathankot. So right now, if we talk about here in Pathankot, there has been a complete blackout. Siren has been buzzed around a half an hour before. But apart from that, if you talk about security has been tightened here, and police could be seen asking people to close the shut off the lights of the vehicles and everything. So right now, situation seems to be here volatile.
Okay, Lalit.
Right now, no such violation could be.
Lalit, I'd like to go back to Zeenath. Zeenath in Srinagar. Zeenath. Right now I'm told that the blasts have stopped in Srinagar. Zeenath.
We don't pick any sound of the bang that was heard. Mic is off. Can you hear me?
I can hear you loud and clear. Just continue. There's a little bit of a delay. That's all. Stay in front of the camera.
Or now we are reporting just 500 meters away from the Badami Bagh. It's a 15 corps headquarters, the army headquarters in the Kashmir Valley that takes care of the security of the entire Kashmir Valley. The blasts, like sounds were heard, they tried to attack this Badami Bagh cantonment, which also houses military hospitals, the schools, the housing colonies, and all of the infrastructure, even the ammunition and the artillery it has. So they tried to strike here, but their attempt was foiled. It was spotted by the air defense system. Air defense guns were activated. With the result, the drones were destroyed before they could make any damage on the ground. We are seeing the deployment of the Srinagar police here, including the CRPF. They are manning the roads, not being allowed to venture near to that spot. The army is taking care of all these things, because this is a patch that not only has the cantonment, but then you have the other important institutions from the UN office to police posts and
viewers, watch this. These are visuals of drones flying over Lal Chowk in Srinagar. The intentions of the Pakistani army is very clear. They have targeted Srinagar in a big way today. I haven't got an official count, but these are the drones flying over Lal Chowk in Srinagar. Drones, these are ADAs, these are not the drones, but this is the anti-drone aircraft shells which are flying over the Lal Chowk, which are obviously targeting the drones. I don't see the explosion yet, so obviously they must be effective. I hope Srinagar is safe. I hope the people of Srinagar are safe. And let me tell you once again, the country must remain united. We must all remain together. And we must understand that while we may have trusted for a while, Pakistan has broken our trust. In a very big way, they've fundamentally broken our trust. And I began tonight by only one question. How do you trust these damn Pakistanis? How do you trust them?
No, they are not trustworthy, but let me give you a perspective. See, the perspective is that apparently, though the chief of Pakistani Army, Munir, has accepted the conditions of US, and he has agreed to the US Secretary of State that there will be a ceasefire. But to show to his public, he probably is carrying out a desperate I would say, attacks to get some success, because without this success, he knows
this is his
own
posturing.
future.
This is his posturing.
This is his posturing, otherwise he will lose his job and he will lose his face and he will lose forever. And
Okay, now Abhishek, you are back.
This is what I feel. He's trying.
You are back, Abhishek. Abhishek, you are back. And
confirmation, but I have been told.
yes, 1 minute, everyone. Can we put the camera on Abhishek, please?
Waiting for one more conversation, but I am told Operation Sindoor is back.
Yes, of course.
I am told Operation Sindoor is back.
What does that indicate? What does that mean?
What this means
explain this in layman terms.
Yes, basically what this means is if Pakistan is not going to keep its end of the bargain, we are going to get back. We are going to hit back, and our position that if Pakistan escalates, they will get a double of that is something which is back on the table.
Now, please.
Which is back on the table. Operation Sindoor and proportionate response to Pakistan is back.
Okay, we're taking a break and we're coming back. Just a short break and coming back.
What's this?
Off. Oh, no, not off. 1 second. We're taking a break and coming back.
Time for a quick breather. Arnab will be right back with the debate.
At Amity, we are committed to building a stronger India through world-class education and research to nurture ideal citizens who, together with the leaders of today and tomorrow, will make India a world superpower. Amity University, India's leading not-for-profit private university.
विमल में गुलिस्तां के ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुलें तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की जुबान में खुद को ऐसे डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं? विमल, बोलो जुबान कैसी?
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
विमल में गुलिस्तां की ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुले तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की जुबान में खुद को ऐसा डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं ना? विमल, बोलो जुबां केसरी।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
विमल में गुलिस्तां के ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुले तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की जुबान में खुद को ऐसे डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं? विमल, बोलो जुबां केसरी।
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जलजीरा मसाला।
विमल में गुलिस्तां की ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुले तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की जुबान में खुद को ऐसा डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं ना? विमल, बोलो जुबां केसरी।
छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
विमल में गुलिस्तां की ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुले तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की जुबान में खुद को ऐसा डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं ना? विमल, बोलो जुबां केसरी।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
विमल में गुलिस्तां के ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुले तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की जुबान में खुद को ऐसे डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं? विमल, बोलो जुबां केसरी।
Us the live analysis, and we have a situation right now where there are no blasts happening in Srinagar now, but there have been blackout in various areas, and we are told that there are 9 drones which have been brought down in the Kutch area, and all our air defense guns have been activated, and we have countered the Pakistani drones successfully, which were flying over the Srinagar area, thanks to the strong anti-defense artillery that we had with us, and that fired up in time. We did not let down our guard, which is great, which means that while we accepted the ceasefire, we were very careful about the situation on the ground. As we said, government sources saying Operation Sindoor now continues. Can we say that? Government sources, yes. Operation Sindoor has continued because the ceasefire has collapsed.
Yes.
Right?
So what I was told were
yes, Abhishek, 1 minute. Can we take Abhishek on air because he's giving us the way the government is looking at this, presumably. Yes, please.
Yes. So the exact words were that maybe there is problem on the Pakistani side. So far as we are concerned, we had not given any word beyond the fact that Pakistanis came crying to us via the Americans. We said, okay, fine, let's test them. If the test has failed, the Operation
then it has failed.
Is back. It has failed. The Operation Sindoor is back. If Pakistan does something, they will get double of it, double whammy, like it happened yesterday,
here, Abhishek,
like it happened day before yesterday, it's going to happen.
The point, Abhishek, is now the person who's really got egg on his face, General Bakshi, is Donald Trump. So Donald Trump will have to double up.
He jumped the gun, like he did in the case of Russia-Ukraine. He jumped the gun.
He jumped the gun. He jumped the gun. In that case, he's not been able to get a ceasefire there. Because this is that first global ceasefire that he wanted.
Yes.
and he's failed. So how is he going to respond when Narendra Modi speaks to him and he says that
I said we cannot believe Trump. This is typically Trumpist overreach. We have to wait for our government to say something. Our government now, I've spoken to people, they say, we were just testing. The Pakistanis came crying via the Americans. We said, okay, fine, let's try. Yeah. We have no problem. We are on the edge. I mean, we are on top of it. Yep. And we have shown to the Pakistanis what we can deliver. And now if the Pakistanis or somebody in Pakistan cannot keep their end of the bargain, then Operation Sindoor effectively is back.
Yes.
Yeah.
Abhishek, I just would like to add here that this is, not panning out as a conventional war. You had some kind of escalation. You have a little bit of a, ceasefire. So any third nation is now not in a position to dictate terms to two warring countries. Like you said, has been seen in Ukraine, Russia.
Maybe on that front, we ended up giving the optics to Americans. I think we sort of ceded that ground. I don't know, maybe there must have been some understanding or something. But General Bakshi sir, you think we lost the momentum? We can get it back because you say the momentum is not lost, but maybe
No, we were told that Donald Trump, of course, Marco Rubio was trying for the last 3-4 days to get a ceasefire, right? He was making his rounds. different people. There was even a report that he had spoken directly to Asif Munir. We were told that we got a call from the Pakistani DGM.
So so what basically the government is saying, and what we are hearing now from our sources, what they've told us is that the government sources, Pakistan has violated the bilateral understanding. And so the government sources are saying that since this whole understanding between both sides has been completely violated, as we reported 15 minutes back, the ceasefire is over.
Yeah, exactly. And effectively, the Operation Sindoor is back. We are on our guard. And overnight, if Pakistan does something... Jal Bakshi, sir.
Yes, sir. So...
Yeah, you know, in the artillery, we have a very, very nice phrase. You order 5 rounds gunfire. Okay? And then next time you simply say, repeat. And 5 rounds again fire. Okay? 5 rounds per gun into 18 in a regiment. Okay. Open fire again.
Absolutely. Let's go back.
Repeat.
Yeah. So let's go back to the news situation right now. What we know so far, I'm going to recap it, and I hope appropriate visuals and breaking news plates are taken over it. The Gujarat Home Minister Harsh Sanghvi has tweeted that several drones have been spotted all over the Kutch district. There is now a complete blackout over Kutch. Please stay safe, don't panic. And then 9 drones were spotted in Kutch, Nalia, Jakhau,
Nalia is an airbase,
Harami Nala, Narayan Sarovar. These are the precise locations. And after that, a complete blackout implemented in Kutch and Bhuj. In Srinagar, we had the appropriate visuals. Can we play them? Of red streaks and explosions, which were heard as the air defense intercepts Pakistani drones amidst a blackout in Srinagar. Government sources telling us there are no blasts in Srinagar. Okay. But that does not mean there are no drone attacks cited in Srinagar. Yeah. So we can't play with semantics right now. No, we have even government sources, I have to tell them clearly, let's not play with semantics. No blast now. Were blasts heard earlier? I'm not saying blast now. Were blasts heard earlier? Yes. Are there blasts now? No. But does that mean there have been no blasts heard? Wrong. Is it true that there are not air defense artillery which has been cited? No. So this is not a time to play with words. A complete blackout has been enforced in Kathua. Sirens can be heard out there. Red streaks were seen in Udhampur. Udhampur Air Force Base, I was told, was the target out there. And explosions were heard there. The ADA units in Udhampur, can we play the Udhampur pictures, please? Intercepted the Pakistani drones amidst the blackout which was imposed in Udhampur. Complete blackout, ladies and gentlemen, in Jammu. And loud explosions heard in Srinagar. Loud explosions heard in Srinagar. I can verify that. I will always go with my reporters. To everyone and everyone who needs to know, I will go with my reporters. Yes. I will go. I trust my reporters, and my reporters are the best. And they have enough information and they have enough sources. Now there's been a complete blackout in Jaisalmer, complete blackout in Barmer, complete blackout in Moga, Punjab, complete blackout in Pathankot, complete blackout in Firozpur. Ladies and gentlemen, moral of the story, ceasefire over.
Do not trust Pakistan.
Operation Sindoor back.
Continues.
Do not ever trust the Pakistanis because they are Pakistanis. You cannot trust them in 1947. We know what they did. They violated the standstill agreement. 1971, they carried out a genocide in East Pakistan, a mass rape of East Pakistan. We made a mistake then too of shining Shimla. You cannot do politics with the Pakistanis on equal terms. 1999, disguised Pakistani soldiers tried to take positions in Kargil. Proxy war, 2001 Parliament attack, 2008 Mumbai attack, 2016 Uri attack, 2019 Pulwama attack. And therefore I say tonight, never trust the Pakistanis. And tonight I want to go back to Rakshita. Rakshita, I'm seeing our reporters up. Can I be told who our reporters are live tonight? Rakshita, latest from you. Later, Rakshita. Rakshita first, latest from you.
Well, the blackout continues, or now the complete blackout in Srinagar continues. Yes, as of now, just very moment if I talk about live, we do not hear much of the explosions. We do not hear anything right now. But yes, it has been on like never before as compared to the past 2 days. And yes, as you were speaking, that never trust the Pakistanis. This was one sentiment that at least I had, because we've seen, and it's also a negative face not just on Donald Trump but also on the people who are bad for talks with Pakistan. You just had a talk with Pakistan and see what has happened. This is right. It's just showing the mirror to to what happens when you speak to Pakistanis. They just always stab you in the back. And that is what has happened. But their air defense systems were completely functional. And we saw that happening. All the attempts are in front of us. We were witness to it. They were being thwarted. The red lights, the red flashes were completely up in the skies. And there were multiple explosions even near the Shankaracharya temple. The Shankaracharya temple, of course, is centuries old, around 2,000 years old. And it stands the test of time, stands for unity and faith in Srinagar, as it stands atop the Shankaracharya hill. And there was the explosions, what we could hear began from that side. And then
okay, Madhav Nalapat also with us.
We could hear.
1 minute, just 1 minute. Okay, we just have some information. Okay, I'm not putting out this information right now. Madhav Nalapat is joining us. Madhav? Madhav Nalapat is with us. Madhav Nalapat, how do you view this sudden twist of events?
Look, frankly, I didn't expect the ceasefire to last. I was a bit surprised that we agreed to it. But I think the Prime Minister went for it to show that India is ready to go the extra 10 miles, not just 1 mile, 10 miles for peace. He did not look at politics. He did not look at anything. He did not look at Pakistan. He wanted to show the world that India stands for peace. He has done that. Now that Pakistan has broken the ceasefire, Arnab, there is no question of stopping, in my view, until we end this. Once and for all, this term. I think took a break because he wanted to show that he favors peace. I'm sure that people in the government were aware that in the military there's an active situation going on in the Pakistan military. And the pro-war party is having that field day for now, especially with the ceasefire. But now they are doubly disappointed, and we have to continue until the matter is ended. You can never trust Pakistan. It's hardwired into the GHQ Rawalpindi system to hate India and, frankly, to despise Hindus. And we have shown that Hindus can stand up. In fact, all of India can stand up. But that old habit is continuing, and we have to show that these people are bringing Pakistan to ruin. This time, in my view, no question of another ceasefire until the end game is completed. I mean, frankly, I think the Prime Minister did that basically because he wanted to show that he will go an extra 10 miles for peace. Now I believe that he is determined to go another extra 10 miles, but this time to ensure the end of the Pakistan terror machine, Arnab.
Well, absolutely. I mean, we always said it was an ongoing situation, and the situation continues to be ongoing tonight.
Yeah.
Abhishek, we're literally, therefore, back to square one. Yeah. I'd like to go across to Gursimran right now because, there have been attempted infiltrations. What is the situation with the shelling? I'm told that's now toned down. The shelling is down a little bit. Gursimran? Gursimran. Okay, now we don't have Gursimran live there, so his audio is he's not alert right now. The question is, no, I can't have scant audio going out there, Pradeep. I mean, just be realistic out there. The question is, Rakshita is with us. Arawat, what's the situation in Baramulla? Arawat.
Not only here in the Baramulla, but we have been told that the drones were also moving towards central Kashmir's Gandharbal, also in the north Kashmir's Bandipora. But we have seen that the air defense has been activated across the Jammu and Kashmir, and we have seen that the multiple drones have been pulled down by the forces in the various locations across the Jammu and Kashmir Valley. But we have not seen any drone moving from the last 15 minutes as we have got the source-based information from the various districts of the Kashmir Valley. We have seen it indicates that the things are under control now, that the drones have been brought down by the forces. Yes, Arnab.
So, we have Lalit from Pathankot. Okay, I heard everyone there. Now, question is tonight, the most critical part of the question which I want to go to put General Dayal and General Bakshi and, of course, to you, sir. Please. What should we do? Technically, the ceasefire has collapsed. Are we to now go back and check with someone else what we should do, or should we just respond in the way that we need to send the equal message? Last few days, every time there has been this kind of violation, we have responded in a very big way. But do we have a plan now, or have we let down our guard?
No.
Or do we go harder this time?
No. Firstly, as far as planning is concerned,
I'm sure they plan with
options.
Yes,
we have different options. We have different. These are all rehearsed actually in all war gaming, and everything has been done.
Yeah.
So not that we don't have the plan. We have the next plan. I mean, they can execute it. Why in plan? They can start executing right now. We have those sort of plans, right? And the best option would be that do not let this night go, because we should not say we are now planning, we'll do tomorrow, we'll do this. Certain things have to be curbed at the start itself. And today I am of the opinion that nothing is lost. We have not lost the momentum. Forces are there. We should strike him hard with our missile system, with even the artillery system, with weapons like Smirch, with Pinakas. We should paint him red by tomorrow morning. I am of the opinion, attack Lahore physically, not physically with men, but with assault. Fire assault on Lahore. Fire assault on Sialkot. Fire assault on all the towns which are close by into the proximity of IB, which are in 20 to 30 kilometers. Carry out a fire assault tonight so that the people of Pakistan realizes the pain, because you have caused pain to our people across LC, in the entire J&K, all along the border. You are doing that. Another issue, Arnab, my biggest fear is that every day we are seeing so many drones coming. We find some casualties in the morning. I only hope, and I hope I'm wrong in my analysis, I hope the drones are not going back. He's not coming and taking back.
In fact, the statement says that the drones are not going listen, back. The statement says, defense sources, that possibly the drones have retreated.
Retreated means they've gone back. That means they've taken information, they've taken their pictures, they've done whatever they have to do, that you are not occupying. You see, all this what he's doing is,
unless there is
where all
contact
are you occupying? Are your DCBs occupied? Are your defenses occupied? Earlier we used to send patrols, right? So now he's sending patrols to confirm is there presence of
Shawan can tell us more.
Shawan can tell us more.
Shawan, you heard what General Dayal was saying. Do you have some information on that?
Well, let's be very clear that in Jammu, in particular, as General Dayal was also pointing out, that yes, there have been multiple drone sightings. They were not armed drone sightings, but having said that, it is worse than what we saw in the first two days. And let's also be very clear about this, that 16 Corps headquarters in Nagrota was certainly one of the main targets, and also the air base in Pathankot. So it isn't something that they're following. Pakistan is essentially following the ceasefire agreement. They've certainly violated it. The airspace has also been violated. And as far as the LC, we have multiple reports, and not just from the army. The sense that I've also got from the agencies here is that post (8 o'clock) this evening, there was intense firing across the entire The LC was absolutely hot. Now, if at all there has been a bit of a change right now, that certainly does not mean that they haven't or the things have been back to normal. So let's not make a mistake by thinking that things are back to normal.
No, absolutely it's not. Abhishek has gone away to take a call again right now. But viewers, you know, the question is, how do we respond? I mean, do we... Commodore, you want to add something to that? How do we respond now is the question on everyone's mind. So we had a ceasefire. We have not had an official cancellation of ceasefire. Of course, the ceasefire has collapsed, which is our breaking news line. But unless we officially, we have to put out then an official statement that given this, we have the ceasefire which was announced is no longer valid, and then we can do what we do. Or is it
not necessary. Not necessary. You don't have to declare anything. No. He has... Yeah, right.
Yeah, go on. No, please go on.
What I'm saying is, he continues with what he was doing yesterday night, right? We agreed to something today morning. He's gone back on his word. We don't have to tell the world anything. We should just strike him back. and strike him harder than what he can ever imagine. And I'm saying strike in the border towns in a manner. They have cantonments also, no? They have cantonment in Lahore.
Then you're saying basically go. You're saying go all out.
I am saying with at least your fire. We are saying still not contact. It's a non. But you are. But Jail Bakshi was. Sorry, sir. I'll just go to Jail Bakshi.
Please.
And then I'm coming right back.
Here.
Yeah, Jail Bakshi. I'm just coming.
View.
Sorry, sir. Yes, sir.
No.
Jail Bakshi. Put Commodore Bikramjit on top. Yeah, thank you.
You know, Arnab, the facts of the case are very simple. Till yesterday, we had the upper hand technologically with our air defenses, with our air power, right? In fact, it was so right? And then we found that in the evening, the Pakistani DGMO, today morning, was on the hotline with our DGMO.
We have an information that there has been an attempted terrorist attack in Nagrota, and that the sentry on duty has opened fire. This is the detail that I have till this point of time. The sentry of duty has opened fire. This is happening in Nagrota, and something. Shaman, what do you have on Nagrota? What do you have on Nagrota? Was there an attempt?
Yes.
Was there an attempt at an attack in Nagrota?
Yes. In fact, we are being told that there is a visual evidence to that effect also of firing at the sentry gate. They opened fire. At least 2 to 3 is what we are being told right now. While the army hasn't made any official statement on this, but I've also checked at the other level from the authorities there, from the police too. And the fact that this was reported a little earlier. In fact, searches are also underway.
Okay, so that's a story. Is there any injuries or casualties reported in Nagrota?
Not yet.
In Nagrota. So the focus is shifting to Nagrota.
So you have drone sightings. Drone sightings have taken place over Nagrota, and the fact that there was firing that was reported at the sentry gate, and at least
Nagrota breaking.
that was in Nagrota itself. So far, yes, as I've been saying, that no official confirmation coming in from the army on this front.
It's a 16-core headquarters.
The 16. I'm repeating here for the grid. 16 core headquarters in Nagrota. Comes under terrorist attack. The army sentry opens fire. We do not know what happened after that. We are told that there were 3 people who are dressed in army fatigues who tried to circle that area. Sir,
Get it confirmed because Nagrota, even the first day we heard that Nagrota has been under attack. Nagrota is something on which they play a lot of information warfare, Pakistani. I hope it is true. Let's get it confirmed. And then if it has done that, that means they've already been able to infiltrate what we were talking.
We'll see. This is only reports. We haven't got the official confirmation.
Yeah, so this is very serious. But
okay.
So if he has gone to Nagrota, 16 core earlier also it has been. So that means their sleeper cells are no more sleepers. They are fully active.
The fact is, then there is a coordinated operation. So we'll go back to the other breaking news plate and the grid till now. Therefore, we are talking about infiltrations. We're talking about drone sightings. We're talking about explosions as the ADAs operate. We're talking about attempts to target Air Force and military bases. We are talking about explosions being heard in the area of Srinagar,
Jammu. Artillery fired across the
and we are talking about a spread out operation. And we're also hearing that some of these drones went back, which means that there were surveillance drones. Commodore, sorry, I held you back the last time. Sir.
So the question, the main question, what should we do? Everybody is saying, like, let's go all out, let's go all out. Of course, the ceasefire is now, nobody's honoring that. It's over. Operation Sindoor was on, it is on. My question is that we are saying, let's go on till we break kind of eradicate the terror network. Is it something, how do you eradicate the network? What was our objective when we started this operation? Our objective was to take revenge for the terrorist attack. We have told the world that we are going for, it's like an anti-terrorist exercise. We have destroyed their camps. Now, where are the people who did this attack? Number one. Where is their mastermind? Do we want to kind of neutralize these people? We know the nexus between ISI, army and the terrorists. So when do we say that these networks are neutralized? Arnab, please understand, right from 1947 till date, the terrorist network has not been neutralized. So till when do we go? Until when do we continue? So I would suggest, this is my understanding, that we should definitely reply today, whatever has happened, we should have a befitting reply for Pakistan, but we should also ask them that you please hand over these people in so much time.
It's not going to be as easy as that. So these people's intentions, first of all, I'm not clear about the military civilian situation there.
No, today we saw in the funeral. Yesterday we saw in the funeral.
Yeah, it's quite clear what we saw in the funeral.
Yes.
I don't know of the position as of this tonight.
Today.
General Bakshi. The question goes, how do we respond? How are we viewing things? Yes.
Arnab, let's address the basic question. We have a very good dodge. Every time we are told that, we will hit the terror targets. We haven't touched the Pakistani army. We didn't touch you. We are non-escalatory, this, that and the rest. Okay? Now the simple fact of the matter is, it is the Pakistani army which is the key perpetrator of terrorism. It is the one that recruits, trains, arms and infiltrates the terrorists. It is the mastermind. Unless you bring harm to the Pakistan army, you won't have any tangible results in terms of turning off the tap of terror. So far, we have applied pressure first on the terrorist camps. We've done a damn good job. The infrastructure we have destroyed. Number of terrorists we have killed. But not all. Okay? That's fine. Terrorists are expendable. The Pakistanis don't care how many terrorists die. Now we have to start hitting the Pakistani army. Have you even started? Have you even started hitting the Pakistani army? So far, we are busy hitting the Air Force. And we've done a damn good job of hitting the Air Force. But it seems that it is not enough. So firstly, sort out the Air Force and switch to the army. That is the standard technique of attacking. Get yourself air superiority and go then for the Pakistani army. And don't stop there for any silly ceasefires. Because if Pakistan is in no mood to accept a ceasefire, he talks of a ceasefire, DGMO talks of a ceasefire, and within half an hour he violates it, then there is no bloody ceasefire. Keep doing what you are doing good. Punish his Air Force, pulverize his Air Force, and then switch to the army. Hit his GHQ, hit his ISI headquarters, hit his corps headquarters, battalion headquarters, brigade headquarters that facilitate terrorist activities.
Well, we are in
Pakistan.
Please let me know when I have to take breaks, guys. You tell me in the desk.
Integrated battle groups.
See, when you hit an airfield or you hit an air base, there is more chances of, finding an alternative there because there are alternative runways and things like that, making operational quick. I'm of the opinion, if we start striking at all their headquarters which are in reach, like the Sialkot, it is in reach. The Div headquarters in that area, they are sitting comfortably there. Similarly, all around, all the cantonments around Lahore, and why not the headquarters itself in Rawalpindi? Let's hit at these command centers which are not replaceable, which are once you destroy a division, you destroy division headquarters, you destroy some people, you will kill their staff. Pain will come from there, sir, because these are all assets. Like you have eliminated terrorists, it doesn't matter to him. You have eliminated terrorist infrastructure. Believe you me, he'll find alternative places. He can recuperate out of this. He cannot recuperate out of his senior military leadership, his people, those who are in command, and his command structure. Let's start destroying his command structure, because that will cause panic and paralysis in him, and not, I think, going for all this. They're my beliefs, sir.
Yes, Shawan is now with us. Viewers, I want to quickly recap along with Shawan everything that we have reported. Yes, sir, Jail Bakshi, yeah, Jail Bakshi.
I totally go with Dayal. I'm saying go for his command and control structure, command and communication structure. Start degrading it. Start inflicting punishment on his capital equipment, wherever you can get it. Drones can be used to also hit tanks. Drones can be also used to hit artillery positions. Absolutely. Start doing that now. Stop pussyfooting now. Stop pussyfooting. If it is to be war, it's to be war. Okay. He doesn't want peace. He doesn't want an off-ramp. So why are you bothering about an off-ramp? Give it to him. It was working. Don't take so long in the air campaign. Concurrently start hitting army targets.
So words said without action are not good. Sir, we keep telling them your next misadventure will lead to war. Your next misadventure will lead to war. One more misadventure, it will lead to war. One more terrorist activity, it will lead to war. One more case where people die and we will destroy you in 48 hours. We'll do to you what we did in 1965. Well, this is not 1965. This is 2025. Yes. If we say it, we do it.
And you still get
If we say it,
Arnab,
we might as well do it. Otherwise, these Pakistanis are playing a game of chess, and I don't want to play chess with my enemy.
Because you continue...
And that's the problem.
You continue to get carried away with your intellectuals, with your diplomats, with your all this.
We are getting breaking news. We are getting breaking news of a statement from Pakistan. We are getting...
That you are a large-hearted country, you will give him windows and windows and doors. That's how
we have been just told that China has stepped into this. Do I have a breaking on this? Shawan, what's the breaking on China? I can't take it on my ear.
Well, in fact, this is a statement that has been put out by China, and China's foreign minister says that his country would continue to stand by Pakistan in upholding its sovereignty, territorial integrity and national independence. So full support that China is now extending to Pakistan. In fact, the foreign minister has spoken to Deputy Prime Minister and Foreign Minister Ishaq Dar. This is a statement that has just come in from the foreign ministry, the Chinese foreign ministry right now.
But this is apropos the statement made earlier. So the whole statement of China is there with us. So China is playing in with this, Abhishek. The situation is moving in fast. China has moved in to come in completely support Pakistan. It's obviously aware of the drone attacks. It's obviously aware of the ceasefire violations. I want to know the timestamp on this. I want to know the timestamp on this statement. Because is this statement to be seen in the context of the ceasefire violations? Right?
Maybe the Chinese...
Abhishek.
The duplicity. On one hand, he's talking to the American Secretary of State of ceasefire. Probably Munir has immediately called on to the Chinese. Yeah. And then they have said nothing doing. Let's continue with it. So this is
a statement from the Pakistan Foreign Office, not from China.
So he may have quoted the Chinese.
The Pakistan Foreign Office can quote it.
The Chinese Foreign Minister.
They must have.
1 minute.
Where is Rizwan
The question is not this. This shows, if this statement has come out now, this shows that
there is a telephonic conversation that has happened between Wang Yi and Ishaq Dar. Obviously, the Chinese.
Obviously, the statement must have happened earlier. The statement release may have come now. Yeah. It may have gone through the news cycle. Yeah. But the fact of the matter is, the open information about the drone attacks and the violation of the ceasefire is only 90 minutes old.
Yeah.
So this release may be very carefully timed by the Pakistani Foreign Office to make it appear.
Yeah.
This is again the deception tactics. Yes. They want to make it appear that this statement is an endorsement of their violation of the ceasefire. Now today we are in a more complicated situation.
I've been harping upon one point since day one.
Summer.
They are fully prepared, the Pakistanis. Since last 2 years, they have been preparing for the drone exercises. They have procured 50,000 kamikaze drones on the 28th of April from China. It is going to be a long haul. I have already told it before.
Okay, so Summer, no doubt it is. The question is not, the Indian government is firm on the fact that any future act of terror is an act of war. Now, viewers are coming in. We need to do a quick summary of the situation right now, Shawan. We need to get our reporters up on the ground. We are in an alive and active situation. And are you there, Shawan?
Yes.
Are you there?
Yes.
14 hours. Okay, we have Soumya, Rakshita and everyone with us, but what I want to do right now is I want to do a recap in case you're watching this tonight. In case you are watching this tonight, ladies and gentlemen, then we have to look back at what happened at 5 minutes to 9, 10 minutes to 9, 15 minutes to 9 when the news started coming in. And now, first I want Zeenat to tell
also, because that is another thing which they would try before the ceasefire happens, a more number of people, and to create problem behind the lines. And if this firing continued, then also they would have acted as to create issues for Indian Army. That is why our government had mobilized all the CRPF, BSF and territorial army to take care of these people, and armed forces could remain focused for the front. That was second thing. So this is one incident. Is probably somebody might have infiltrated or might have been already inside and would have tried to create some mischief in a place like in a core headquarters. Had they been successful, it would have been very embarrassing for us.
Sorry to be interjecting, but I have to come in here. You're suggesting that maybe these intruders, these suspects, maybe a terror module, they were already there inside, and so, but then somebody presses the button, somebody activates them, and that somebody could be the same person who has activated the ceasefire violation.
Absolutely right.
Somebody who is not happy with the understanding between India and Pakistan. Somebody in Pakistan itching for a war.
And probably there's a discord between government and Asim Munir. It could be, or as Karan Shukla had brought out, this could be the work of some local regional commanders also. But however, I feel now the message has gone very clear. And if anything else happens, probably if something concrete, Pakistan tries to do something, we need to give them the punishment which they deserve, because we cannot keep on taking, and we cannot keep our reactions controlled. Then we have to go all out. There's no doubt in my mind. And the one more thing I wanted to highlight is that Pakistan sort of arm twisting, because otherwise the way India was ready and our armed forces were ready when these drones and all came, we were prepared. It is not that somebody tried to stab in our back. Our armed forces were vigilant, ready to take on any kind of misadventure again after the violation of ceasefire. And probably US administration and the political bosses would have said that the way they got the punishments in last 24 hours, they would have guessed it, that Indians' might is so strong that we could penetrate the air defense, we could penetrate the radar system and cause damage to the most secured places in Pakistan. So the message was loud and clear, whereas all their attacks had failed miserably. So they understood where it lies, what the ultimate result would be if they continue with the operation. So probably maybe some better sense would have prevailed, but I think somebody has to understand, and hopefully this ceasefire holds good, Abhishek.
Yeah, hopefully it holds good, and if it does not, of course, as indicated in the statement by Foreign Secretary, that Army has been given a free hand, Defense Forces have been given a free hand. If a repeat of this happens, obviously it would be dealt with accordingly. And in fact, I had it parallelly from my sources that in case this ceasefire violation continues and persists, then obviously Operation Sindoor is still on. I mean, it's not been wounded up. Obviously, if need be, then it can be activated again. Moving on, stay with us, General Sohi, and let's take a feel of the ground again. What's happening in Srinagar? We are yet to go to Soumya, I believe. Soumya is at another location from where Rakshita was reporting in Srinagar. Soumya, when we came to you live last time, you were talking about hearing explosions, 10 or 12 explosions from where you were. What's the scene like? Have you been able to gather first what those explosions were? Because subsequently it's been denied that there were explosions, or at least now. And is the situation absolutely in control, all panic gone, and the administration also taking care of the situation there?
Yes, as we speak, it is a complete radio silent. In fact, it has been from the last 1 hour. However, the blackout still continues, because an important point to note here is that this came after the ceasefire agreement that happened earlier today. And in fact, if we talk about the intensity from where we were reporting as of now, we are reporting from the Rambagh area of Srinagar, and the intensity was much more than what we saw earlier today, and something that we have been seeing from last night. So the intensity was really high. We could see from bare eyes whatever that was happening in the sky. Constant firings were heard. Constant noises of explosions were heard. The constant movement up there in the sky was visible, not just via camera but also via bare eyes. So this was something, intensity wise, it was really high than what we saw or have been experiencing here in Srinagar from last night.
All right, the intensity was high. Those things happened which were reported, and Soumya is an eyewitness as a reporter. And now, of course, it's calm and peaceful. We have spoken to Rakshita already, and maybe we can go to her again. Yes, Rakshita, we are building up to an address by Pakistan Prime Minister Shabbaz Sharif, which of course we are not going to play live. We are just going to use the information that comes out of it. But the reason why we are monitoring it is viewers need to know that there was a ceasefire understanding reached between the two sides, actually brokered by the United States in the evening, and then within a couple of hours we had Pakistan in breach of that understanding, sending a swarm of drones and with the same intensity and same breadth of scope as it was yesterday from Kashmir to Kutch in Gujarat, and subsequently, of course, those drones stand withdrawn as the statement came out that they were pulled back, which means they were sent in, and now Rakshita, seems everything is okay, normal, like no drones, nothing, no drones down.
They were being remotely controlled?
Yes, obviously. Every drone is remotely controlled.
Sure, but some going kamikazes, then just go in. You fix the target
yes,
through AI and you go.
Those can be pulled back also.
Pulled back, yeah.
Okay, Rakshita, so can we just final confirmation, can we get a final confirmation from you that yes, everything is calm, peaceful in Srinagar, and the situation that we had at that time leading to a fresh standoff between India and Pakistan is behind us?
Yeah, well, there was massive engagement that was witnessed up in the skies there, and that happened around after 8 p.m. and that was intermittent. That happened. It was happening in the gap of few minutes. But yes, there were multiple shots that were heard, and we also witnessed them. As Soumya was telling us, we witnessed those lights. We witnessed how the anti-defense system were actually, engaging those drones. And as of now, when we speak in real time, and no, we do not hear anything of the sort. For the past 1 to 2 hours, in fact, almost 2 hours, there has been a calm. But remember, Abhishek, this is an uneasy calm every day in Srinagar or other parts of the valley as well, because the situation becomes very... As Abhishek was saying.
No, sorry, PCR interrupted me. Rakshita, please go ahead.
Yeah, so of course, as I was saying, for the past 2 hours there has been a calm, but we understand that anything can happen till the morning. What happened today as well? Yes, India had struck several of the air bases in very important centers in Pakistan overnight, and of course Pakistan woke up to massive destruction and paralysis of their security apparatus and important bases there. This morning also we just heard those loud explosions multiple times. After 5:30 a.m. that went on till almost 6:30 to 7 a.m. And here we are once again after the ceasefire had made headlines, and everybody was thinking that there should be some de-escalation. But clearly Pakistan, what it says, what it shows, it has not signed up for that. Asim Munir at least has another plans. Is there some instability? Because we do know that the Pakistani army with Rawalpindi and Islamabad, there have been at odds, and there have been, of course, a lot of internal conflicts in Pakistan itself for quite some time. If you talk about the current dispensation, now it will be, of course, interesting to see what Shabbaz Sharif exactly has to say about the current situation.
General Sivach also joining us. General Sawi continues to be with us. General Sivach, thank you so much for joining us at this hour. And we have been covering the fresh round of ceasefire. I mean, the ceasefire and the ceasefire violation that happened within a couple of hours of each other from the Pakistani side. Do you suspect that there is somebody in Pakistan army who is hell-bent on wrecking the understanding reached, and hence we should be on our guard, and that something can happen overnight?
Very correct. See, one can't believe what the Pakistani do, because Pakistani is known to violate a ceasefire, and whatever they promise, they violate that. But certainly one thing is there as far as ceasefire violation is concerned. Since I commanded a brigade on line of control there only in Machal sector, and I saw a ceasefire earlier in 2003, and then thereafter in 2021, which happened after I retired. What I've seen is that once a ceasefire comes, it takes some time to stabilize. In meantime, you find 2-3 hours, you may find a night or 2 nights the small arms fire do take place. So this is a common phenomena, but we must not take it that we don't have to play a victim card, that if there is a ceasefire violation from their side, our response has been very robust. You don't have to ask order from that. There are SOP on this. Our authorities, the government and the army authorities have given permission down up till company commander and battalion commander level. The response will be very robust. So therefore, the point is we are maybe seeing the violation which been done by Pakistan. Obviously, they do not follow. They must have violated. But our response would have been robust and maybe slightly more than what they are doing it. So therefore, the point is that we don't have to worry.
Cowardly attack on us. Our brave and capable army gave a befitting reply. Them, India instigated us. Basically, he's putting all the blame on India. I mean, I need not read it verbatim. He's putting the entire blame of whatever has happened between India and Pakistan over the last 1 week entirely on India, as if Pakistan has done nothing. Pakistan is not to blame. Pakistan is just a babe out of the woods. And he seemed to be suggesting that a lot of efforts have been made to break the impasse, and he's basically again putting the onus on India that we carried out drone strikes, we carried out missile strikes, and Shabbaz Sharif there making a one-sided statement. We are still getting the complete version of it. I believe he's still making the statement, and okay, he's declaring war. Is it? There is no ceasefire. He's saying now answer will be given in the battlefield. Is Shabbaz Sharif making a fool of Donald Trump and declaring war? That's a big one. That's a huge one. Shabbaz Sharif declares war, says we also retaliated. Instead of holding diplomatic talks, we went into the field and gave them a befitting reply. Now answer will be given by the battlefield. Obviously, General Asim Munir talking and not Shabbaz Sharif. And he's saying our strong soldiers cannot be defeated. Now answer will be given in the battlefield. Shabbaz Sharif effectively declaring war. That's a big one. Can we just go big on this? And General Soy, are you hearing this? Is it Shabbaz Sharif speaking, or just Shabbaz Sharif is the face? Is it General Asim Munir telling Donald Trump, go take a walk, I am going to have my war with India?
There's no doubt, Abhishek. In the Pakistan, the shots are called by the army people, local people. Pakistanis also call them establishment. And here also Pakistan is, I think, in some sort of illusion. I'm surprised that they are not seeing the reality. They are not understanding what is happening on ground. And what I am coming to know is that there's a lot of restlessness within Pakistan. The people of Pakistan are asking their army, their politician, that on one side you are not able to control Balochistan, on the other side the Khyber Pakhtunkhwa area is on the boil. You are suffering casualties every day, and now you have opened another front. A number of opportunities are being given to you, not once, not twice, but I mean, time and again, and you are not encashing it. What are the intentions? Where are you taking us? Ultimately, Abhishek, Asim Munir is not interested in country. The politicians are not interested in country. They have already sent their families out. By first flight, they will also go out and settle down. Most of their ex-chiefs and ex-politicians have been cooling their heels in other countries after they relinquish their power. So it is nothing new. They are not interested in the betterment of the country. Let the country go to the dogs. Let the country go down the drain. It doesn't matter to them. So ultimately, it is the Asim Munir. You are right, Abhishek, which is calling the shot, and it is just he's like a spokesperson only, Shabbaz Sharif. That's about all, Abhishek.
Yeah, so I mean, we are still awaiting complete statement of Shehbaz Sharif. I believe he's speaking as we speak, and he seemed to be not taking conciliatory line at all. The statement that is coming in is very suggestive of combat, very suggestive of escalation, very suggestive of giving a free hand to Asim Munir, or perhaps it's likely that Shehbaz Sharif has been arm twisted by Asim Munir into dropping the ceasefire like a hot potato. And it seems that the Americans were talking to the wrong person in the Pakistani establishment. They had to talk to Asim Munir, which actually Marco Rubio did, but perhaps Asim Munir thought that Marco Rubio is a kid and can be taken for a walk, because it seems Shehbaz Sharif is clearly blaming India for everything, is claiming that Pakistan has nothing to do with what has happened over the last fortnight since Pahalgam terror attack, and that if need be, war is an option. So which means no pulling back, and Pakistan clearly we're back to square one with Pakistan, and all the rationality, the picture of reasonableness that we showed to the world in the last 6 hours has brought us nothing, and Pakistan continues to play its old game. General Sivach, what is your understanding of the kind of comment that we are seeing coming in from Pakistani Prime Minister?
Abhishek, very strange. You see, the point is that the ceasefire was not declared without taking into consultation of Pakistani Prime Minister as well as Chief of Army Staff. And if he passes such a statement, the loss is his. See, the point is there is an arm twisting which has been done by the US. The US has got them the IMF loan in a conditional IMF loan. They have just paid them a first installment of $1 billion. $1.3 billion still have to pay. I thought the pressure was put by US, and I don't think Shehbaz Sharif has got that sort of power to violate that. But if he does, and if basically General Asim Munir has put a lot of weight behind it,
you disagree?
That he must violate it, then the loser will be Pakistan, because we were having upper hand. In fact, the people in India are saying that we should not have accepted the ceasefire because we were on a verge of having a clear-cut victory. Every day Pakistan was losing in a manner that they will not able
Watch, Ambassador Vora wants to come in and, counter to give a counter.
Day they would have lost further. Anyone who was winning was in India. In fact, if there was someone who was saying or some lone voice coming from India, some people saying that we should not have done ceasefire, they were saying for this reason that we were winning. Obviously, the government in Pakistan, the power does not flow from Islamabad. The power flows from Rawalpindi.
Absolutely.
They say that every country has an army, but in Pakistan, the army has a country. So obviously, Shabbaz Sharif has no role to play. It is General Asim Munir will call the shot. If we think that there should be no ceasefire, I'm sure they are going to violate. But can they violate what is the diktat given by US? That is also very important. The IMF loan was, I suppose, given conditional. How much role Donald Trump will play, again to pressurize them, time will tell. But certainly in Pakistan, it is General Asim Munir who will call the shot.
Absolutely. Asim Munir there calling the shots, arm twisting, even the Prime Minister. Not the first time, of course, in Pakistan. They're used to it. General Sohi, Sharif is effectively binning the ceasefire. He's actually itching for war. If you look at the comments, he has absolved Pakistan of all responsibility of Pahalgam terror attack and subsequent developments and all the escalation. And he's saying if need be, we will still go to war. I mean, whom was Donald Trump and Marco Rubio talking to?
A madman.
Abhishek, I would say I'm sitting in the US. I was also watching some Pakistan news channels also, and I realized that they're into a fake bravado. They are trying to say we have won the war, we have done so much. Like what happens, whatever drones are being fired towards India, whatever rockets are being sent towards India, they say, Jeet gaye, we have sorted out India. Whether everything is down, it is not being conveyed to the general public. So that is one part. Second thing is they think that what you're saying, arm twisting by the army, and there could be an arm twisting by the China also. Because China is deeply involved, there is a lot of investment in Pakistan. So that the words could have been put in by the army chief or China. Thirdly, I still feel that probably better sense may prevail by tomorrow morning. You will see, Abhishek, that they will continue with the ceasefire, because probably they are saying we have won, we are doing this, we are brave, our soldiers are brave, we did not expect, we fight so bravely, we foil the designs of India. All these things are being said, but maybe I still feel, because they have seen the results, they have seen the way we have been able to penetrate their defense system. They have seen the way we have been able to carry out pinpoint attacks, and all their attacks have failed. So I'm very sure by tomorrow morning, Abhishek, you'll see a change there. I don't think so. They will break the ceasefire. That is, they don't have the guts at present. If they break it, we are ready. And our political leadership has given us clear directions that they do as you deem fit right from day one. And armed forces, diplomatic channel, financially, all and the whole country, the people of the country are ready to inflict the damage to the Pakistan if they try the misadventure. Abhishek.
All right, you are a little more confident than I am, General Sohi, about Pakistan. I mean, I would believe that if Shabbaz Sharif is just a puppet and the statement that he has made is that of a puppet in the hands of a puppeteer called General Asim Munir, then obviously there is all likelihood that ceasefire would be observed more in its breach like it happened just a couple of hours back. And possibly tomorrow also. We have to be on our guard. We have to keep watching. In fact, I can announce that an analysis of what Shabbaz Sharif has said is going to come in from Arnab Goswami himself. He's going to join us in the studios just in a bit, or possibly from the newsroom, and make us understand, make every one of you understand what is happening in Pakistan. Clearly, Asim Munir did not buy into the ceasefire. He has violated it. And now that the civilian administration the civilian government there thought that maybe they could cut a deal with Trump, he is now arm twisting them and the Prime Minister to make a statement. That seems to be the case. Shabbaz Sharif reading from a page written by Rawalpindi, by the GHQ, and blaming India for everything, absolving Pakistan of everything, and that's obviously the Pakistan army line, not of the Pakistani civilian government, because otherwise they would not have spoken to the Americans and sought a ceasefire which was delivered to them on, and in a while from now we'll have Arnab Goswami coming in and speak to us.
Can I add just
okay,
one line?
Colonel Shukla, yes, please come in. Colonel Shukla, your first observation on Shabbaz Sharif's statement.
Yeah, I just want to add just one line. There is something called declared by themselves only. That is the second line of so-called defense. That is the terrorist forces, terrorists which they have nurtured for such a long time. They are the one who has, some of them has infiltrated in our border in this chaos, which we have seen in the Nagrota today. And these are the same forces who is pushing them to continue fighting because they have got their own agenda. So I feel that is also one of the force which is behind this change of stance by the political brass.
Yeah. Absolutely. I don't know. I mean, how does this add up? Because it does not change facts on the ground. It does not change in Pakistan Army's position vis-a-vis India. Shawan joins us in the newsroom even as we wait for Arnab Goswami, Editor-in-Chief, to come in. Shawan, you would have seen this statement coming in from Shabbaz Sharif, and clearly it is likely that the confidence that not confidence actually, the statement that India made, we were a little circumspect in it and very cautious. We had a very cautious approach in it, but it seems, going by Shabbaz Sharif's statement, that the ceasefire is effectively over. There is no ceasefire as it exists on the ground. It's been violated already, and Shabbaz Sharif is saying, I have nothing to do with it. Ask Asim Munir.
Well, it's a statement which is a bit of a face saver for the Pakistan Prime Minister right now. He was profusely thanking the Armed Forces Chief and, of course, the other generals. Now, this is essentially a clear indication of the fact that he does not really have a grip over the situation. All of it is now being controlled by Rawalpindi. He makes absolutely no mention of the ceasefire agreement, but having said that, he basically talks about some negotiation with India. Having said that, it does not have much of an impact in the current situation, because what we have already witnessed is that the army has a different plan altogether. The very fact that there is a confirmation now coming in from our army with regards to firing that has taken place outside the Nagrota headquarters is an indication that things are still moving. And the fact that the dirty trick of the Pakistanis still continues.
You see, Shawan, I mean, one of the statement that
edit, one breath at a time, edit, one breath at a time, edit. So we're concerned about his health, and therefore what was reported is true. I think the sum total of the speeches that he went on a thanking spree, and he thanked China, he thanked UAE, he thanked Saudi Arabia, and then he went on to randomly thank the Emir of Qatar. He thanked almost everyone in the Muslim world. He thanked Mohammed bin Salman, and then he thanked Turkey, and then he thanked Qatar,
and the United States.
And of course then he profusely thanked the United States, and then he went on to thank in great detail the People's Republic of China, and said that without China we'd be absolutely nothing, we'd be nowhere. And this thanking spree went on. It was like an elongated Oscar speech. And he seemed extremely helpless. Extremely helpless. No. And then he thanked social media users. And he says, I've thanked the media of Pakistan for being disciplined. And I hope they continue to be disciplined in the future. He went on to thank their Joint Chiefs of Staff Committee. Then he went on to thank the Army Chief, Navy Chief, Air Chief. So it was precisely a thanking spree, but it was all about how glad and relieved he was that it was all over. So General Soy, he went to say, I'm very, very glad that it's over. I'm very, very glad this is behind us. I'm glad it's over. And he kept mentioning it. General Soy, he mentioned it, General Sanjay, about 25 times that I'm glad it's over. I'm glad it's over. I'm glad it's over. That's all that he ended up saying. So he was so relieved that it's over. It was written all, and then he thanked the Lord Almighty, and he said it was a huge crisis on us. So he looked extremely relieved that it's over. And this is the sum total of his speech. What do you make of this? There was no reference to the ceasefire violations, to what has happened today. So obviously he's not in the know, or he's in denial about it. General Sanjay, how do you view this, sir? This whole statement. Can we have everyone on? Yeah.
You are absolutely right. If you see the body language, I saw his speech. I'm sitting. US and I watched his speech. You are absolutely right. Every second sentence he was thanking somebody or the other. Bacha liya mujhe, you have saved us. In fact, because they saw how we repelled their attacks and how pinpointed and aggressive attacks we carried out, and penetrating their air defense system, penetrating their radar system, and in the most secured, so-called secured places, we were able to carry out the attacks.
There's something very important that I noticed, if I can be on air as well, in the other windows. There's something very important that I noticed. He thanked Asim Munir 3 times. He thanked the Joint Chiefs of Staff Committee once, but he spoke about the wisdom, the greatness, the experience, the vision of a man called Asim Munir. In fact, he thanked Asim Munir much more than he thanked Trump or he thanked China. So it appeared to me that there were jump cuts. I also want to tell you, and the people of Pakistan must note, he appeared to be scared. I'm not hyping it. You watch that speech yourself if you can on a feed. It would appear like he has a gun behind him. Well, it was literally like he was being told to read from more than a teleprompter. And he seemed extremely nervous in the speech. If I watch the speech in detail, he thanked Asim Munir so many times, and he made a scant reference to Nawaz Sharif. He made no reference to Zardari. He made no reference to anyone in his government. And there were about 15 jump cuts in the speech, and he was not well, and he was looking scared.
He thanked his army chief by name.
He thanked his army chief and said, I'm beholden to you. The country should remain beholden to a man called Asif Munir. He said it at least 4 times. There is something extremely strange about that. I hope the media across the world please notices that. And he spoke about everything with a great deal of obsequiousness.
Naturally.
And so there's something wrong here. I'm not playing it for obvious reasons. But it was a script that was read out for him. Very, very strong script.
He's a puppet in the hands of
He is a puppet.
And the puppeteer has not liked the ceasefire.
This tells me that something else is going on there.
Yeah.
And it seems to me that threatened by Balochistan, out there, something is going on which we'll know about later. He's saving his life. This speech was about saving his life.
And also whatever we heard about Wangi talking to our NSA, saying committed to the integrity and sovereignty, territorial integrity. So the reference there is to Balochistan. Because China has lots of interests through the CPEC. They couldn't care less about who is in power in Islamabad as long as Balochistan remains stable and China is able to continue with what it's doing over there. Instability in Islamabad would mean trouble for CPEC.
Yes, absolutely. That's how I read it. Abhishek, you want to take a round of reactions to that, please? From all our guests who are there with us. Who else is there with us?
We have General Sivach.
Let's get a view from General Sivach on this as well before we wrap up. General Sivach, what do you think?
See, Arnab, I just feel that as far as Shabbaz Sharif is concerned, he is a puppet in the hand of Jana Asim Munir. You see, we were talking that every country has an army, but in Pakistan, the army has a country. The power flows from Rawalpindi rather than Islamabad. So the point is that he knows it, that he is a prime minister at the mercy of Jana Asim Munir.
Sir, very important, sir. I have very important, sir. At 12:09 a.m., I have an Operation Sindoor update which has been put out by MyGov India. And this clearly, and with a timestamp on 11 a.m., it makes it absolutely clear that as far as the government of India is concerned, Operation Sindoor is ongoing. Have a look at that. Okay. Because it says Operation Sindoor update May 10th, 2025, 11 p.m. And it is still using the word Operation Sindoor.
And they're using the timestamp.
And they are using the timestamp very importantly. And it said instructions have been given to deal strongly with any repetitions of violation across the IB and the line of control. And the armed forces are giving an adequate and appropriate response to these violations. Now, the fact that this is happening under the Operation Sindoor time bomb, am I reading too much, Abhishek or Shawan?
No,
are you there, Shawan?
This is exactly what we were told, Arnab, that Operation Sindoor is back if the ceasefire is over. Now, going by what statement Shabbaz Sharif has made, there is no ceasefire. If there is no ceasefire, obviously Operation Sindoor is back, and that's what seems to be coming out of this post from MyGov India, where it says that repeated violations is a breach of the understanding reached. Obviously, this is latest, Arnab.
This is latest. I hope our Hindi channel is also breaking it. There has been an Operation Sindoor update.
Yeah.
And this is a big piece of news, ladies and gentlemen, that the government of India is putting out an Operation Sindoor update, and this update is happening. This update is happening after. This update is happening after the thank you speech of Shabbaz Sharif, which means that while Shabbaz Sharif is giving a thank you speech, India is making it absolutely clear tonight that Operation Sindoor is still ongoing. Shawan.
Well, this once again reiterating our position that we will respond hard if Pakistan continues with the ceasefire violation. Net, the message that has been sent across to our armed forces also is that they are vigilant at their position, and the fact that if at all anything happens, even tonight, there will be a response, and that response will be hard, because we are given to understand that there's something that is certainly brewing, and the fact that Operation Sindoor has not been called off.
Yeah, okay, in fact, I can tell you there is a fresh ceasefire violation case where it has happened. It has happened in Jaisalmer, Rajasthan, where our air defense guns are firing.
What are you saying? Jaisalmer?
Yes, absolutely. And this has happened after Foreign Secretary's statement, which means Pakistan is not pulling back. Now, you connect the dots. Foreign Secretary of India says that this ceasefire violation has happened. We are taking serious note of it. We are not liking it. We have communicated to the Pakistanis. Then you have Shabbaz Sharif statement. And parallelly, you have ceasefire violation happening in Jaisalmer of Rajasthan, not in Kashmir, not in Punjab. This time it is Jaisalmer, obviously.
Now, after the big thank you speech, and I always, after the big thank you speech that we have just seen to Asim Munir, and I'm saying to you that something was not right in that speech. He was not speaking normally. He was in distress. He was unwell. He has taken 15 breaks through that statement. It is evident to anybody who reads body language that he's been sitting up and getting up and sitting up and getting up. There is something extremely unnatural about that speech of Shabbaz Sharif. And now we hear the news about the ceasefire violations in Jaisalmer. And the fact that the government is very alert and has put out an Operation Sindoor update. I hope our breaking news is on. Ladies and gentlemen, in Republic Bharat, I hope they are breaking this story because there are ceasefire violations in Jaisalmer that is breaking right now. And I have just analyzed for you the long thank you speech of Shabbaz Sharif. My assessment of the situation is the political situation in Pakistan is extremely volatile. I'm sure we'll go on to hear more about it. It was a save me speech more than anything else, Deepak Voraji. There is something else very sinister. General Sivach and then Deepak Vora coming to you. General Sivach, what do you think? General Sivach?
Arnab, I feel that the missile which has been fired is Abid Ali, which has a range of 450 kilometers. That has been intercepted. This is what the information which I am getting it in Jaisalmer sector. So it looks like that Pakistan is not serious in following this ceasefire. And they will get back whatever they deserve it. I'm sure India will going to respond very, very strongly. My point is that it seems that Shabbaz Sharif under pressure has accepted the ceasefire.
One minute.
Then General Asim Munir has put a pressure on him. It looked like
that have been made by the Foreign Secretary. The Border Security Force in Rajasthan has also responded to the ceasefire violation. So, Abhishek, whether at all Pakistan is going to stay within limits and perhaps follow the ceasefire agreement, that's something that we'll have to wait and watch. But having said that, India is making it very clear. It is Pakistan's job.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Shaban, go ahead.
Right. What I was saying is that There are reports now coming in of ceasefire violation, blackouts in Bhuj. So there is a threat, that there is an incoming threat that we still believe there is at this point in time, and that's the reason why these decisions have been taken in Rajasthan as well as in Gujarat.
Right, you are right, absolutely, Shawad. I'm getting it first hand.
General Sanjay wants to come in. Sanjay, General Sanjay.
Yeah, in fact, Arnab, I would like to highlight here, there's something wrong inside the Pakistan, probably Asim Munir and with the political bosses, because Sharif has not mentioned he has thanked everybody and he thanked that peace is prevailing, ceasefire has gone into. And on the other hand, if you see in J&K, in Rajasthan, everywhere ceasefire violation is taking place. So is Asim Munir not wanting ceasefire? Is he the rogue person? Is he the person with a terrorist mentality? Because this thing would not have happened. The kind of pressure America has put on them and the way Shabbaz Sharif had thanked everybody, I felt that probably things will stable down, but probably rogue elements in Pakistan, especially Asim Munir, does not want it.
It's clear, absolutely clear. Let's go to Robin Sachdeva. Robin Sachdeva, what's your reading? The statement made by Shabbaz Sharif thanking everyone, not India, and no mention of ceasefire, and even saying that we can go to war still.
No, he has to save his face, he has to save his face. And given whatever the situation he is in, he would still like to, salvage some of his, dignity. That's one. Second, India, I think, is relentlessly continuing. Or rather, let's put it this way, we are not relenting. Okay. And thirdly, yes, as General Sanjay so is mentioning, I think other colleagues also, of course, on the one hand, we are not looking for reasons and excuses. We are not bothered with what's happening inside this black box of Pakistan. We are concerned with the outcomes and the behavior of the state of Pakistan with respect to us, right? But yeah, sure, since we are looking at the details, there does seem to be definitely some disconnect, rogue elements, whichever way, within the government of Pakistan or agencies of Pakistan. But then you see, it further points to the fact that Pakistan is a failed state, that Pakistan cannot pull its act together. Pakistan is not able to adhere to its commitments.
But are you Rabinder Sachdev, did you see the fact that there are about 15, 16, 17 edits in the speech in which he has constantly praised Asim Munir? And the fact that this recording has been put out almost close to midnight with great urgency, with Geo News only running visuals of the Pakistan army non-stop for 3 hours before that.
Does it mean there's been a coup?
It means that there is an effective coup. I can be sure of that.
Yeah.
There is an effective coup.
A non-coup coup.
A very effective coup. Please remember that there has been a conversation between the Pakistani army chief and the Americans as well.
Yeah.
Recently. That would give Asim Munir more negotiating room for himself.
Yeah. Absolutely so. But you see, going by a certain logic,
yes,
the rogue elements could be anywhere down the Pakistani army establishment. Okay, it could be some other factions who are opposed to Munir, who think now that Munir is selling out, who was hitherto very much loyal to Munir, but who are now opposed to Munir, and they're playing their own games. So there can be games within these games, but the end result is that the Pakistan state is not working as a coherent entity.
They're not.
And that is the I think that is absolutely evident. And I would say, let's give it some time. Let's say 12 hours or 18 hours.
Let's give it some time. I would be very keen to see whether we respond tonight, or whether we do anything, or whether we don't do anything at all.
Sir. Yeah, sure. We respond. We are already responding. But in terms of this, let's look at the next 12 to 18 hours. If Pakistan can withstand American pressure, or if Pakistan can afford to upset America, whatsoever it be, America carries huge clout. And remember, in this deal, it's not only America. To a large extent, I'm reasonably sure it's Saudi Arabia also involved in this deal. The statement which they made, which Trump, or actually Rubio made, was that America working hard over the last few days with some friendly